Uh, yeah, it's Jonathan Basanti and Master Bobby. We coming through strong. See, we're gonna sing a song. CG. It's CJ. Oh, it's the Chill Island. You know what it is, yo. What it is, what it does, what I do to it, and we go through it. Yeah, we're going through the madness to get through to the clarity, the truth and the reality, digging for it like treasure. Gotta have the pain and the pleasure like yin and yang. We go bang, smack, like SmackDown, WWE, uh, lounging, flat. Don't give me no flack. I'm doing it back to back, marathon, streaming. Yeah, I got girlies dreaming, like, thinking like a poster on their walls and shit. Like I'm a teenage heartthrob. I'm bleeding out on the stage for all y'all. I'm a star. Uh, I'm a star. You know what I you know I'll go far. Hollywood. More like Holly weird. You can catch me ain't messing with that shit. And I know I'd plug it into action like I'm the Dark Knight. Fucking Heath Ledger going so fucking crazy because I know better. I don't know better. I gotta do drugs and method act to feel to to get to get head er to get her wetter her wet to get her wetter. Yeah, keter ketamine. I'm on sorry guys, I'm on ketamine right now. So, you know what it is. Thank you guys for waiting around. I was first it was just taking me a while, and then to be honest, I went to the dispensary cuz I'm a fucking stoner, degenerate stoner. And no, it's just because they have this kind that I think is fine. Knock on wood. And hopefully it will last a while. But I'm coming in hot, coming in strong, popping off, etc., etc. Um, it's unfortunate that I can't see everything that's been chatted, but yeah, pretty good, right? Just keeping the chat up. It's like, just like come through, It's like, it's not like I have to, it's not like I even have to be streaming. I might just start setting up premieres just cuz. Should I cheat the system or no? Shh, don't tell anyone. But that would be crazy, right? Just start a bunch of like premieres, bunch of different, and it would just be a bunch of different chat rooms. So they call it cheating the system. It's more like banking the system. But what's the difference, man? The banks are all cheats anyway. We're fucking. This is some revolutionary talk right now. Revolutionary shit. Revolutionary shit when I come up on the bitch. Yeah. Uh. So yeah, and it was funny. I was actually just talking to my mom for a little while about personality type, and it's funny. The more you talk about this stuff, it's like, there's just a lot of stuff that doesn't always add up. As much as it's a very interesting system, and like it can explain a lot of things. I mean, the sheer fact that, for example, like at least one person postulated on Eric's on Eric from TWFP's video about my stream, he was like, someone said that they thought I might be an ESTP. Just completely not, like, I mean, no. That's probably the least likely type that I think that I am. And I've said this before, but it's like, I'm not trying to put that person on blast or anything. I mean, who knows? Maybe I've been listen, I don't have a stash because it's not growing out. Is that what you want to hear? Is it you, Boba Fett, who keeps asking me that? Stop asking me that. I'm just kidding. What am I supposed to do? Yes, I'm trying to go for the Muslim look. Fly guy, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? It is absurd though. I don't think I go from thinking, "Oh yeah, like this is how the system works," and blah 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 blah, to going, you know what? All this shit is not real. So thanks, guys. Tune in next time. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But it's like some stuff checks out more than others. You know them ESTP. No way. I'm like, but then that just comes down to the person who did blah 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 blah. You know? No, but then it just comes down to like the person who's typing you and what their ideas of it are. It's just too much to factor in. People don't even know about the cognitive functions, let alone socionics. It's like it's fake. Anyway, what up, Kami9? That was my it's my siren song out to you. No, it's funny though because no one else knows who I'm talking about now. And now it occurs to me if I at least John Mouse and Death in June and stuff like that, then I know Kami9 knows knows what's up. Like finally someone. But also now I feel less original. No, I'm just kidding. amazing. Speaker died. Down in the street light. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to play a little guitar. Play a little guitar. But I really got to change it up. I'm kind of sick of this doing just this island guitar thing. It's just so much to set everything up, you know. I play a righty guitar upside down. I just play what I want, you know. No, but sometimes it can be kind of limiting. I do play chords though. I just need to use the capo a lot to really play what I'm trying to play. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it gets the job done. But sometimes I wish I just played properly. I learned it that way. I learned it. In fact, when I first picked up the guitar, I would play it like this when I was a kid. When I you would use my dad's guitar, I would literally play with my thumb. Then one day when I was like a teenager, I looked up how to play chords, but I still played it like this. And I'm like, oh, that's I can do a lot with that, you know. I can play up and down the frets. I can do the chord. I can just put the capo on, you know. I mean, I could play songs like that. Just you know, and essentially just and you know, then I just mess around and you know, it's like, and I'll mostly just learn songs by ear. In fact, I don't think I've ever looked at a chord sheet in my entire life. I mean, there have been times when I first started doing covers, I'd be like, oh, let me do what normal people do and look up the chords and see whatever. And then it'd be like, usually, I mean, sometimes it would help, but then there are other times where I'm like, okay, well, I can just play this and then learn but see, you run the risk though, right? Like the way I play and playing it by ear, it's like, you know, you can't always get everything right, but it just so happens that, you know, like a lot of my, you know, favorite songs are songs that I can play. It's weird. But you know, there will be plenty of songs you can throw at me, and I'll just be like, I have absolutely no idea how to play that, and I don't even know if I can. You know, like, and I mean, and by can I mean not by like doubting my abilities. I just mean literally doubting that I can play it the way that I play it. So you know, I've tried picking it up before and being like, well, you know, let's try this out, and it's like I to even just play a G chord. I'm like, what am I doing? What is this? This is crazy. My I suddenly have no ability to play. So I think it's too late and I'm fucked. And I just have to play like this, play like a crazy person. It's a little out of tune right now. I mean, I don't think it's that crazy, but everyone always acts like it is. You know, it's like there's never a time, and I don't mean any like offense by it. Of course, people are going to ask, especially if people play guitar. You know, but oh, as soon as I pick up the guitar, it's like, oh, you. Do you like seeing a close up of my gross mouth? I'm just kidding, but um, you play chord. You what? You play upside down. You play lefty upside down, upside down, upside down. What? How cool? How are you doing that? How are you doing that? And I'm like, more than anything, I'm just embarrassed. I'm almost embarrassed, you know, because I'm like, it's almost like it's almost, I don't think of it as being like necessarily cool and good. I think of it as being like, yeah, I learned it this like weird way, and I'm kind of limited in that way. So I almost, I almost like hope people don't notice it. I'm like, judge me for the content of my, um, you know, song work and not by the character of my delivery or something like that. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, I it's not like I don't think of it as being like, I literally think of it as like a handicap. I feel like I'm a handicapped person playing guitar. So if you can imagine it being kind of like it's almost like someone acknowledging a handicap of mine. I mean, but then it winds up being I'm like, "Oh, well, that's cool that people, like, think it's cool that it's, like, difficult or whatever," but I don't look at it that way. I look at it as, like, this is a limiting way that I play, and I can't play like the pros, so, like, what you hear is the, like, product of playing and almost like and sort of like in almost like a handicapped way, you know? But it's interesting though, because then it's like, well, then guitarists will be like, "Oh, like, that's cool and everything," and, like but I kind of but then I start to feel like, "Ugh, well, now you know that that's why I can't play no good." You know what I mean? No, but, like, what I tend to hope is that I can play as good I can, basically play good enough for people to not notice that playing I'm playing it upside down or that I'm playing it in a way that, like, is inherently limiting. Do you know what I mean? I mean, guitarists, you guys if anyone here plays guitar, you guys will probably more know what I'm talking about, but it's just like but I always see it as like, "Oh, so, like, now you have me figured out," like, because I think the way that I play is incredibly easy, actually, you know? I guess that's what's funny, right? I mean, this is a G chord, C chord, D chord, E, A, F, B minor, and then it's like, I know that there's sevenths, I know this and that, but it's incredibly rudimentary, and I go up and down the frets and like try to figure out what sounds good, and make up chords, so so in my mind, I'm thinking like I'm basically a handicapped person playing guitar. But if you can understand what I'm saying is that I almost think of it as like, "Ugh, well, now you know that, like, I'm not skilled." But isn't it weird though, people being like, "Oh, no, like, that makes you skilled because it's difficult." And I'm like, "But that's the thing, right? It's like the difficult way isn't always the best way, right?" But it is Jonathan asked if it's more comfortable to play like that. And that's what I'm saying. It's weird because I if I wonder if I'd really tried to teach myself if I could play righty regular, but it's like it's like trying to, you know, it's like trying to learn how to ride a bike again, basically. You know, it's non-existent. It's me looking every 5 seconds. Fuck me, can't even get my fingers to form the chords. So what do I do? I gotta rewire my brain. I've thought about that though, because it's like, I mean, the need to relearn it at least because I mean, for years now, because I think, oh, well, I can't I think it's like there are basically going to be certain ways, certain chords and things that I just can't play, you know? Um, so what do you guys think about that? Should I try to relearn it? Should I try to relearn the guitar? Is it worth it? I'm about to turn 26. Is the neuroplasticity, because I've heard it said even maybe a few years ago, or someone said something to me like, yeah, it's probably pretty much wired in now. Like you might as well just stick to it. You know what I mean? But I tend to think of it as like, I but didn't I pause my it's almost like I paused my education or my skill ability at like high school or something, you know what I mean? It's like I can still play. Haha, don't fret over it though. That's funny. Yeah. Fly Guy says, yeah, maybe it's time to learn guitar properly so you won't be ruined for life. You capped your skill ceiling too low. It's been so long though, guys. It's been like over 10 years. Like it's been even more than that. It's honestly basically been my whole life because like I said, I picked up the guitar messing around like this, like a blind person. Playing with my thumbs. And then, eventually when I got the sense as a young teenager to just what happens when I play it like this and learn the chords, yeah. But I did. I didn't let see, I do that with everything. I insist on being like self-taught or something. But it's just so discouraging because if I play it because to flip it is literally as if you're giving it to a 5-year-old me, you know? And it's the happy day. I can't even like play. It's like I can't even play. So then I've actually tried playing a lefty guitar before too. The strings flipped, and I'm just like, so I just insist on what's comfortable. It's kind of like an SI thing, if you think about it, right? It's kind of just like, well, this is the way. I'm like, I would rather not put up with the discomfort, like the learning curve of learning it, quote unquote, the right way, because it's so wired in and it just keeps getting more wired in by the day. Like I've gotten really good at playing upside down. I've probably gotten uncharacteristically good I probably have an uncharacteristically good skill level with guitar for someone who plays upside down. Put it that way. But I've basically gotten good at playing it the wrong way. So I tend to think, well, maybe there's still hope in time if I just relearn it. It's just going to be a pain in the ass. Boba Fett says it's easier to wait, hold on. Jonathan coming through with the truth. Boba Fett coming through. The thing about the fretting, well, yeah, it seems more. That's what I wanted to say was that it does feel more comfortable, like with picking with my left and just being able to kind of like be kind of free with it, and then I'm mostly a righty, like I write with my right hand. So like if I play, if I'm fretting, because wait, did Boba Fett say that? Did you say it was harder to fret or something? Because that's kind of my mentality. Apparently, my dad thought that way too, but he's a lefty and he actually learned guitar the right way, like the righty right way. What is going on in the chat though? Nice. Jonathan says, "I will say that when I started hearing you play, that sounded very unique to me, and I was curious how you were playing to do that. The string pattern makes sense of that curiosity. See, that's what I wonder, and what I honestly wonder, and you don't have to. I won't be offended or anything, but I've literally asked people this before. It's like, does it sound different in a way where you can tell it's like bad, you know? Um, does the uniqueness? I guess my question is, does the uniqueness work? Because what does wind up happening a lot is that I'm always like, wait, I always feel like it's a little bit top heavy, like on the high strings, you know? It definitely sounds different, not bad, just different. That's when they say when it's bad. No, I'm just kidding. It does work in its own way, similar to playing in a different tune. Well, as long as it works, but still, it might be worth trying to sink some time into learning it the right way. Like, I definitely don't feel like I can play exactly what it is that I want to play when I want to play it, if you know what I mean. It does feel like I have to do a lot of feeling around, literally as if I were blind playing the guitar. But I do have like a sense of the chord forms, and I do have, I think a decent ear. So, it kind of it works itself out, and I can indeed play, I mean, I could come up with a whole set, and it would be fine. It would sound good, but I still have this sense though, like, yeah, but if I learned it the right way, I could play way better. You know what I mean? I am very good at drums though. That was a cool harmonic. But yeah, I'll see people who, again, it's almost what I would think of as being like SE or something. You know, I see people going up and down the frets and doing all sorts of crazy shit, and I'm just like, damn, I wish I could do that though, because I don't feel like I'm able to um make it function like, oh yeah, I'm just fucking playing. I'm not, because you look at a guitar, right, and you're like, wow, what a playland of possibilities, and it is, but they're tuned in a very certain way, yeah. And so if you want to, get the I've tried tuning it different ways and doing all sorts of nonsense, and it doesn't make it any easier. It's like, nah, just play it regular tuning, maybe do some drop D, and you can do some cool stuff, but that mostly only sounds good, on the electric guitar plugged into the amp, doing drop D stuff. I mean, I can make it sound like, oh fuck yeah, I'm shredding, but again, because I'm good with effects, you know. So right, it's like I can make it work, but it almost feels like I'm hiding something, I'm like, yeah, but I'm not really playing. Even now, I'm like, I have to delete the stream now. I'm just kidding, but I mean, Jonathan says it sounds very whimsical in tone the way you play it. So I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I need a pick right now. I need a pick right now, though. Something that helps very much too is having the pick. Like I said, it's like I've got gotten so good at playing this way. But no, I don't necessarily feel like I actually, in some ways, almost feel more freedom on the piano or the keyboard because at least there it's like totally free form. You know what I mean? But the guitar is so like specific in its form, I guess you could say. Like that's basically to me that's a makeshift E7, you know. But it's like, well, that's the one way I can play it. So if I'm gonna do something else, it's just kind of limiting. I mean, there's not much else to say about it, but I wonder, the pros and cons of it, like which outweigh which. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, if it sounds whimsical, that's fine. You know, if it sounds if it sounds unique and whimsical, like that's fine. That might even be great. But if it sounds like, you know, like a 12-year-old picking up their first guitar, that's not great at all. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I'd say there have been times where it's like people will be like, "Wow, like, oh, nice, sounds good." I'll be like, "Oh, I can't really play the guitar." Like, so if I say, so it's funny, right? If you like set the bar low, you're like, no pun intended, ha. But if you set the bar low and you're just kind of like, do what I do, and you're like, and I'm like, oh yeah, like I can't really play guitar, but then I'll pick up the guitar and be like, that doesn't sound good because it's not tuned properly, but you get the point. So then people will be like, oh, but then the next level is being like, yeah, but I'm playing upside down, and so it's pretty limiting, and it's like, I'm not really doing, I'm not. It's like I'm almost like not really playing, but to the layman, it's sort of just like, oh well, whatever, you make it work. But if you're a guitarist or a musician, I sort of feel like I'm like, don't look at how I play though. You know what I mean? Because it's limiting and it's not the proper way. So just don't, you know. But again, it's like if it actually works to the degree that, you know, I can quote unquote go, if I can go quote unquote toe to toe with other fellow guitarists and stuff like that, then I can kind of go, do I really need to relearn it then? It's a personal choice though, because it's like I do know that I might be limiting my skills in some way by playing that way. But like I've said, it's just that I've gotten so good at playing this way that one of the main things at this point, other than upping my skill level and my ability to play, would be essentially, does it sound good? Like or not even just that, does it sound good to like other guitarists and musicians who, in other words, like if it's like they may notice that it sounds different, but not necessarily bad. You know what I mean? Or unskilled or amateurish, you know? I mean, I don't mind a certain amateurish whatever, right? For like an aesthetic or something, but you know what I mean? When it's there's a difference between like lo-fi, right? And just bad, you know? There's a difference between like amateur or lo-fi and just bad. Like I really like this guy Ariel Pink, who's actually friends with John Mouse, but I've always found that the recording quality of his early stuff is so downright bad that it actually gets in the way of. This is actually a really good example too. And I'm not necessarily trying to go by type or anything, but like I said, I in the beginning of this, I would always type ENFP, and then lately I started thinking I'm INFP, but I think I'm probably just an NF in general. But I am open to other types, some more than others, like the INTJ or something. Maybe that would be dope. But Ariel Pink was probably an ENFP, and you know his early stuff, to me at least, is like the recording quality itself is so bad that it ruins what are otherwise good songs, so um it's the fidelity. So it's a different topic, but it's also kind of similar, right? Now, but once he increased his fidelity and therefore his quality, I mean, that's when his work started to get really good. So that's how I'm kind of feeling about the guitar right now. It's just kind of like, is it impacting not just the way that I play, but the way that other people hear? It's very simple, right? It's like the way that other people hear it, Because I would say, like, if I was giving Ariel Pink, advice at the beginning, I would just be like, yeah, dude, like, these are some great songs, but like, honestly, the recording quality is so aggressively bad at points that it's like hard for me to even listen to. You know what I mean? To which, of course, him as any normal person would be like, okay. Um, it's rare that I say that about artists too, because a lot of times people make it work. Like Daniel Johnston, total outsider music legend. Christian too, amazingly truthed and reality. And I mean, he also had that kind of thing. He has that thing where it's some of it sounds so aggressively, the recording quality is so aggressively bad that it ruins what might otherwise be good songs. And it's however you want to look at it, it's like it's when unique and good like intersect, But anyway, I would say in Daniel Johnson's early work, well, I don't know. For some reason, he kind of gets away with it. But Ariel Pink, the early stuff, I feel like he gets away with it less because it's like, I mean, you could say for one, it's like it's more derivative of other like outsider music stuff like Daniel Johnston. But you might also say that, I mean, in my opinion, I don't really think the song craft is as there as like Daniel Johnson has a song called Living Life, right? And the original version of it, it's cool. The fidelity of it makes it cool and like whoa, it's like moving or it's very I don't know what the hell he was recording it on, but it's like it gives it this warm, almost distorted like fuzzy, almost like it film or tape or something, like it's on tape, but it makes the piano sound like it's electric, you know? And his vocals sound the same and they kind of like blend in, and it's like, well, yeah, it's very clear that there was absolutely no like engineering or whatever like put into this, right? Um but if I'm being honest, it does impact when I listen to it though. And it's a beautiful song. Like um it's been covered by multiple artists who always do incredibly pretty versions of it because it's such an incredibly pretty song. But again, the recording quality of the original song is so aggressively bad that I unfortunately find myself often skipping it when it comes on shuffle, which is very bizarre and unique. Right, but it's unique, you might say, in a not so good way, because it's like, well, how good can it really be if I'm skipping it, you know? even the way he sings, the way that he's playing it and singing it are good. Are But the recording quality is just so horrible. But again, it's almost like he gets away with it more than even Ariel Pink because the songs are there. I mean, John Mouse is not only a friend of him, but I think he's like a fan of him, and he loves his old music and stuff. But again, I think it's just for the novelty of it. Like again, probably ENFP. I think John Mouse is probably like an ENTP or like an INTJ or something. But like Ariel Pink is definitely he definitely seems like some kind of ENFP, and he's a very interesting personality. Um, but I mean, in my opinion, it's like his work doesn't really take off until I've skimmed through his early stuff, his first like freaking five, like six albums. Um, um, except for this for Underground, which isn't legit, I guess. But like and there are songs here and there. I think especially, of course, on War and Copy because it's like it's the most. It's right before he switched. He had a drastic, funny enough, too. It was 7 years later that he comes out with Before Today with Ariel Pink's Haunted Graffiti, and it's just like staggeringly better, you know, like. And I think it than his old stuff, and then like it's all because of the production, and from then on there, like all his work has been great. Like, Matured Themes is not that great, but well, it's pretty good, but it's just not on the same level as the other three. But like Pom Pom is amazing, and Dedicated to Bobby Jameson is, I think, pretty amazing. I People love Pom Pom a lot, but Dedicated to Bobby Jameson comes close. I'd say that Dedicated to John. Blah, sorry, I'd say I'd say Dedicated to Bobby Jameson is equally as good. But even John Mouse didn't quite have that problem though. I think all of his stuff is good. I mean, there is a clear difference in fidelity and quality. Like, I mean, We Must Become the Pitiless Censors of Ourselves is like a huge step up from anything else that he did. And indeed, it's probably his best work, right? However, I don't have that same problem with John Mouse because I think that the early stuff is still amazing. But I don't really feel so much this. I might need to, give it more of a chance, like give Ariel Pink's first like six albums a chance, more of a chance. But like it to me doesn't seem like it's worth the hassle because of the recording quality being so bad. Because it's like the songs aren't even there. You know what I mean? But with John Mouse, I've never had that problem. He's just an all around genius. Uh, but damn it, Ariel's got a bunch of great songs, you know, especially on his last two albums. But he's very like into the novelty of it. Like John Mouse can be like that too, but he's very consistent. Like it's hard to explain. I think I just prefer John Mouse, but I always sort of feel like okay, like Ariel Pink, there's so many amazing things happening here, but like um he's a little too humorous. Like, you know what I mean? It's kind of like with like a band like Ween or something like that, where I'm just like, it's a little less into like overtly comedic with Ariel Pink, but um it just gets in the way of like the seriousness with which I can take it. You know what I mean? And even when John Mouse gets like quote unquote silly, especially I mean sometimes more than others, I tend to take him a bit more seriously. You know what I mean? But Master Bobby says, "What if that master guitarist has an incredibly SE polar lifestyle, and the only SE thing is his guitar playing?" Guitar playing, yeah, it could be. Jonathan Basanti says, "CJ, if it ain't broke, don't fix it." Fly Guy says, "That's sunk cost fallacy, CJ." See, the thing about that picture of Hendrix and Albert King, I think too, is that that Hendrix in this picture is playing a guitar that is stringed properly for a lefty. In other words, he's not really playing it upside down. I really am playing it upside down. And I'm not saying that to sound cool or anything. It's like, no, he just restrung a righty guitar. It looks upside down though. That's the thing. That's the thing that's different too, is that it looks actually it actually is upside down, like the headboard or whatever. It's facing the wrong way, but he strung it properly. You know, I do not play it. I do not do such a thing. You might even say he did that so that he could play it quote unquote properly. Like even Jimi Hendrix would be like, "No, of course I'm going to restring it though. What do you think? I'm an idiot? What do you think? I want to play like I'm fucking retarded?" But again, it just comes down to like if how I'm playing sounds good. No one's ever been mean enough to say it sounds bad. Learn it the proper way. That's why, you know, it's like when Fly Guy says, "Stop viewing everything through the lens of other musicians. Ask yourself if you want to know the instrument or not." It's like then act accordingly. It's like, yeah, but no, again, no one has ever been mean enough to just say how you're playing is bad. You know, like, and it has to do directly with the way that you're playing. You know what I mean? Also, how is that sunk cost fallacy again? Because I always forget what that is. Sunk cost fallacy describes our tendency to follow through on and yeah, true though. That is what I'm doing. Yeah, because it's the sunk cost fallacy describes our tendency to follow through on an endeavor if we have already invested time, effort, or money into it, whether or not the current costs outweigh the benefits. Right, but that's why I'm trying to figure out right now uh, if the costs really do outweigh the benefits. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Wow, like he says, "Wow, CJ, even cooler than Hendrix." Yeah, I don't know if you said that before or after I said that, but yeah, it's like it's not about like a coolness thing. Like I said, it has to do. I do think of it though as like I could probably be more quote unquote skilled if I learned it properly. But Path A, continue to not understand how to play guitar and just bang on it and make noise. Path B, learn how to play guitar if that's what you want. It's Flying Guy, you can have such a confrontational way of putting things sometimes. I know what you're saying, but it's just like you're making it into an issue of like what like it's it's simple. If you want to be more learned about it, then do it. But it's not, to me, it's not about being learned. It's about being good or bad. You know what I mean? If I can achieve a result that is satisfactory the way that I'm playing it now, then it's not so bad. But I can recognize, okay, I may be limiting myself in some ways in terms of skills, but it's like, but it's not necessarily bad. But if it's bad, then it's like I should really change how I play it. You know what I mean? Carrot says most people won't tell you you're bad. Fly Guy says learn it is good. If you want good, there's only one way. Good does not equal limited. Mm, fair enough. I mean, those are definitely two factors. If you were happy, Fly Guy says if you were happy just making whatever noises on it, you wouldn't even be having the discussion. I was gonna say something else. It's not just the like. Yeah, I'm saying those are two things. The the limited skill level and the um that's it. I don't think there's anything else. The only other thing is if it sounds fucking good or bad. And it's like if I can effectively quote unquote play good, then I understand what you're advocating for, you know? But on the other hand, I'm sure you can understand what I'm saying. It's not like I'm not so much interested in um I don't want to I want to be skilled at music, but I don't necessarily want to be skilled at guitar, if you know what I mean. I don't know. I mean, like I said, yeah, you're right. I mean, there are downsides to playing how I do. Um, but like I keep saying, it's kind of like the if the end result is good, then I mean, would it be too blunt to say it's like I don't care that much about the TI or not blunt, but broad. Would it be too broad to say I don't really care about the TE? I mean, I don't really care about the TI of how I'm playing, as long as the TE result is good. Or blunt. It will be blunt too. Blunt and broad. Is that too blunt and broad to say? Because it's like I am down to just own it that I've learned my own way as long as the end result is good. Again, it's like judge me for the con the content of my songcraft rather than the character of my delivery. You know what I mean? I get what you're saying, Fly Guy. Fly Guy says you only feel comfortable shredding in front of people who are ignorant. You are insecure in front of anyone who is knowledgeable. You already have your answer, it seems. But again, that's just me caring about the TI of it, you know, not the TE or the FE. It's a bit of FI and FE, right? There too. But it's like it's not me being like I it's just like I mean, are you just trying to argue with me or are you really trying to like, you know, come to an understanding about it? You know what I mean? Because you saying path A continue to not understand how to play guitar and just bang on it and make noise is not accurate. I'm not just banging on it and playing and making noise. I'm playing guitar. Like and to then path B learn how to play guitar if that's what you want. It's just an erroneous, you know, way of phrasing it. I mean, I it's the kind of thing that makes me think that you're funny for sure. It's a very fly guy way of phrasing it. And again, I understand what you mean, but if you have if it just doesn't seem like you're focused on like the technicality of it, which I understand. And that's why I'm saying I can be uncomfortable being like revealing the secret that I play upside down, right? Because especially to anyone with any kind of like quote unquote TI understanding, I guess, of playing guitar, they will understand, you know, oh, so you're playing in this way. So, oh yeah, and then they can probably figure out on their own, oh, so you are kind of limited in these ways. But they can also say, oh, but your playing sounds good and you are making do with it. So what the heck? So it's a silly kind of like, you know, it's like you're just arguing to argue. You know what I mean? I'm just saying if you put it in that way, like you know, it's almost like you're saying, like, if you wanna, like, be stupid and not know it the right way, it's like, okay, but that's not even that's like, I get it, but that's not even really the question. The question is if it sounds good, you know what I mean? Like, so if I was playing it in a quote unquote "stupid way" and it sounded bad, then I would say, "Damn, you're right, true. I gotta just, like I gotta change the way that I play." But if I'm able to play in a way where you know, this wouldn't even be a conversation unless I started talking about it, then who cares? It's the TE of it. It's like, then I wouldn't care. I was gonna say it in some other way, but I basically just said it in the right way. Like, I mean, you know what I mean. Right. And it's like, but if I'm playing in a that's what I was gonna say. But if I'm playing in a quote unquote stupid way and it sounds good, then there's no problem. Saying I'm a four, I probably have four in my tri type, but it's not but again, this is why I said what I did about, like, well, it's not like I view it as, like, a badge of my uniqueness or something, it's just the way that I play. But whether or not the way that I play is proper shouldn't really doesn't really enter into it to me, you know? I mean, it does, of course, but it's like it doesn't enter into it in the way of the quality. It's like if I'm still able to make beautiful sounds come out of the instrument, then, it's good enough. Tough love, Master Bobby said I said Master Buddy. Um, oh wow, almost just went back and would have ended the stream. No, but like, can you imagine that? I ended, I'm like, fuck you, leave. No, yeah, it's like if I'm playing this is what it is though. If I'm playing quote unquote stupid and it sounds bad, then that's bad. But if I'm playing quote unquote stupid and it sounds good, then it's good. Then that's good. I meant to say, yeah. No, well then it's good. Well, because that's the current situation. It's good. Like that is how I play right now. So unless I want to completely, you know, start off it from square one, what do you guys think it would be possible to get to a place where I can play right side up and upside down? Because then I would be that could be impressive, right? Anyway, hold on one sec. Some good stuff here in the chat. Fly Guy says, right. So the fourth thing, whatever, right? Fly Guy says, if you care more about the way you play being unique to you than being good, this is what. Fuck no, stop. If you care more about the way you play being unique to you than being good, then I could see you continuing on the way you are. Is that not the entire like conversation right now, though? That I'm saying. It's like you're just ignoring what I'm saying. Like I says, it's a matter of what is important to you. Again, what is important to me is that it is good. I mean, that it sounds good, which I know that's like subjective, but eh, I mean, I'm tired of arguing it. If you want to see some other points, I already like, you can rewind it. But I sort of feel like it doesn't really matter how I'm playing as opposed to what I'm playing, I guess. I mean, if you value it in that kind of way, then I totally understand it. And it is true that it does sort of limit my skills, but I feel like you're misunderstanding like it's like, yeah, I do feel like it's it can be kind of a handicap in terms of skill level. And that's mostly why I would say, oh, like, well, if I'm around like professionals, I'm a little embarrassed that I play in that way. I was gonna say something. I almost thought Master Bobby was talking to me. I'm like, what? But whatever. I forgot what I was gonna say. Doesn't really matter. Again, I've already basically said all of this stuff, so you can just rewind it if you want. You can just go replay it if you want. Like it's kind of more the most important thing to me, right? Jonathan Basanti says, "Oh yeah." Also, Winston's mom. I'll check out that person you sent. Um, hold on one sec. Yeah, and the thing Carrot said about the American Idol thing, it's like, yeah, of course. but that's not what people do, you know? Like, I'm not a fucking retard. Like like, I've had all sorts of different people be like, "Oh, nice, your good it sounds pretty good," you know? I don't just go in upstairs I don't, like, go, "Mommy, daddy, listen to my music." I I don't think I've gotten complimented. I mean, my parents are very loving and everything and good, but, like, um, I don't think I've been complimented but from them in that way since I've done, like, a real any performance like a performance type thing, you know what I mean? Other than with drums, you know, people be like, "Oh, well, oh, that sounds good," and everything, like, that's very nice and everything, but as far as, like, playing the guitar goes, I don't know, I don't really get much input one way or the other from anyone. So it's like, I don't think but basically, yeah, I don't think I've gotten, like, "Wow, CJ," you know, it's like, "That sounds great," like, since, you know, I did guitar stuff when I was, like, fucking I can't even remember, maybe, like, 16 or something, I don't know. Like, I wanna say maybe 17, and I'm gonna be 26 in a month, so it's like, maybe here and there, you know, my mom or dad be like, "Oh, that sounds nice," or something like that, you know, like or my sister be like, "Oh, that's it right there," and whatever, but it's never anything you get my point, it's like, no one ever I don't know. Maybe if I went to a coffee house and played, they'd fucking boo me off the stage, be like, "Boo, fucking upside down player, freak." And then it'd be like, "Learn to play correctly so that you can play well and good." Then I'd be like, "Oh, fuck." Who knows? It's a good topic, though, get me going. I talk about this for, like, 10 hours. But anyway, I wanna address the truth and reality here from Fly Guy. If it is indeed truth and reality, I don't know. I don't know how I'm feeling, Fly Guy. I'm really offended right now. I'm just kidding. I'm not offended, but it's just that, you know, you're focusing on like the TI of it, I think, rather than like the TE kinda, if you know what I mean. It's like the way I let me not get you get what I'm saying. The way that I'm playing rather than the way that it sounds. That's what it is. You know what I mean? Fly Guy says, wait, hold on. Jonathan Basanti says, "Playing the guitar is banging on it and making noise. You do it with the strings upside down. If it doesn't prevent you from doing what you need to do, then you don't have a problem." Yeah. Well, thank you, Jonathan Basanti. The thing that Fly Guy is focusing on is that it's like, yeah, it can be kind of a quote unquote problem in some ways. How I can't there 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 are chords that I can't necessarily play. There are whatever, but it doesn't cause me real problems in terms of, like, delivering an the end result sound, you know what I mean? I don't know, it winds up being at least good enough, but I could do better, it's just anyway, so let's get to the catch up with the chat here. Fly Guy says, "I see an instrument as a tool, and a tool is something you can gain expertise in using. It sounds like you see an instrument and how you play as a part of your identity." Um, well, I do consider myself to be someone who plays music. I mean, I do see myself as a musician in the sense that I can play music. So, you know, yeah, I guess that makes me a musician. I'm a musician. And but but yeah, okay. Master Bobby says music is abstract or music is technical. It's both. It's just that here's what's happening right now. Fly Guy is focusing on the technical aspect of it rather than the abstract aspect of it. Master Bobby says Fly Guy sounding like an INTJ. Yeah, exactly. Uh oh, he says, Jonathan Masanti says, yeah, CJ, yeah, you could get good at playing both ways. It's like being able to play in a different tuning. If you don't, in all caps, need to, then I don't see the point. All right, well, yeah, thank you, Jonathan Masanti. Like I said, I said it before you addressed it to be, because if you blind law, I said it before you. I don't even know. Oh, what did you say before I addressed it, though? I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. Because I don't remember. Sorry, I'm a bit behind on the chat here. But yeah, Fly Guy, what did I say before? What did you say before I addressed it? To be fair, as Roses lost, TJ. Guitar playing is something your parents will talk to you. They may not compliment you in the moment they're here and there, but I guess it's like most bands do take notes. Oh yeah, well it's like yeah, oh CJ's plays music, you know, he plays the drums, blah blah blah, the guitar too, but like it's just not like it's actually funny because I think because this kind of points at the issue. Like, I see myself as a musician and I see myself as a drummer, but I don't necessarily see myself as a guitarist. I see myself more as someone who plays guitar. You know what I mean? So anyway, if like guy says, "Lol, I don't want to keep talking about it. I keep making everyone upset when I do this." And a mesmer says, "Oh, sweet vulnerable size put to use now. Is genuinely intrigued by the patterns. That's all." And it's like Fly Guy says, "Okay, wait, one sec. Yeah, Fly, yeah, okay. Fly Guy says you could say I'm having some sort of focus. I'm just addressing what you brought up about limiting yourself. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not mad at you or anything. You know, it's like it's true. I said those exact words. You know what I mean? And Fly Guy says I mentioned your style of playing is what's important to you, not your proficiency. Before you mentioned it, you seemed irritated, like I was dragging up an old topic. Interesting. Uh, I think the only time I got irritated at the and during this conversation really was when you said like unique versus good because because I felt because I was thinking like okay, but I'm saying literally that like and then you said oh it's like a fourth thing. And it's like I'm literally I've said now a million times like I don't care about being it's not about it being unique to me. It's about it being good. You know what I mean? So at that point I did get a little irritated, you know. Not in like a super serious way, but in just kind of like a what the fuck kind of way, you know? I'm like, I'm literally telling you I don't give two shits about it being unique. What I give two shits about is it's sounding good. Or at least sounding quote unquote good enough to pass. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I'm not looking for some to for like I said, I consider myself I don't consider myself a guitarist. I consider myself someone who plays guitar or can play guitar. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I can play guitar, but I'm not a guitarist in the sense that I'm moving up and down the frets and doing all sorts of amazing, you know, guitar work. You know what I mean? But I can do pretty amazing drum work. And you know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie. But I need to get back into practicing. drums. You know what I mean? But anyway, Fly Guy says, "Well, I'm not going to go by what you claim. I'm just going to judge you on your actions." Fly Guy says, "You might say it's not important to you to be unique, but to me, then it would be obvious you would learn to play instead of being stuck the way you are." But I know how to play. No, it's not. He says, and Fly Guy says, and while we're talking about this, you talk about what and who you are, your identity, and shy away from what you do, your proficiency. Nice. Right. Jonathan Basandi says drums, proficiency at drums. That is potential. We can work with that. I don't know if you're talking about what I said or what Flag I said or both, but that's literally what I was just saying too, right? Is like basically I don't consider myself proficient at guitar, but I do consider myself proficient at drums. I think that's what makes me a drummer. I think I'm proficient with I think I'm musically proficient. So I think I'm good at music. But I don't think that I'm proficient at guitar, so I don't consider myself a guitarist. Drummers don't fucking keep time. If you're a if real drummers do way more than that. That's just what people say to knock drummers down. Drumming is literally painting with rhythm. Just like music is basically painting with sound. Drumming is basically painting with rhythm. Master Master Bobby says, cutting to the truth of the matter. Truth is truth. No need to sugarcoat it, CJ. You can't handle the truth. I don't know what I said, but yeah. Fuck yeah. Jonathan says, I'm saying in the context of making music potentially. I'm mad at drums. I'd say I'm proficient at guitar and singing. You're good at drums. That means potential synergy. You're a proficient singer? Nice. Again, it's like that's why I don't call myself a singer. Like like I think I can sing and but I'm not proficient at it. So I wouldn't call myself a singer. Players. So what's so confusing then when you say you want to be good at guitar and all I say is that you make that your priority then? Well, it's like that's a different you're framing it in a better way now. And also I wasn't confused, you know. I was just trying to like express the difference to me between like basically what we're talking about now, which is like proficiency versus uh like what's one word that I could say? Like just versus sound, honestly. You know what I mean? Like oh yeah, right, about the now I get it, Master Bobby, yeah. Were you saying "we" to him too? I figure you were. He said cut and then you said, "Cutting the truth of the matter, truth is truth, no need to sugarcoat it, TJ, you can't know the truth." It's like, for real. It's like truth and hey, this is the chill out, the Oasis of truth and reality. It is truthful though. That's why it's a good conversation. I just felt like it seemed like like you know like again to use the painting analogy, right? Like if I'm using absolutely no skill whatsoever, like no like technical skill whatsoever to make what ultimately is a good painting, or at least a painting that people find value in, or at the very least it feels expressive to me, or that it looks good to me. I mean, ideally, hopefully someone else will think that it looks good. It might to me it doesn't, it's not a good way of explaining it is like actually like this, okay? I've never really been too into like 80s hair metal and stuff like that, because like as much as I can marvel at it and say, well, like, oh, this is like it's really proficient. Um, it's like, yeah, but are the songs there? Or is it all showy bullshit? And I don't mean it to be like that to be like rude about it, but yeah. Boba Fett goes pain. I don't know. I knew I was thinking of you, Boba Fett. Like, it's not like it's not all of it. It's not all of it, but it's like the virtuosic thing though. Like Eddie Van Halen is amazing, and it sounds amazing. I can't think of too many examples, but it's like, but okay, but when I watch Steve Vai, like I've never really, I can't, I just like, it's like yeah, it's like it's good, but like it's like it's not really my thing, I guess. But for some reason, it's like but I'll be like, okay, like fucking, Eddie Van Halen is fucking literally painting with sound, painting with the guitar, and he's virtuosic. You know what I mean? Like that's what I think makes him an amazing, not just an amazing guitarist, but an amazing musician. You know what I mean? So he excels at being both, technically a proficient and sonically satisfying. You know what I mean? But there are a lot of times where I'll see people playing in a super showy, like, quote, unquote, "SE way," and it just does absolutely nothing for me, you know what I mean? But I guess that's just a matter of like, that can also just be a matter of taste, it's just I'm just saying that's why, like, you won't catch me listening to, like, that much of that stuff, cause and plus also it's usually pretty, like, dated too. A lot of stuff from the '80s just always comes off very dated, it's not just metal and not just hair metal even, but I will say I do think that the hair metal scene is, like, my least favorite scene of metal, except for Van Halen, if you consider them to be, like, '80s hair metal, you know what I mean? Also, didn't Eddie Van Halen die, like, a year ago? Rest in peace, Eddie Van Halen. Mm. Anyway, um right, Master Bobby. Oh, you know some piano too? You guys Wise Sage. I know, the Wise Sage, known as, Fly Guy, I guess. Direction of Truth. Like, who's another really proficient guitar player that's also sonically satisfying? Let me know in the chat. Lady Lou says, "Greetings and salutations." Hello, Lady Lou. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Looking at this picture of Jimi Hendrix, yeah, I guess you could say Jimi Hendrix was pretty technically proficient and sonically satisfying. But he also did kind of play in his own way, didn't he? You know? But is it inevitable that the skill level is always um a relevant factor in the quality? Could that be? I would say not always, but it does have a relationship to it, you know? Oh, wow, Lady Lou. Sorry to yeah, it's like, sorry to break it to you. I mean, I think he died, like, last year or actually longer than that now. He died, so sad. He died October 6th, 2020. I think sadly, I guess you could say it was right around when, COVID was just, like, really a problem, and, I think it's very possible that you didn't hear about it because it got buried under all the other news, you know what I mean? October 2020, we were still, like, a fucking few months in, it was just all anyone was fucking talking about. But, yeah, it was, like, me and my dad knew it, and my dad, it's like he's he's fairly young, so it's like he grew up with, like, Van Halen and stuff like that, so he was pretty bummed out about it. Or not, like, very bummed, and he's not, like, one of his favorite musicians of all time or anything like that, but he was like, "Van Halen has a lot of good stuff," you know what I mean? And, he showed me actually a song by them called "Cathedral," and it's so beautiful. Um, my dad said he really likes their album Van Halen's album "Diver Down" the best, but, let me know what you guys' favorite Van Halen albums are, because I feel like all of their early stuff is really good. But yeah, I was saying though, like, I love Van Halen, but I don't love hair metal in general, you know what I mean? And, we were talking about guitar, we're talking about proficiency in skill versus, like, you know, end result and sound. Like, it's like if it's good literally just if it's good or not, or if it sounds good or not. But I'm sort of pondering like, well, is skill? It's like, yeah. So Fly Guy says skill is the only reliable predictor to quality. This all started too because I play guitar essentially upside down, and um, the question to me of, well, should I relearn it the quote unquote proper way, really only comes down to whether or not it sounds good. And I feel like it's kind of like a TE versus TI type thing, almost like, or something. It's kind of like, well, just because, but there is also the issue though that I know that there are certain things that I just can't play if I'm playing the way that I do. So there is a skill level issue. Not to say that I'm unskilled, but I've definitely become very skilled at playing in a way that inherently limits skill. So I'm only so it's like so I'm not necessarily I'm at a level where I can't really be a true expert at it. See, and that's why Fly Guy is saying what he is, it's like skills, it's like imagine if you only knew how to ride a bike backwards, you'd probably be doing some pretty advanced riding if you could ride backwards. But you'll never ever and outperform people who ride normally. Yeah, well, it's like you're getting at the heart of the matter here. These are things that have occurred to me before, but no one ever has the gall to discuss them. You know what I mean? I also will try to explain it to people and they don't get it. But also, I guess I don't really talk about it that much. So it's good to talk about it because it's like that's essentially the question here. I mean, is skill always related to quality? No, but uh it's a very reliable predictive factor. And if I don't call myself a guitarist, I just say, I can play guitar. I consider myself a musician because I'm good at music. Um, I would call myself a drummer because I can play drums because I'm proficient at drums. Like I really know how to play drums. But on, piano and keyboard and guitar and even just singing, I'm just messing around. But in doing so, I can achieve fairly admirable results in my opinion. But on the topic of, playing guitar upside down and knowing that there are certain limits to playing that way, the question sort of becomes, right, like, you know, maybe I should learn the other way, the proper way, you know. I think I've been stuck in kind of this SI thing of I'm like, well, it's so comfortable and now I've gotten so good at playing in this way. But I'm so good at playing in a way that I'm probably maxed out, you know? And I'm maxed out here as opposed to, here, which is where I could be if I played properly. But I've had at least one person, I forget who, but basically tell me verbatim, yeah, you're probably like kind of wired in on how you play on that. So you might as well just, like get good at that. Like that might be I think it actually might have even been my dad. He was like, well, it's like it's so like muscle memory now. It really is it's like I can't play properly, you know. I would be starting from square one. And it's like the effort of that, it's It's a lot of effort. Like I says, just learn to ride your bike forwards. You can ride it backwards still if you like sometimes. What have you got to lose? You have everything to gain. Right. That's why I think it's like in the past, when trying to learn it properly, um, quite frankly, I just give up too quickly. Like I says, you're acting like you would have to unlearn learning backwards. It's not like that. You're starting from square one because you never leveled any experience. Do you mean you don't mean in general, right? Because it's like obviously I've gained experience playing in this way, but I think what you mean is from, right. Yeah, I stopped at level 1 on the correct way of playing. You're starting from square one because you never learned this first square. It's no big deal. Yeah, but not in playing the guitar in general, just playing in the quote unquote proper way. It's not square one. It's more, it's like, it's square two. No, I'm just kidding, but I sort of assume, you know, like if I learn to be really good at painting with my feet, you know, and then I learn how to paint with my hands, it's not starting at square one if I made good paintings. Basically, I've made good paintings painting with my feet. So starting to play starting to paint with my hands would be would be leveling up, but it wouldn't be it doesn't mean I'm starting at total square one. It's just that I'm starting at square one learning how to paint with my hands. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm just making a distinction between the two. Fly Guy says learning the guitar. Learning the guitar would be like playing poker, but you decide to play jacks instead. I don't even understand the um the comparison. I mean, yeah, I would say right now on guitar I can play blackjack, but I can't play poker. That's true. You know what I mean? We're not jacks, but yeah. Right now I can play I'm a blackjack level guitar player. When if I learned the proper way, I could be a poker player. You know, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like that's kind of what you're saying. But anyway, um test stuff. Oh, KME9. That's funny. I actually wanted to ask you, KME9, if you liked My Bloody Valentine. Um yes, I do like Kevin Shields as a guitarist. And in fact, talk about and I wonder if that's why you bring him up. He's an incredible painter of sound, but he's not someone in fact, I would even go as far as to call him like inspiring to me in that regard, you know? And a very, very good example of why I'm even having this back and forth with Fly Guy here. Because in no way is Kevin Shields virtuosic, but I would say he's a legendary guitar player, you know? But it's mostly because of his, ability to paint with sound. I mean, he does play the guitar, quote unquote, properly. He does play. He does use interesting, I think, tunings and chords, but it's like most of the work being done is like on his tremolo. Um, no, Fly Guy, it's not the same, and it doesn't make sense. I mean, it does, and it doesn't at the same time. It's like, would you how if I didn't learn the that's what I'm saying right now too about Kevin Shields is like it's like all in the tremolo work and it's all in the like effects work that makes his guitar playing legendary. But when you watch Kevin Shields playing, he literally looks like this. All the tremolo and the effects. Well, because then you'll see him doing stuff like, with the whammy bar. Or if I'm playing the way I'm playing, the freak way of playing. Fly Guy, now you're just being retarded. Um, right, though. Yeah, came in and says, yes, that's why I brought him up. Well, yeah, thank you. You get it. Fly Guy says, lol, if you don't understand, I guess we could confirm a logic blind spot, lol. Use a better example. I mean, flipping the guitar over and using it as a drum is not learning how to play the guitar because you're not playing any strings, my friend. I play with strings. Which is playing the guitar. It's just not playing the guitar properly. So I'm saying now you're just being retarded. You know what I mean? Charlie Basati says, "Flag guy, you're wrong as fuck in your arguments on this matter are dumb. Enough of this shit." Well, that's why it's fun. I don't mind an argument coming up, actually, because this is what it looks like when I'm arguing. I guess you guys get to see what an argument looks like. I don't really even consider it a guitar. I mean, I don't guitar. I don't even consider it an argument though because it's like the flipping the guitar that like no that part I've been pretty much agreeing. I've been, you know, almost like I've been basically agreeing with you as much as I can this whole time and understanding where you're coming from. But now you're just being retarded, dude. Like if flipping the guitar over, it's like no, that's just a bad example. Like that's just a bad comparison, you know. I'm not saying you don't have a point in your general like point. Your point here is noted, and honestly, I agree. It's about skill. It's about skill, but it's not a. That's just not a proper comparison. You know, it's like you're being purposefully like obtuse. You might laugh at flipping the guitar and using it as a drum, but how do you think a real guitarist will think when you play backwards and upside down? Well, like I said, I mean, I don't know if it makes it inherently worse to play improperly. If you can flip it backwards and play it upside down, it's a party trick. But if that's the only way you can play, then you don't know how to play. I'm saying down guitar and comparing hands to feet was a pretty bad comparison. Okay, well, guess what? I'm pretty sure Fly Guy and guitar and Carrot are the same person. So cool insight. Lamau, lol. Okay. It's not a bad comparison because, like, if I make good paintings with my feet, they're still good. I've still learned how to play guitar. I mean, I've still learned how to paint. But if I learned how to play properly with my, if I don't have to keep justifying this. If I learned to paint properly with my hands, what if it was shit? What then? You'd be like, oh well, at least you're painting properly. Like I says, I'm not nitpicking. That's what it is. Yeah, no worries, you guys. Fucking, you can head in and out and like. Oh, by the way, Jonathan Basanti, I do really like Tom Morello. But again, hey, guess who? Hey, guess who paints with sound? Tom Morello. What do you think? People are listening to? They love those Tom Morello solos because they're so fucking virtuosic and amazing. No, it's because of how it sounds, the effects that he uses. You know, no one goes, oh, you know that part in the Rage Against the Machine song that goes, they go, oh, that Rage Against the Machine song. I love that one part in the Rage Against the Machine song that goes like this. And people will still look you. They will look you dead in the eyes and tell you Tom Morello is one of the best Tom Morello is one of the best guitarists of all time. You know, I'm right. Like, so if he made that sound, if he made those sounds with his fucking feet, it wouldn't matter. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know, man. It just sounds to me like TI nitpicking versus TE, like, end result. I don't know how else to like explain it. You know what I mean? It's like you're not learning I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just that it's like, again, it's like people will look you dead in the eyes and say Tom Morello is one of the best guitarists of all time. And the sounds that he's making, I mean, he is an impressive guitarist, like in a technical sense, not entirely, but like, yes, he plays quote unquote properly and he, he can certainly make interesting sounds that are like, I mean, I would consider him to be slightly virtuosic, right? Maybe even probably a little bit more than Kevin Shields, but he's incredibly reliant on the effects. And it's not it's not like the melodies really of his. So one of my favorite guitar solos of all time is from Johnny Greenwood from Radiohead on "Go to Sleep." And I'm not saying like I'm as good as these guitarists, but I can genuinely say that with the help of effects, I can make things that sound amazing. You know what I mean? So if it's like if I'm playing you a song, if you know, with the guitar upside down, like have I not just played you a song that is musical in nature? And like it just makes no fucking sense, like the argument you're trying to make. I get the skill thing, but the you're it's like you're totally not looking at the other at like the big kind of like the big picture here, you know? Again, which is ultimately it's like we've made no progress. Like it's whether it sounds bad or good. Carrot says, well, yeah, Feliga says no, the comparison with the feet and hands. I know what you're talking about. Carrot says you sound good, but it might be different to a guitarist. Sure. That exactly. Feliga says what you're doing now, it's like you're painting a painting with your feet. Making a song backwards on guitar is like painting a painting with your feet. It is. That's why I made that comparison. Carrot says play with your soul, Soul King. Feliga says it doesn't mean you don't know how to hold the paintbrush with your hands. It means you can make a painting, but you don't know how to paint with your hands. Okay, that is close. That's what I'm saying. Fly Guy says you can make a song in strum, but you don't know how to actually play. You can't be taught. You can't teach others. Okay. Fly Guy says you are limiting yourself by more than just skill. It's just it's skill versus quality. You know. Um. You know. I do, and yes, Lady Lou, I do need to take the that attitudinal test. Um, I've been putting it off forever. I had Peter Dentage. I have Peter Dentage getting on me every time we talk about it. Every time he goes in, he's like, "Did you take the attitudinal test yet? Did you take the attitudinal psyche test yet?" And I'm just like, "No, I have to." Now Lady Lou's telling me, "Nah, but I need to." Also, she says, Also, if the goal is to make music, you're already doing it. Stop second guessing yourself, bud. Well, yeah, facts. It's just getting hung up on the semantics. I mean, I honestly don't mind. I mean, it's an interesting conversation, and like, Fly Guy says you can make. Oh, I already read that. Fly Guy says, yeah, but if I can make a painting with my feet, I wouldn't make the mistake of saying I can paint one with my hands. That's why I say I can play guitar, but I'm not a guitarist. Even though I could if I wanted to, couldn't I? I mean, someone painting that they're painting with their feet. Someone who's people are being loud upstairs, my bad. But when you know, I'm not saying I can play it properly. The thing you're saying, you're saying, yeah, but if I could make a painting with my feet, I wouldn't make the mistake of saying I can paint one with my hands. I'm not saying I can play guitar properly. So that's what the mistake you're making is that I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that I can paint. I'm just saying that I can play guitar in my own way, just like a painter paints paintings, just like a painter can paint paintings with their feet. But if they're good, it really doesn't matter that if they could make them with their hands better, it does matter in a sense. That's why I agree with you that it's like, and indeed skill is a predictor of quality. But I mean, it's just getting hung up on semantics at this point. It's like anyway, but if it's just give a ton stop box, yeah, exactly. Fly guy says, well, that's what you're doing when you say you know how to play guitar, but you're too insecure to pick it up and play it properly because you would be a first day beginner. It's not insecurity. It's just that it's just laziness. It really is. Um, yeah, it's definitely not insecurity. It's just out of wanting being impatient, being lazy and impatient, you know? I mean, if you wanna shit on me for my work ethic, go ahead, but that's I mean, it's like but that's kind of the problem too, it's like it's kind of just like bad work ethic, like, ugh, it's wanting the end result where it's like, I know I can make good sounds the way that I play now. So, I wind up just going back to the same old way that I play. Not saying it's the right thing to do, but, I think you get it at this point. Like I says, you've made music, you made a song, but you don't know how to make the tool. You're too focused on if it's good or bad. Boba Fett is coming. I'm talking about if your musical ideas are communicatable, teachable, shareable, able to build upon. Hmm. I might need to take that test. No, I don't know. It's a long test because you take the test fun. Your music is good, and if you wanted to learn it, it wouldn't be a waste. Oh well, thank you, Carrot. Like I says, well, I don't think it's an unimportant distinction. Um, no, I don't know. This which exactly though? Like what exact distinction are you talking about here? Just between skill and quality or something else? Hmm. Ah, okay. Yeah. That Fly Guy says that playing guitar backwards is not the same thing as playing guitar. Well, I mean, I agree to an extent because like I said, I don't call myself a guitarist, you know? Like it says I can't call you a B-level guitarist or any level of guitarist if you only play backwards. Well, again, that word guitarist, I mean, I play guitar. I play guitar, I can play songs, and I can write my own songs and play my own songs. So what is that? It's like what would you call that? The only reason if I ever get insecure with like professionals is because I do know that it is limiting to some extent. Um I don't know if they would necessarily feel that way, but probably if I feel that way. And but I mean that's pretty much it. Like I says, an inverted guitarist. Okay, fine, fair enough. Well, okay, that's funny. See, there's that Fly Guy sense of humor that's funny. It's funny, and it's funny because it's true, I guess, but it's still it's like, you know, my goodness, much ado about nothing. Okay, fine. So you can be here in the chat reminding everyone if when I'm playing guitar, he's not a real guitarist. He's an inverted guitarist. I get what you mean though, dude. Real guitarists learn to play guitar the proper way. Hence why I don't really call myself a guitarist. You know, I'm a musician, but I'm not a guitarist per se. I guess is lol, do you think I would? Nah. No, I don't. I was just joking, like, because to me, the only reason that it would really like, I don't know, matter, it basically is if you were to like if it was a competition or something. Do you know what I mean? That to me would only be when it matters. Like I could imagine if like like if someone wanted to if I put out an album, right? And I wrote the album you playing the way that I do now and someone wanted to like shit on me or like take me down a peg, they would say they would say he you know, it's like the guitar playing on this album is it's like the guitar playing on this album is good. However, um one can only whatever, you get the point. It's like you're gonna call me say I'm not a real guitarist because I play it, you know, well, yeah, technically it's backwards and upside down. Yeah, it's like, but they said that sound or the guitar playing is good, or at least maybe not the guitar playing is good, but like it sounds good. It would be like someone gives I put out an album, they give me 3 out of 5 stars, and they go, well, one can only compliment the man so much because he's, after all, not a real guitarist. Like, it would have to be more specific than that, though, because it would have to be, let's say I put out an album of all guitar, it's just me playing guitar. Then that would be the review, to take me down a peg. Especially if people really liked it or even loved it. Let me be the one to remind you guys CJ's not a real guitarist. He's an inverted guitarist. You know what I mean? In other words, he's not that great. Okay. Fly Guy says, I was only interested in the topic because you seemed interested in improving and frustrated about how to move forward. Fly Guy says, in learning anything, the fundamentals are most important. Well, yeah, I mean, I agree with both of those things that you said. I'm not necessarily frustrated. It's just I was just explaining my point of view on it. Like, you know, the idea of like playing and then having it be noticed that I play in this, you know, upside down, backwards way. But um, it's true though that it's limiting to a degree. So, and I do think that skill is one of the only one of the only reliable predictors of quality. So it would be fair to say, I've become skilled at playing guitar improperly, but does that make me unskilled? No. It just makes me a skilled inverted guitarist, you know? But unskilled compared to a proficient guitarist, skilled compared to someone who doesn't know anything, perhaps. Well, wouldn't, but that's something. That is still something good, though. Um, you know what I'm saying? But it's true. I can't compete with Eddie Van Halen, and not even just because um I'm necessarily bad at playing guitar. It's because I can't do as many things as him, you know? So yeah, I mean, it is limiting, you know? I mean, it's a good discussion because, it prompts me to say, all right, well, time to fucking, really try to learn it the other way, even though it doesn't, give me that end result, like that satisfying, like, because all that it's done for years now is just wire my playing in this certain way that is, inherently limiting. That's why it's like it is a funny argument, but it does get into semantics, I think, when it's like, well, you're an inverted guitarist. I mean, it's like, okay, fine, but that just sounds like something, a guitarist would say if they wanted to give me a hard time, or or to debate the legitimacy of my playing. You know what I mean? And that's the precise thing that, it's like maybe that's the in when if I can ever get insecure, it would be because of something like that, you know? Um, of course, in the end though, I don't really care if someone that wouldn't bother me that much. What would bother me is they if they thought it was bad, you know? Like, so like if take that 3-star review, right? And let's make it a 1-star review, right? They gave me a fucking 1-star review. Well, you know why that would be? Not only because it's like I'm not only an illegitimate guitar player, but it sounds bad. You know? That's what's important to me. I wouldn't care as much if it was a 3-star review. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you still liked the songs. And you know what I mean? That's a pretty good way of explaining it, I think. Do you think that's just a prioritization of some kind that itself is illegitimate, you know? Because I think it's like I tend to measure the quality of something based on the end product. Like I think Kevin Shields and Tom Morello were good examples, even though they do almost approach virtuosic. It's like they do play quote unquote properly and they do approach virtuosic, but the things that make them great is how they paint with sound, not so much how they play. It gets into a lot of like tricky discernment stuff, but again, right, it's like the thing of the guitar. He goes, "Yeah, it is somehow illegitimate." Like, I guess pop songs can sound good, but you could never call them Mozart. That's true. But I actually love, like, the simplicity of pop music, you know? Wow, damn, we dropped a lot of viewers. I think it's because they all hopped over to the Gen X Xennial. I don't think I think this is a good conversation, at least for me. or and hopefully both of us, Fly Guy. But um, yeah, it's an important distinction, I guess, to sort of. But it's like, sure, it makes me skilled at being a quote unquote inverted guitarist. I mean, but like I said, I think, wouldn't you say though that it would be more important, like in the 1 star review? It's like, got my sister upstairs being wicked loud. My bad. But how important is it to just how important of a distinction is it really if so and so gives me a a 3-star review versus a 1 star review? The point at which I would say it would matter in the realest sense possible would be, if you're saying, it's bad because of how he plays. You know what I mean? Like, it could be it's how he plays and it's bad. you know, it could, or as specific as it's bad because of how he plays. But if you're giving me like a 3-star review and you're saying, well, he's not a real guitarist, that just sounds like, okay, but you still liked the album. You know what I mean? But I do hear what you're saying about the pop songs and Mozart. Very true. Mm, yeah. Sorry. I'm just eating some saltines real quick. But yeah. Truth and reality. Fly Guy says, I guess reviews are subjective and purists will think one way and casual listeners will think something different. And even between those groups, there will be various impressions. Indeed. Oh, you're right. It's like, well, if I'm even a little bit insecure about it, then why not at least do something to fix it? And furthermore, you know, to become quote unquote truly skilled at it, and if I want to become quote unquote truly skilled at playing guitar, then again I should learn then the same thing. I should learn to play it quote unquote properly. You know what I mean? But yeah. I guess that sort of in a way then comes down to how good I want to be at guitar. I think what it comes down to is the ability to convey the sounds that I want to convey. And there is a sense with the way that I play now that I can't fully convey the sounds that I want to convey, and without at least with now if I use I mean I can, it's fine, like I said, it's just like it's fine now, but like, and if I use effects it can be good and even great. um perhaps even amazing. I'm just kidding, but for real, perhaps even amazing. But if I do have that that sense of that limit there, then why not push it, like I says, I had to refresh the stream. No, yeah, I was just agreeing with what you were saying, and then I was saying how it kind of comes down to how good I actually want to be at playing guitar, and um, whether or not basically I could still make something amazing with the way that I play now, especially with the help of effects. However, it is definitely true that if it's something that makes me even a little bit insecure with professional guitarists, and it's something that makes me, you know, like, um, in some way inherently less skilled than a proper guitarist, or at least, or not even necessarily that, but more so, if I feel as though I'm capped out at a certain level, I'm capped out here when I could be here, then why not push it? Both are excellent reasons to push further and actually become good at at guitar because I want to be good at music. You know what I mean? It's like, which I think I am, but it's like if I want to be better at music, you know what I mean? There should be like a perpetual striving towards goodness. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna get more coffee. I'll be right back. Yo. No, I'm back. I just muted it for a second because I put the computer down. I just got back though. Let me just catch up with the chat real quick here. Oops, hold on one sec. Fly Guy says the Fly Guy says lots of musicians are self-taught and people learn in many ways, but it is doubtless that the best musicians are classically trained. These instruments were created with the system in mind. After all, it was what it is what they were designed for. I probably should just see what's going on in Gen X. I don't know if you're talking to me or Fly Guy, but yeah. Fly Guy is getting Oh yeah, it's all good. Fly Guy. Chris Chapin. How do you pronounce it? Chapin or Chapin? Fly Guy. If you used guitar to hit a drum, I would call it a mallet. If you used guitar to stop the frets with your fingers and pluck the strings, regardless of which hand, I would still call it guitar. Fly Guy says, what guitar is was never in question. Chris Chapin says, well, what I mean is it still ought to be called quote unquote playing guitar if the means of sound production are different, but the orientation of the instrument in relation to the player is. That's an interesting, yeah. The orientation of the instrument in relation to the player. That's basically the conversation here. Well, there's all sorts of guitars. Plugging the strings. Difficulties. It is true that it's a bit that it can be a bit limiting, though. Chris says CJ plays really well and a lot of interesting stuff. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate that. That's really nice. Yeah, I mean, I can. It's like that's why I was saying I don't know if how much you caught, Chris, but it's like that's why I understand that there's like a. I don't necessarily call myself a quote unquote guitarist. I just say that quote unquote play guitar. It's because I know, yeah, but there is a sort of lower, there might be kind of a lower skill ceiling to playing how I do, but it's like if the end result is good, then that's really all I care about. Or man communicating in here. Self-taught is legit. So the schooled ones, I'm sure you know a few who went to Berkeley. Yeah, true. You had to audition just to get in, apparently. Yes, you do. I almost auditioned to go there for drums, but I didn't have the grades. I don't even think I was even close to having the grades. Berkeley's intense. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, though, for sure. I mean, to me, the worthwhileness of learning it the proper way would admittedly be because of what Fly Guy is getting at here, which is the skill level, to increase my skill level. And in the perpetual striving towards goodness, um, I must be willing to accept that should, I at the very least should do what will increase my skill level. It is just sometimes a daunting task because it's like, or it comes across as a daunting task because it's so tempting to just play the way that I want to play, the way that I've learned to play, which is, quote unquote improper, to just get the just to just get it out there, you know what I mean? To just get the sound out there. But to me, honestly, the uniqueness thing of it is irrelevant. It's the goodness that matters, you know what I mean? So if I can increase my goodness in exchange for the uniqueness of it, it's like I don't care about that, you know what I mean? Unique very much so does not always mean good. But like, yeah, there are nuances to all of this though. Like I was wanted to watch the Go to Sleep Live, Radiohead Go to Sleep Live, the solo that Johnny Greenwood does. It's just like basically noise. It's like an anti solo, but it's one of my favorite solos of all time, or at least live solos that I've seen of all time. And Chris Drummond says, "Huh, that is true." Yeah. Well, I mean, I tend to think of it like movies, right? Like there are a lot of movies that I know and maybe even like that are unique, but not so much the uniqueness of it that makes me especially love it. Like if I'm to say that I love something, it's like it's better be good. It can't just be unique. It has to also be good. You know what I mean? But it gets pretty subjective at points, but it's also like I do think that there is like such a thing as objective quality. I mean, and one of the ways that we measure objective quality is through measuring skill. Now, I mean, but it was getting silly though when me and Fly Guy, it was like the distinction between a guitarist and an inverted guitarist. I mean, what I was saying, which I think is pretty funny and true, to be honest. No, I'm just kidding, but for real, I do think it's pretty funny and true. Is like I only really care like if I put out an album, right, and it was all just me playing the guitar, like it's like a showcase of my guitar playing, um, and someone gives me a 3-star review and they say, um, "Oh, well, they don't play properly, so let's not get too carried away." You know what I mean? I would just sort of be like, "Okay, that's just someone trying to take me down a peg or something like that." You know what I mean? But if someone gave me a 1-star review, it would depend, of course, because you never know what the reality of the situation is. Like if they're just doing it out of spite, but if they really genuinely, because you have to say, okay, well, they gave me a 3-star review though, so why? So clearly, it's still good to it's good to some degree. You might take issue with how I play, but you still like the overall sound or whatever, the songs, the album, the music, the album. And like, but if someone gives me a 1-star review and says, He doesn't even play properly, and it sounds bad, that, whether it be because of that or just as a separate or just, you know, 2 different things, you know, well, then then in my opinion, it's a problem, you know what I mean? Like, then it becomes a real problem, but yeah, I don't know, something like that, I don't know. Fly Guy says, "Lol, it's not silly because the 2 things are massively different despite the apparent difference being small." I think it's more relevant in a technical sense, though it does have some bearing on a certain skill level. I do admit that. What I'm saying is basically back to the painting example, which is like the painting that the painting made with his feet doesn't cease to be good because he made it with his feet. Um, you know, the valid thing to say there would be like, well, okay, maybe it could be better if they paint with their hands, sure, in terms of skill, but it's not. It's like they've mastered a skill though that still. Put it this way, if I can make better music than the next person, even playing how I do, then that's enough for me, you know? And I think I can do that at this point, but it's like if I but not, but to increase my skill level, you know, that's like a different matter, you know what I mean? You can ride your bike back where Fly Guy says it's like wait, okay, Chris Chapman says the worst would be giving it 3 stars and saying at least it was novel regardless of if it's good. Yeah, I know. Well, then I would have to question the legitimacy of the I'd be like, "Well, then you don't really like it then." You know what I mean? Um, like I says, if it's like if you can ride on your bike backwards and get to the destination, and you can ride normally and get to the destination, but going there is completely different. Uh, Chris Jabin says, or if they think it was good. Sorry, I missed that part. Because it was good, or if they think it was good. You're saying the worst would be giving it a 3 star and saying at least it was novel, regardless if it's good or if they think it was good. Yeah, it's basically the same thing. Like I would say, yeah, well but then you must not have really liked it then. You know what I mean? Like I would say that's an incorrect 3 star review. You know what I mean? Like I was like, okay, well, it would be more proper to give it 1 or 2 stars. You know what I mean? Fly Guy says you can play, but I don't know. I'm not trying to fire shots at anyone, but Fly Guy says you can play better than talking with famous people or something who doesn't care to be better, but you want to play someone who wants to be really good. But he would have an easier time teaching me his songs and how he plays, and I could share mine with him. True. Boba Fett says he's NE. They're just like winging it. Yeah, true. Or they just like winging it. Yeah. That's true. It's just that but the skill level thing and well, and also Fly Guy is touching on something else here, which is sort of a different thing, which is about, like, teachability. Again, not even so much a metric that I even considered, but something to consider for sure. Boba Fett says they cannot practice. No chance. They just cannot. Like I says, no shade to him. He says no shade to him. He says himself, and he said to Boba even that he doesn't care about being good. He just cares about doing his own music. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what's most important at the end of the day. But I wouldn't. That's nothing to do with like. How do I explain it? Like, hmm. Because it's like of course, right? What is being good at something? I mean, I think he's able to write pretty good songs. I think I can write decent songs, but like it's pretty easy to just say like, "Oh, I don't care about being good. I just care about doing my own music." Like, but it's like they're pretty good. I mean, like his song. It's like, but the songs are pretty good. It's like clearly there is some level of caring about whether or not it's good. You know what I mean? You might even say that him caring about if his songs are good or not has no bearing on whether or not the songs are actually good. How about that? What do you guys think about that? In fact, that's actually what can be so painful about about art, at least in the example of when you think you're making something really good and it gets torn to pieces by people. You know what I mean? In fact, I might even go as far as to say it's one of the main reasons why people don't release their art or whatever they are doing. You know, they don't release their quote unquote art. No, but you know, their art. Their art. Aesthetics, dude. What exactly is aesthetics vibes? What's up, Karma's pimp? He said, "Yeah, aesthetics, dude." I'm just like, what? Everything is about aesthetics, dude. So funny and good. So funny and good. Um, like I said, fear of failure, fear of success. Hmm. Oh, there's also stuff about him probably saying it in, yeah, huh? Like in a defensive way. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's like who doesn't care about if their stuff is good? You know what I mean? I mean, that's when it gets really interesting, is if it's like you really just don't care if it's good or not.
Thank you. Something for the dragon bone over my dead body. Something big is gonna happen over my dead body. I'm gonna go to sleep and let hands watch over me. I will want a monster take it over. So it's time down. Time
Fuck yeah. That was the performance I was telling you guys about. We were saying like that's one of my favorite live solos I've ever seen, and it's it's just noises. Like you're gonna tell me he has to like play properly to like make that sound? It's all effects. Funny enough, that's Radiohead's "Go to Sleep" and it's live. I think I don't know if it's on Jules Holland or something. No, it's not. It's just from actually
22 riders.
the thing that sucks is that they didn't put the solo on record. It's like I'm not even that crazy about the song. It's a good song, but like what always gets me is this live performance, and it's mostly just the ending of this live performance. Interesting though that you guys were curious. Yeah, I'm glad you guys asked because it's good stuff. Or like, I'm glad it. I can only assume you guys hopefully liked it. 1111, make a wish. Just kidding, but seriously. SE and NE are the most winging it functions. Doom, 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 doom. But yeah, that solo kicks ass, and it's debatable. It's what even is it? It's mostly just the effects pedals. Seems like it's not. It doesn't get much more specific than just the one. It just says Radiohead "Go to Sleep" live. It's Beacon Theater, New York City. It says at the beginning.
Thank you.
I'll link it in the chat if anyone wants to find it. Let's play that one more back. Let's listen to how that solo sounds. Okay. It's like, now you might say that's fucking stupid. But, when I was like 12 or 13, whenever I first saw that, I was like, that's the coolest fucking shit I've ever seen. And it's like, this stretches the capabilities of what a good guitar can do. It's like, well, it's all effects pedals. It's like a glitching effect pedal. And the end result, it's not like it's the most unbelievable thing in the world, but it's fucking cool and badass for sure. You know what I mean? And obviously, like Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine, he does stuff like that all the time. Arguably with a bit more technical proficiency than the way that one comes out. That one's more chaotic, which I like because it's over that like kind of basic groove. So it has a way of sounding really fucking good. But you know how Tom Morello is. I mean, but yeah, I mean Johnny Greenwood, he's pretty virtuosic in his own right, just as a musician in general. So you'd be hard pressed not to. I mean, I think he's one of the better guitarists. You'd be hard pressed to find a better guitarist than Johnny Greenwood. Maybe if you're still streaming, the Gen X and he'll need some moral support before he has an aneurysm. Bro, you gotta hear more than Creep. That song is so cringe that they didn't even want to play it for years and years. Even though it basically made them what they were or what they could become. they showed no loyalty to it for a very long time. And I don't think it was just because of how popular it was. I think they genuinely found it to be a juvenile and derivative song. However, in recent years, they finally started playing it live. Yay! I mean, the albums from him had changed my life when I was basically when I was like a teenager. Were OK Computer and Kid A. You know what you might like though? You know what you should do? Give the Bends a try. Creep is off Pablo Honey. That album's not that great, but the Bends is a massive jump in quality. Check out the Bends, and then check out OK Computer, and then check out Kid A. You also might like In Rainbows. That's a good one too. That is for me the the trilogy is OK Computer, Kid A, and Rainbows, followed closely by the Bends. I could see that being a lot of people. I know a lot of people who will admit that the Bends is much more their speed. Once you get into OK Computer, it gets pretty like epic. And to me, I don't really but it is a lot more focused on I mean, they're not the most uplifting band. I mean, they're kind of depressing, you know? Epic, but also pretty depressive. But Kid A is a full-fledged so-called legendary left turn into electronic music. But let's be real, it's more like electronic inspired rock and even ambient inspired rock and like I always think of it as them going into outer space with that one. Even the album art and the way that it sounds itself, it sounds like it comes from another planet. which is why most people tend to consider at least the sort of like elitists, always are like Kid A is the best. I've always been a sucker for OK Computer, but as I've gotten older, Kid A is amazing. I mean, they've always been they're two basically pretty perfect records, but Kid A though, I mean, it's very unique. Um, World class shredder. Well, hello, host Eric. Salutations. Creep may be juvenile, but it's not derivative. Um, they definitely seemed to think that. I mean, and it did come out in the grunge era, and I mean that's what a lot of people say. And finally, the chord progression, they actually had to pay royalties to the band The Hollies because it's the same chord progression as the Hollies song "The Air That I Breathe." I think it's called. I've never even really listened to it, but you might be right. I mean, a lot of people like Creep, even people you wouldn't like sort of expect. You know what I mean? It's because it's the song that it somehow managed to, hit that zeitgeist, capture the inner loner in everybody, no matter who you are, in a very like sort of simple, memorable way, but it does. They did have to. They I mean, yeah, there are a lot of reasons, but they didn't even like the the song, you know what I mean? Or at least, they grew to disdain it with a certain pretentious in a certain pretentious fashion. But like I said, in recent years, they've come to embrace it and play it and finally play it live. I'm saying they stopped playing it live like soon. You know what I mean? Like they stopped playing it soon after it got popular. Tom York, he's just like, I don't want to play it anymore. You know what I mean? Don't want to play that fucking song. Fucking sucks. We're Radiohead. We're the biggest rule breakers in music. That song is fucking juvenile and derivative. But then, like 20 years later, they're just like, he's like, okay. They're just like, okay, we'll be humble now and play Creep. I don't blame them though, because that song just like fucking overshadowed, like, it tends to overshadow so much conversation to the point that it's like a meme, you know? There was a meme once that was like, there was a popular meme format in the 2016 election, I think, where it was Bernie Sanders and um, Hillary Clinton, and the format was essentially that Bernie Sanders says the cool thing, and that Hillary Clinton says you know, the quote unquote safe thing or something like that. So in other words, it was two. It would be two posters of theirs, and it would be like, on Radiohead's. This was a one that was actually made, and it was like on Radiohead. Bernie Sanders has like a paragraph that could have been written by a music reviewer about OK Computer and Kid A. Kid A, they're phenomenal touchstones in rock music and music in general. And then Hillary Clinton's just simply says, "I like the song Creep." So it's very much well established that that's that there are essentially two different types of approaches to Radiohead. There's they've made some of the best shit of all time, and I like the song Creep. You know what I mean? Funny enough, there are even people who are the most contrarian of contrarian, who, in spite of knowing their quote unquote deeper cuts, which really aren't so deep, any especially not nowadays, not especially not anymore. Not nowadays. Especially not nowadays. But anyway, that would be to say that Pablo Honey and Creep, that's the ultimate big brain take, is that Creep is their best work. It's like, yeah, I've listened to all of their stuff that everyone thinks is really good, and I still think Creep is their best song. That's like the ultimate hot take. They're pretty archetypal in that way, like not everyone can say that. Like one of the closer bands that I think to compare Radiohead to, other than literally like the Beatles, are probably more specifically Pink Floyd. And it's not like there's like a single Pink Floyd that people there's not like a single Pink Floyd song that people really point to, is there? Where they're like, I like this song. Maybe Comfortably Numb or Wish You Were Here or something like that. But come to think of it, not even any of the songs on Dark Side of the Moon, which is like their biggest album, you know? So the Creep thing is just funny. And I think the title of it just makes it kind of funny. Because it's just like, yeah, I'm 12 years old and I like the Joker, you know? Creep. That's my theme song. It's just like synonymous with a kind of cringy edgelord's first, 101 kind of like thing. But anyway, my point is that it's kind of a meme. I can't really think of another artist or like band that has such a distinct two groups where one person only knows their biggest hit and then another person knows all of their stuff, and they're considered one of the best bands of all time. It's strange. It's basically the difference between casual radio listeners and like people who read like music journalism. I'll admit that I was that kid, like who, I mean, I was interested in reviews, and I've always been since I was a kid, like interested in the conversation surrounding the albums and the movies. Reception, paying attention to reception. I always thought that conversation was interesting. They inadequately value NI. It was more than 4 chords you're showing up. Oh, Woody Guthrie first said that? I always attributed it to, like, Lou Reed. I bet he Oh, no, he said something slightly different, but yeah. No, okay, it's just similar quotes. Lou Reed said something like, "More than 3 chords, you're getting into jazz." I mean, yeah, more than 4 chords, you're just showing off. I like that. Those people like REM reject their good hooky shit as not divergent. Oh, right, yeah, it is kind of like stupid. It's like it is kind of anti-NI bullshit. Well, that's the thing. Creep was resonant in like an NI kind of way. Like it went beyond like FI. It went into NI. Like we can all relate to the inner creep, right? But they would reject that in favor of uh they might be, I mean, Tom York is probably some like an INFP or something, so, like, "I'm not doing that song anymore, it fucking sucks." The lame thing. It can be the lame thing. I mean, in the case of Radiohead, though, I think they had a point, but I think they were being a bit pretentious in not in rejecting the song so much and not embracing it. But like I said, they have in recent years. Probably because they've gotten older and, all right, you guys want to hear Creep? All right, we'll play it. But yeah, the same thing with REM. Stand. It's REM's best song. Funny enough, I think what's his name is he usually gets typed INFP too. Pink Floyd. Not a Pink Floyd fan, huh? They are very overrated though. I've always thought that they're very overrated. Casual radio listening is morally wrong. Garbage. Yeah, I never really listened to Garbage in general, but also this band specifically. The jazz quotes from Lou Reed. Not me. I'm not a creep. I do belong here. I don't wish to have a perfect body. My soul's fine the way it is. The anti creep song. Michael Stipe. Ugh. Ugh. Horrible. You know who I bet you would hate, Eric, is that band My Chemical Romance. I'm sensing a pattern here. I know you particularly dislike Billy Corgan from Smashing Pumpkins. Well, you ought to check out Gerard Way from My Chemical Romance. Of course, I'm not so sure that Gerard Way has ever really engaged in any kind of publicly cringy behavior. So you might not have as much of a problem with that. What do you think about Tim Burton movies? You don't like David Lynch either. Yeah, you're pretty consistent in this regard. Is it the emo thing? I never really liked stuff that was quote unquote emo when I was a kid. If it could be sold in a hot topic shop, I usually wouldn't like it. But it's funny because I tend to like I do like some darker stuff and I do like some stuff that's even like goth, you know? But people would say, "Well, what's the difference?" Same thing. It's like, no, they're very different. Like I like a lot of like mostly like 80s goth stuff. Mostly like post-punk, like the most obvious of which being something like Joy Division or something like that. What do you think about Joy Division and New Order? That's a good see because I bet Eric, I bet you'd be more inclined to say, well, New Order actually had like good pop songs, right? Are you a pop apologist? There's a term for that actually. It's called in the tens actually. There was a so-called resurgence or even not a resurgence, an emergence of the phrase poptimism, coined by music journalists who essentially would discuss the reframing of what exactly pop is. Now, there's a guy named John Mouse who I've brought up like almost I bring up too much. But he actually has a really excellent interview with Pitchfork, one of my favorite interviews of all time, probably spliced with some of my favorite all live performances of all time. And he talks about pop as being like the vehicle through which we communicate, and that's how he like approaches his music. Now, it's not for everybody, but he does incorporate, funny enough, a little bit of it's gothic, post-punk, synth pop. Um, and he's classically trained. He's also a philosopher. And he's probably an ENTP. I think he's an ENTP. I think the way he communicates is incredibly NE. But he doesn't have the he has a shyness though, and like a way that he speaks that isn't exactly um like it's not the way that like you communicate, Eric. It's because it's like he almost has an INTJ-ish way of how he communicates, but he's very he's like a very nice guy though. Like you'll see his FE come out, he'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Like he's from the Midwest, so like put it that way. He's kind of like, "Oh, geez, it's like no harm, no foul." I don't. He'll say, "I don't know a lot." He does these things, but I always attribute it to being more like an ENTP than anything. Like if you had to just squarely pop a type on him, I'd just be like, he's an ENTP. He cares way too much. He's so yeah, technical and like all of that. Where did everyone land? Where does everyone land on Zizek? Because that brings to mind like Slavoj, whatever we pronounce his fucking name, Slavoj Zizek. People say he's an ENTP, but I remember seeing a comment on something once that was like, "Yeah, he's an ENTP, but he's an embarrassment." He was like, "He's an embarrassment to the ENTP, community. He's a charlatan." Noam Chomsky certainly thinks as much. Noam Chomsky went as far as to say that he found that there was nothing there in Zizek. Right, exactly. Eric says he's a bad ENTP. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Nice though. You're a optimist. Oh, it's Andy Tim Burton. Yeah. He makes some interesting points about certain things, but he's more of a novelty. I think he's like more of a humorist. Like like for example, the kind of insight that he'll offer is this one, and it's one of like the bigger ones that I liked, which was literally just about the movie Full Metal Jacket. And he says, actually funny enough, um this is actually a pretty good reference because I feel like what he's talking about is almost like the ENTP approach. Joker, right? Private Joker in Full Metal Jacket. Zizek talks about how he had a detached, the only way that he was able to get through the war was by having a sort of quote unquote ironic detachment, um, from the horrors at hand, and that essentially the first two halves of the movie, when you get private, Gomer Pyle, he, I guess he makes the very Zizekian leap to say that his problem was that he took it sincerely, and the reason that essentially Joker makes it, and I don't want to spoil anything, but it's like, yeah, essentially the reason why Joker makes it out alive, makes it out the whole process of the whole process alive, is because of his kind of ironic detachment to the horrors at hand. And I do feel like his Private Joker character in that movie kind of is pretty ENTP esque. So it's kind of like talking about it's kind of like an ENTP talking about how an ENTP would cope with war by having a Private Joker like ironic detachment from um the war itself. It's like that's how you survive. That's how an ENTP survives in war. By just being like, I'm here to be skilled and I'm funny, so boy howdy, I'm gonna make it. Meanwhile, you've got Gomer Pyle, who's probably some kind of IXFP, completely fails to. I mean, you know, just just awful. Man, that movie's rough. Full Metal Jacket is rough. But you have to wonder. That's funny, huh? But then remember when towards the end he gets like really good. What's that all about? Even Arlie Army like, "Damn, you're really good now, son." And then he's just like, "Yep, it's too late though. He's fucking crazy. He's only using that gun to fucking murder, murder, murder." Meanwhile, Private Joke is just like, dude, you've got to fucking get it together. You're fucking everything up for you and everyone else. You know, probably ENTP. But yeah, what the fuck is Gomer Pyle's deal? He's like, honestly, sadly, probably INFP. But we don't get that much information about him. Plus, he seems like a real dullard, which isn't exactly. I feel like INFPs usually manifest as a lot more bright. So that's why I almost want to say ISFP, but I feel like you would think that an ISFP might fare better in war because of their SE. You know what I mean? Put it this way, my grandfather, who is an INFP, he was in the war for a little while, and he had to dip out, and and then he actually wrote a book about it. He writes books, and it's like that's what an INFP does in war. He titled the memoir "Bugging Out." So like, I sort of find that interesting. You know, it's like everyone has it's like, yeah, you know, you can't hack it in war. That'd be an interesting list though to see what type does worst and best in war. But you have to figure it's gonna, yeah, it's like Polar SE INFP over here. RIP. You would think the ENTP is gonna do a better job because first of all, they might not take it so seriously, and they have like just enough SE to like really carry them through. You know what I mean? But anyway, what's up, Carrot? Oh yeah, Eric says. Oh, Eric also doesn't like Noam Chomsky. He says, I'm sure I think he's talking about Zizek here. He sells tickets to commie lectures to richer college kids so he can bang co-eds and buy more cocaine. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with Zizek, with his sniffing and everything. I think he just has ticks though. Right though, Carrot perfectly explains it. I like Tim Burton too. It's like Disney but for goth kids. That's why I don't like it. I'm just kidding. I like some Tim Burton. I feel like his best movies are Edward Scissorhands and Ed Wood, especially Ed Wood. But even Ed Wood basically rewrites the story of a really tragic story of a schlock artist. Uh, uh, and he makes him into like an optimistic hero, like almost like ENFP-esque hero. Because Johnny Depp just nails it. They're the 2 Ed movies, and they're also the 2 Johnny Depp movies. Those are my favorites from Tim Burton so far. But yes, I know, surprisingly enough, I haven't seen Nightmare Before Christmas. Eric says Nightmare Before Christmas is best. I didn't even see Beetlejuice until I saw it at the drive-in with a friend of mine, like, almost 2 years ago now. Um, so a double feature of Beetlejuice and Gremlins. Uh, Beetlejuice is pretty good. Gremlins, I think, is horribly overrated. To the point that honestly, I don't even really like the movie that much. It's okay. I think Gremlins is like a very good example of like an okay movie. You know what I mean? Like a decent movie. Sweden has a great soundtrack. Nice, yeah. I should really watch it. You know what I'm talking about? INFJ or ENTP, I'm thinking. Tim Burton, yeah. Seen him typed as INFJ, or actually, I've seen him typed as INFP and INFJ, I think, but not ENTP. That's interesting to consider. Probably not totally far off. I have never seen an interview with Tim Burton. We like Jack and Sally if you want. Danny Elfman, though, very true. He makes good scores. He was in Oingo Boingo, and then he one of the best named bands of all time. And then he went on to become like one of the biggest score artists of all time. He makes great music. That's definitely that's for sure. He literally made the Simpsons theme song. Damn, that's deep about Sally's Lament. I can see it. Oh yeah, isn't Jack Skellington is probably an ENTP. You know what movie I was just watching? Actually, funny enough, it's somehow we oddly in a similar wheelhouse. I mean, they're both animated movies, but essentially Wes Anderson's Fantastic Mr. Fox, which I indeed thought was a pretty fantastic movie. It wasn't unbelievable, but it was pretty great. I was surprised I hadn't watched it yet. I thought it was excellent. And because I love Wes Anderson, but um yeah, Fantastic Mr. Fox was excellent, and I was thinking that the titular Mr. Fox is probably an ENTP. He's voiced by George Clooney, and he's got this very like casual cool guy demeanor, but not in the ESTP way, you know, like more like ENTP. He's kind of like he's a writer for the newspaper, and he's kind of quick with the. He's like kind of like the, you know, like the you might even say that because he's mostly known for his quick ideas and he improvises and stuff. He's totally ENTP in that now that I think about it. Um, you might want to check that one out, Eric. I'd be interested to see what you think about that because it's also pretty archetypal, like the way that because it's basically just about him and his family and like him assembling like a team to like tackle the problem of these evil farmers that are trying to take over the land, and so he's gonna use his fantastic Mr. Fox, right? He's gonna come save the day. So it's very like peak ENTP behavior. It kind of makes me think of like the way like poster boy, like ENTP poster boy vibes, kind of like Ferris Bueller, I think, is kind of like a poster boy ENTP. You know what I mean? Ferris Bueller from Fueler. Bueller. I think Ferris Bueller from Ferris Bueller's Day Off uh, a pretty archetypal poster boy representation of an ENTP. Okay, something Fox. Got it. Well, have you ever seen any Wes Anderson, Eric? Oh, I don't know if I said this already, but it's based on a Roald Dahl book. and he did. Did he do Willy Wonka? But yeah, it's called Fantastic Mr. Fox. The Mr. Fox is probably an ENTP, voiced by George Clooney. Sly ENTP, cool guy, Mr. Fox vibes. Amazingly, or like he does like a little catchphrase, he's like a whole thing. It's really good. It's amazing. He's an ENTP poster, but you know what? It's kind of a slow movie, Ferris Bueller. If you watch it now, it's like they pace shit faster these days. Man, they probably would. That just like adds to why I love that movie. That was one of the first movies that I think I really loved. Um, I know what you mean because it's a lot of it's almost like a hangout movie. You're just like chilling with the gang, with the squad. I feel like they are my friends. You know what I mean? I'm convinced. I'm convinced that I lived that day with them. I was there. That whole day is a memory in my head, I'm pretty sure. My joke is that, for me at least, growing up is realizing that, you're not Ferris Bueller and you're actually Cam. Cam, I don't know what his last name is. There's truth in that though for me, like, not so much not with, like, the dad problems, thing, but, like, with just his general, like, demeanor. But I have some Ferris-like tendencies, but I also have some Cam-like tendencies, like, Ferris is just not I'm just too neurotic to be fully Fe to be full to go full Ferris, you know what I mean? Plus, Ferris is he's kind of a liar. Have you ever seen, like, the have you guys ever seen, like, the hot takes that, like, you know, just, like, Ferris Bueller is a sociopath or, like the one that's really funny is they say, like, Jim from The Office, like, Jim from The Office is a sociopath. Michael Scott, ENFP boss. You know what's really funny about that, Eric? And it's like, um, the ENFP, because Michael Scott's probably an ENFP, right? He's just like a total dumbass. Then you get ENTP Jim, who's basically just sensible. It's making me think of the narcissist videos and stuff. People will just call anyone a sociopath, you know? Calling it is there are these like catch-all words. You'll say sociopath or narcissist, but and they don't really mean anything, like, but it is funny to imagine, like, rewriting history, kind of like the thing about Ferris Bueller is he's kind of a sociopath. It's like, the thing about Jim from The Office is that he's kind of a sociopath, you know? Just these, like, cool ENTPs. Because you know what it is, I think, is that I don't know if it's just, like, a media representation thing of ENTPs, but they often come off as kind of, like, perfect, if you know what I mean. And I think people just get jealous. You know what I mean? Like, because it's not like they ever show like Ferris Bueller, like Ferris Bueller's No Good, Horrible, Awful Day or whatever mashup of that movie and that book. They don't show him at any low points. The Office doesn't show Jim really at any low points. The Office shows Michael constantly fucking up and being a dumbass. But and Jim was just forever the more sensible guy. It's like, it's like he knows exactly how to deal with people. Like everyone likes him, but that is kind of an ENTP-ish trope, at least in media, right? It's kind of like quick thinking and smart, but they also get people liking them, and like I guess that's third slot FE kind of thing, you know. But then you have Eric says, "We're more like the dark side of Rick from Rick and Morty. The drunk who's the drunk who's frequently wishing you were dead." Well, okay, I think Rick is a pretty good representation of an ENTP in media, yeah. Oh, also wait. Yeah, well, there's a few things here, but yeah. Calling people a sociopathic, Uh, calling people a sociopath is very sociopathic. Yeah, they give a lot of. Yeah, that's why Ferris Bueller is amazing. But yeah, those things make me laugh. Chandler from Friends, is he an ENTP? But yeah, it's like they don't show him. These are more like the superhero ENTPs that we're talking about. Like, and I think that's why people want to take them down a peg. I could see more of the case, funny enough, though, for Ferris Bueller because I mean, though on the other hand, it's not like he does anything maliciously, you know. But I remember as a kid, I don't know if this gives any indication of my type, but I'm just a weird ass kid, I guess, because I when I was watched Ferris Bueller as a kid, it was like almost like part of me or like the weird like moral part of me wanted him to get caught or something, you know? Not in like a fuck you like way, but more in like a that's right because it's like I don't know why either because like I was never I'm not like a pro school person or something, but see, I always thought it was kind of like an FI type thing, you know? I felt the same about Rushmore a little bit, like, well, actually, not really, because then I came to understand the ending of it better. But that's Wes Anderson. Funny enough, it's all related. I mean, I think Rushmore, I always think of as kind of being almost like an art school Ferris Bueller. But Max Fisher in Rushmore is much more plainly unlikable. In fact, that's a main fact. That's a like a key factor in the movie. You know, he actually does need to be taken down a peg. But he might not be ENTP. He might be ENTJ. But I'd be curious to know, Eric, if you think Max Fisher from Rushmore is an ENTP as well. Two Wes Anderson movies. I'm sort of surprised. It seems like I don't know. Maybe you haven't really watched any Wes Anderson movies, but I'm curious what anyone thinks about those types too. Ferris FI blinds towards his friend's well-being. Right? Yeah, that does happen. Oh, are they? Is that from Rushmore? Yeah, exactly. It's funny that even that you remember that because a friend of mine who I always thought kind of manifested as an ENTP too would always single that quote out, and I'd be like, and I'm over here kind of like, yeah, yeah, it's like everyone knows that line, but it's like it is one of the more memorable, almost like NI lightning bolt like funny moments of the movie, because it's just like a silly pun that he makes at the guy's expense. I feel like that's such an ENTP thing to notice, though. You know what I mean? It's like wordplay and like kind of like like a dig at the guy. It's funny too because it's when Bill Murray lets him have a bit of whiskey because he just did a play. And he's like, "This is my play." It could be an example of an unhealthy ENTP. He just acts a lot like an ENTJ. Funny enough, I knew this ENTJ kid, super right wing kid I grew up with. He actually wound up going to Harvard, and he so cringy. He loved Rushmore and Max Fisher, and he uh basically modeled himself after Max Fisher for at least a while there. I mean, it was also kind of that young conservative thing, but like he would like wear suits to school and he dressed up as Max Fisher for Halloween. And I think he's an ENTJ all the way. Maybe ENTP, but probably ENTJ. I don't know why. He just gives me ENTJ vibes. That's an interesting distinction because ENTJ what's the deal? It because to me that kid was very um This ENTJ young Republican kid who loved Max Fisher from Rushmore and everything. Um, I think he seemed more ENTJ than ENTP to me because I think he cared a lot about the rules and excelling at school. And that is at his dream was to go to Harvard, and he achieved it. I mean, I don't know what I think his ultimate goal though is to be some kind of politician. But what I enjoyed that tennis movie Wes Anderson made where Owen Wilson just starts playing super shitty tennis. Oh, Luke Wilson, yeah. Yeah, that's the Royal Tenenbaums. One after the other, Rushmore and the Royal Tenenbaums. So good. Yeah, those are like two of my favorite movies. Ferris screws over Cameron and doesn't really ever get held to account for doing so. I know, right? He's just gotta fucking own it. Cameron. Rachel says, I think being the sister of Ferris Bueller is one of the toughest positions to be in. Yet so many people are more like her than Ferris. That's how my mom literally feels about her brother, my uncle, obviously, to the point that she always jokingly calls him Ferris. She's an ESFJ and he's an ESTP. How funny is that? It's like I think you're right. I think you're onto something there. So many people are put in the genie position rather than the Ferris position. That's the whole thing. It's just Ferris just fucks around all day, gets away with everything. It's so funny though. Save Ferris. They've got like it's on the water cooler and everything. So good. I think that's my favorite John Hughes movie, and it's definitely one of my favorite movies of all time. Well, so I think it is my favorite John Hughes movie then, because that's the only one that really gets into all-time favorite territory for me. Home Alone is close from when I was a kid. The Breakfast Club has a certain angsty appeal, you know, even though it's kind of overrated. You know what is underrated though? I've realized. I think, and it might be now that I'm a little older, a little more sophisticated. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is really good. Are any planes, trains, and automobiles fans in the chat? And of course, everyone always makes fun of Peter Griffin, of course, on Family Guy, Peter Griffin making fun of the John Candy monologue. He's like, go ahead, laugh at me. I've heard some people say that that movie is about ISTJ ENFP duality. I wonder if that's true. Steve Martin, ISTJ, John Candy, ENFP. I could see it. And John Candy has that one emotional monologue, which is like basically an ENFP to an ISTJ, right? Being like, I don't want to do it, kind of. He's like, go ahead and laugh. But at the end of the day, my wife loves me. My kids love me. I'm glad to be me. And you know what? That's the biggest prize of them all. And then Steve Martin is literally just like, fuck, you're right. I feel bad now. Well, that's the thing, and I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, it is a sad movie too. It's a great film and a sad film. There's a sad element. There's a sad element, and it actually has to do with that monologue. Wink, wink, hint, hint. It's like John Candy's character actually is kind of tragic, but Steve Martin doesn't know that. You know what I mean? He's just like, wow, this guy is fat and annoying, and he's constantly making jokes that are I hate this guy. Everyone seems to love him though. They both are so good in that movie though. So good. Amazingly formulaic straight man gay man comedy. I'm just kidding, but what is it? The straight man and the goofy guy? The goofy man? John Candy has a serious case of goofy man syndrome in that film. Remember that one fucking badass part where they almost die in the like going the wrong way on the fucking highway, and like Steve Martin like hallucinates him as the devil for like 2 seconds. It's fucking good cinema, good kino. Jonathan Bassanti coming through with the funniest comment of the night with poop. Amazingly entering a stream saying poop. Yeah, remember when fucking Ferris made the fucking car go out of the fucking dude, his dad, Kim's dad murdered him that night. But they ended all in a sweet way, you know, it's like, I'm gonna face my dad. John Hughes movies are like that. They're kind of corny. They all have that in common. Like, there's always like the thing, and like the Breakfast Club, you know, just like I tried to fucking kill myself. And then they're just like, "Oh, Jesus, all right. Fucking this guy over here." Always gonna be that one guy, you know, could take it too far. Good lord. Steve Martin, what's the deal with Steve Martin? Like, I mean, he's I guess he's a little bit Bill Murray-esque. It's not like he's funny really, but his like vibe is like funny and chill. Mad chill, you know? But I like Bill Murray's vibe a little bit better just because at least it just because of his Wes Anderson experiences. Steve Martin is just kind of like also Bill Murray's in a bunch of good movies. Steve Martin, I saw The Jerk, like, my dad showed me The Jerk, like, a few years ago, and, like, it was, like, way too late. Like, I probably should have seen that when I was, like, 13, you know what I mean? Like, I watched The Jerk, and I was just like, I giggled. I don't know. It's like, yeah, yeah, I was giggling. I giggled at some things, but I'm not it's like Steve Martin just, like, walking out, and it's just me not laughing. He's good in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, though, but it's funny because it's funny because he's not funny. He's just, like, a pissed off straight man, but it's so good. Oh, yeah, I guess he played the banjo too. No one fucking cares. Fuck Steve Martin. I'm just kidding. Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid is a weird and awesome film. I might have to check that out. Actually, also, The Jerk is pretty funny, but it's like, because I'm just realized this reminds me, Carl Reiner, Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid with Carl Reiner. Like there definitely was a lot of stuff in the jerk that made me laugh. It was just like it just feels like the kind of movie you should see when you're like young and like then you'd be like, oh yeah, like Steve Martin, he's so funny. For me, weirdly, I know Steve Martin is the dad from the Cheaper by the Dozen remake. But honestly, I liked it. I liked that movie when I was a kid. Oh yeah, Parenthood. We watched some of that for some reason in school. I don't know why. I think it was like almost summer vacation, and it was just like we're gonna we have the movie. We're bringing the TV and the VHS player or the DVD player, and we're gonna watch Parenthood. So I saw most of it. That's not bad. I haven't seen the whole thing, but it's decent from what I've seen. It's like I think I get it. You know, it's it's Parenthood. It's kind of like it is what it is. You know what I mean? My review of Parenthood. It's really funny when movies have like big bold titles like that. Just Parenthood. I'm like, damn, you get to like take that name. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid sounds kind of underrated and good though. That sounds pretty good. Lady Lou mentions the banjo playing. I guess well, true. I guess, it seems like again though that he's good at playing banjo, but it's not particularly funny to me. Like, is it funny to people just that he plays the banjo? That's like my bit. That's what I think is the thing. Like, it's not funny to me that is it supposed to be fucking funny because he's playing the banjo because the banjo sounds fucking good. Okay? Steve Martin is a good banjo player. No, he plays the banjo seriously. He doesn't play it comedically. Oh, okay. I haven't seen much of his stand up though, to be honest. In fact, have I really seen any of his stand up? I suppose that's a big test because he was a pretty big stand up personality. But yeah, I mostly know him as an actor. And I'm aware of his stand up, you know, his roots in stand up, but the banjo thing, it's like I didn't know that he played it seriously. I thought it might be like part of a gimmick or something. I think I've seen maybe like one thing where I saw him playing banjo, and I mean, it didn't seem, I don't remember, but it didn't strike me as like, it didn't give me a sense of like what exactly, like what the vibe is. You know what I mean? But okay, that's cool. I saw Reanimator. Reanimator is really good. It's a really good horror movie. It like borders on schlockiness, but it's good. It's Cronenberg-esque. Food fight? Oh, Father of the Bride too. I think my mom loves that movie. Comedy for dogs. I can kind of like imagine him doing something like that. The execution of Yuzna, I guess that's his name, Brian Yuzna's Reanimator. I mean, look, it's not that it's like schlocky. I guess it's just a little bit. Well, how else do you put it? I mean, I know it's based on Lovecraft and everything, but I don't know. Too many like dead cats, you know? And it's just I'm not really into that vibe. Too much like dead animal vibes and like gross stuff. And then like the whole which everyone knows, the whole like the guy's head like basically going down on a girl, like a severed head going down on a girl. I mean, it's pretty schlocky, but it's high tier schlock. Like again, it makes me think of Cronenberg, and it makes me think of like some De Palma. It's not necessarily a bad thing, you know. I mean, yes, it does inherently kind of communicate a less than savory approach, in my opinion, but it doesn't make it. I still think Reanimator is a great movie. For example, funny enough, Karma Spent mentions Trauma, and I was actually just going to say I first saw Reanimator at a double feature of The Toxic Avenger and Reanimator with a good friend of mine, and it was actually funny because we talked about that was it's the same friend actually. We're going to a lot of double features like 2 years ago, and it was like Beetlejuice and Gremlins was one of them, and I hadn't seen Beetlejuice yet, and I thought it was pretty good. And then we saw another time we saw The Toxic Avenger and Reanimator, and oh yeah, and like I said, I had seen Gremlins before, but it's like to this day, every time I watch Gremlins, I feel like I didn't watch anything. Like it's just really slight. I don't really get that much out of it. I think it's pretty overrated. But right, Gremlins is okay. But then we saw Toxic Avenger and Reanimator. The Toxic Avenger is pretty awful. Um, I mean, it's ballsy, but again, it's kind of like how I was saying, like just because like something is unique doesn't make it good. Just because to me, like something that just because it like a movie knows that it's bad doesn't make it good. People give that shit way too much of a pass. Be like, "Haha, I mean, it's not Citizen Kane or anything, but it's pretty fucking entertaining." It's like, no, it's worse than that, you know? It's like literally tasteless smut. But I'm not gonna lie, like I enjoyed watching it with my friend as like oh fuck, this movie is absolutely insane. Some of it's a little too fucked up though. I don't like all the stuff with the kids. And I don't like they also make sure to throw in like an anti-church vibe kind of. They have like the villains do the worst shit ever and then they go, "We got to go to church on Sunday." Trauma literally is a smut company. They made basically porn and horror movies. But anyway, I saw it at a double feature with Reanimator, and I thought Reanimator was actually pretty great. I just could do without some of the I feel like the first, like I love the characters, though, and there's also a talking head stop making sense poster above one of the guys, um, in the guy's room, which is cool. I love that live movie, Jonathan Demme's Stop Making Sense. I saw that for the first time maybe almost 2 years ago, again, similar time actually, wait, well, probably almost like a year and a half ago at this point, but whatever. Um, basically, I saw Stop Making Sense almost 2 years ago, and I was like, "This is amazing." It's, like, basically perfect. No, Reanimator is a great horror. It's just I don't know if I love horror, but I'm very picky with it. Like if there's like a lot of stuff in it where it's like kind of gross and there's like and it's so I can be a bit selective, you know. It's just like there's so much focus on like dead cat type stuff where I'm just like, ugh, ugh, we get it. And like the monster stuff, I don't know. It's pretty cool though. The glowing like fluid and stuff, the scientist stuff, the characters, like the the dialogue. It's all really good. It's no doubt coming from Lovecraft and Brian Usna's cool. I want to watch Brian Usna's Society. In fact, I want to see if that's available on here. But I'm not really shredding it. I mean, everyone knows that the Toxic Avenger is horrible. It's just that people like to pretend that it's so horrible that it's good. It's like, no, it's not. It's still horrible. You know what I mean? Of course, it does at least have a sort of somehow quote unquote happy ending. It's just kind of no, I don't want to give it away, but it's like once it becomes the superhero vibe, which I feel like is really late in the movie, um, it starts to like redeem itself in terms of the like sheer awfulness of what we see like beforehand, and you know, it's like it's okay for what it is. You know what I mean? Like I says, do you like Child's? But yeah, it's just not really my vibe. It's a little too much. You know? With little reward, like, can't really see myself, like, watching it ever again, to be honest. But, Fly Guy says, "Do you like Child's Play?" Again, like, I do like the original to an extent, but I think it's kinda dumb, it's not really my thing. It's I would say Child's Play is decent. I think they managed to the weird thing that I notice about Child's Play is that it sells the premise in a very straightforward way, you know? What I like about it is literally that, because they take a completely ridiculous premise, like, what if there was an evil doll? And, um, just goes all the way with it, and it winds up actually being pretty decent, but again, just not really, like, my cup of tea or anything. Certainly wouldn't say it's even one of, like, the better horror movies that I've ever seen, you know what I mean? Well, because then what wound up happening is that then they just made other shitty Chucky movies, but they were quote unquote self-aware, so that quote unquote makes them good. And everyone knows that they're still not good. They're all awful. But again, the original one does play it straight in an admirable way because like I kind of like can buy the like the mom and the son and like the remake actually wasn't that bad either. I saw that with my friend. It was Aubrey Plaza instead. They actually managed to do it fairly well. To be honest, though, I haven't really seen any of the other Chucky movies. Nice. Eric appreciating schlocky fly guy. Well, I'm just saying it's schlock. Reanimator is schlock esque, by the way, because it's like I'm trying to think of another like De Palma. You know, like he has those tendencies where I still really like it, but it's like definitely schlocky. The thing is that De Palma's a master of style. So even when it kind of sucks, it's still kind of great. Cronenberg usually does that too. It's like, okay, but the style is so good that I like it. You know what I mean? Which to me usually means like stuff with the camera and like stuff with the sound. Stuff with the visuals and audio that are unique. Like David Lynch's Eraserhead is probably one of my favorite horror movies. And again, David Cronenberg's Videodrome is probably one of my favorite horror movies. I would pretty much consider Darren Aronofsky's Pie a horror movie. I would consider that to be one of my favorite horror movies. Um, I finally saw Night of the Living Dead like a year or two ago, and I could easily rank that one among the best horror movies I've ever seen. For as fucked up as it is, perhaps even Rosemary's Baby. I have respect for The Exorcist. I have a begrudging respect for The Exorcist, but I do think it's very overrated. And um, vulgar. Vulgar in a way that I don't appreciate. It offends my delicate sensibilities. It does have good characters though, and is memorable beyond just the shock value. But speaking of shock value, I haven't fully seen House of a Thousand Corpses, but I don't like Rob Zombie. Saw The Devil's Rejects. I don't like it. I don't like how it tries to make you like root for them in the most obvious ways possible, even though it's not. It's so bad. It's like, best thing Zombie ever did was the song Dragula, and the white zombie with Thunderkiss 65 and More Human Than Human. Having Dragula play a million times in Twisted Metal. Um, maybe fucking around with like Quentin Tarantino and Eli Roth. Halloween remake. I don't know about that because even John Carpenter thought very interestingly that he was too focused on the evil of trying to explain where Michael Myers comes from, which is exactly what they did with Joker in the recent Joker, and it's exactly why I don't like it. But of course, who knows? I might just be being selective. I mean, I love A Clockwork Orange, but I still wouldn't say I would still say it all checks out to me because it's literally a study of evil and isn't beckoning, but it doesn't beckon you to sympathize with it. All anyone ever focuses on is the horrible first 20 minutes of that movie, too, which some might say is the most awesome, but it's the most evil. Of course, Quentin Tarantino, I think, said something like that he loves the first 20 minutes of that movie. It's like, of course you do. But Um, you know, he's pretty objectively evil even down to the very end. I mean, they do take it a different route than the book, but the the end result is actually somehow even less like sympathy inducing. You know what I mean? Oh, well, I haven't seen the other Chuckies. I mean, I would give the ones with Jennifer Tilly a chance, I guess, but it's not like I see myself loving them. I'm sure they're fun or whatever, you know. Though I'm sure they're fun or whatever, though, you know. Hellraiser is pretty gross. Yeah, it probably is. I haven't seen that movie yet. All horror movies are ridiculous. Hellraiser. Oh, Connor Smith says Hellraiser. Hellraiser is pretty good. Right, but Carrot says Hellraiser is pretty gross. Mm, probably. Um, I haven't seen it yet. Probably. There's a remake with our. Oh, right, but yeah, it's like I thought it was. I thought the remake was just like okay, but I just didn't think that. I just haven't seen the other Chucky movies. Black Swan is a great movie too. Yep. Like I says, are you a filmmaker or something? Do you pick your favorite movies from Reddit top 10? No. I'm not like horror in specific. If we're talking about horror movies specifically, like you know, I would like to. It would be cool to make films though. I'm just more into like the visuals and audio stuff, and of course like characters and story. But I don't know. But no, I mean, I have a pretty eclectic variety of, like, how like, especially these days, I've gotten much less, like, conscious of what quote, unquote, "critics" think. What I more care about is like, what people think in general, if not just what I think of it, obviously, but it's like, you know, but, like, knowing I don't really care what quote, unquote, "critics" think. Plus, it's all fake now. Have you seen Rotten Tomatoes these days? It's gotten more and more fake. The shit that they give 90%, look at the audience reviews. Fucking 56%. It's because the people don't want this bullshit anymore. But the critics are bought out and they're just like, it's good. Hereditary, overrated, and evil. And the reviews speak for themselves. For themselves. Will you root for them in the second movie because they're well like I don't know what. Yeah, what did they do? Just because they're a family of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. The original, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is an amazing horror movie, but the at least they don't try to do what Rob Zombie does and try to like make you feel bad for them. That's why I don't like the Halloween. Sorry, not that. You said that that's a safe criticism. Yeah. Well, of course, no one likes the Halloween remake. Funny though how Malcolm McDowell from A Clockwork Orange is in that. At least that's kind of cool, I guess. That he's the like the doctor, Dr. Loomis, right? And he's pretty. That's like a pretty decent casting there. I mean, he really fucked himself over playing fucking Alex there because he's like penultimate evil in that movie. In that, Mhm. But yeah, in that movie, he's But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just like Rob Zombie, dude. I don't know. Seems like a lot of vulgar. It seems like a lot of vulgar schlock to me. It's like there has to actually be a point, and just please don't have it be feel bad for evil people. You know what I mean? Because it's like that's not that's not even a hot take. You know what I mean? Just terrible. Right, and just completely banking off of Leonard Skinner's Free Bird. You know, it's like sure that ending is cool. It's bad. It's pretty badass. But I'm not like crying because of how sad I am that like they get killed. And I kind of feel like that's like what they want you to do, and I don't really get it. You know what I mean? And yeah, the Joaquin Joker. Oh yeah, dude, it's all about how like the mental health. His mother is evil, and the healthcare system failed him, and the mean talk show man made fun of him. So you know you have to murder everybody. The best thing about the Joker remake was his weird laughing disorder. I thought that was cool and disturbing. It also kind of like copies like the taxi driver formula. The coloring looks like shit. A friend of mine agreed with me on that. He actually said it first, and I was like, "Thank you." Why does this movie literally look like shit? So many movies have that nowadays. It's like they try. It's like it's not just Joker looks like shit, and it is trying to look old. A lot of movies nowadays just look like shit. Um, he's like dancing to a song written by a literal pedophile. That song, Rock and Roll Part Two, Gary Glitter's Rock and Roll Part Two. He looks fucking whack in the Joker makeup and outfit. Corny as fuck. Over the top. Um, doesn't even compare to Heath Ledger's Joker, even though Heath Ledger basically killed himself to make to make he killed himself to make it that good. So one can't blame Joaquin. Look, he does a decent job, okay? I'm just giving it a hard time. I'm just saying it's not surprising to me that the same guy who made The Hangover made Joker. That's all I'm saying. I guess I just don't like where the Joker thing stands in like modern times or something, you know? And plus it's like even Travis Bickle in Taxi Driver has like at least some noble intentions, even though he's fucking crazy. I mean, he might even well be evil, but I don't know. Joker's pretty objectively evil. And it's like, why do we have a movie coming out that's just trying to make you feel bad for evil? It's like, well, I see where he's coming from. Joker is pathetic. I'm just kidding, but the character is pathetic. And honestly, the movie is kind of pathetic. It's not horrible though. It's a decent movie, but again, I don't really see I watched it once with my friends and I don't really see myself watching it again. Some good artsy ones I can't remember the names of. Like Clockwork Orange Razor, lol, is good film school. Lol, haha, funny joke moods. I guess a Clockwork Orange has horror elements in it. Psychological horror. But I don't know what you mean by I've seen some good artsy ones I can't remember the names of. I don't know if you're trying to make fun of me or what, but I very clearly have named a few really great horror movies, some of the best of all time, in my opinion. So if you want to just, again, replay what I've said, you can hear. I'm pretty sure I've listed like at least like 10 amazing horror movies so far. Yeah, The Lords of Salem is pretty. Wait, hold on. Winston's mom. That quote. Oh, good to see Winston's mom. I don't know if I said hi to you. I've been engaged in Fly Guy. Fly Guy has just been engaging me all night. Um, but yeah, I love that quote from A Clockwork Orange. Yeah, Fly Guy says movies. Yeah, I don't know anything about Ukraine and Russia. I'd rather talk about movies. I mean, I'm with Fly Guy here. I'd rather talk about movies. But Carmen Spim says I want to love everything he does, but I don't like any of it. Who? But yeah, Fly Guy says yeah, the Lords of Salem was pretty shit. Right, pseudo Bulbar affect. Joker has that. Has pseudo Bulbar affect. Yeah. Flying is like how you criticize things by describing them in a mocking tone, intonation, lol. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but thanks. I like that too. That I do that. I think it's pretty funny. um, yeah, but no, I don't worship the Heath death. Weird though, Heath death. Uh, I just like how fucking bizarre his performance is, and I feel like it actually has that thing how like John Carpenter didn't fuck with Rob Zombie's. Very similar, is it not? Why the focus? I don't care about what made the Joker the Joker. You know, fucking first scene in The Dark Knight, right? Just fucking coming through. Who gives a fuck? But no, in 2019, we have to have fucking we feel bad for evil. Tell me that that's not true. That's why John Carpenter doesn't like Rob Zombie's Halloween. Also, he thinks that apparently Rob Zombie said some shit about him and thinks he's a liar too. They Live, John Carpenter's They Live. It's not exactly a full-fledged horror movie, but that's a movie I really love. Oh yeah, Rob Zombie is awful. Oh, okay. Fly Guy, you literally wish you could see. Talk about it, you can't remember the names. Yeah, fair enough. I just watched this crazy old Japanese horror called Onibaba. That was pretty good. And Hangover, which everyone loves, is obviously bad. I look. I like The Hangover. You want to know the truth? I think The Hangover might be a tiny bit better than Joker. I'd rather watch it. I'd rather watch it in general, to be honest. Even though it's kind of a dumb comedy, it's not only nostalgic to me, but decent. At the very least, a pretty good comedy. I just felt like the joke the I felt like I could have written Joker when I was 13. The things that he says too. Maybe they're from the comics. I don't know. So it's a little cringy. None of that stuff was being said in The Dark Knight. I mean, some of it does, I guess. I mean, it's all up to interpretation. I mean, you could say that one quote of like, "Oh, madness, whatever. All it takes is a push or whatever," and and then stuff about chaos and he's burning the money and chaos and stuff. I mean, whatever, right? I just like Nolan's approach to it, though. It's a little blockbustery, but it's fucking badass. And Joker, it's like I don't know. Maybe I'll have to give it a revisit, but the timeliness of it and the ugliness of it just make me not like it. You know what I mean? Karma Spim says Taxi Driver is more sympathetic. Well, it's more sympathetic because Travis Bickle is a better guy, or at least he's. See, the thing that's interesting though is that he does literally attempt to assassinate a government official before he rescues a little girl from child prostitution. Ooh, Joaquin Phoenix in You Were Never Really Here. Lynn Ramsey's You Were Never Really Here, which actually came out right before Joker, is really is it's not amazing. I wouldn't say, "Oh, wow, it's way better than Joker." No, but I think it's a little better than Joker to be honest. It's I mean, yeah, fuck me. I guess it's more artsy, but oh, I thought it was pretty fucking good. He plays basically like a he like rescues um kids from or like people from well, I guess mostly kids from you know, prostitution rings and stuff like that. But he's fucking tortured and like all the shit that he's seen has just like fucked him up. But it's Joaquin Phoenix. And it's I'm like, okay, nice. That's like Taxi Driver. Like this is the movie that I want to see. Joker feels like is the word hackneyed? Yeah, just like, similar, like unimaginative and just like uninspired. Like, I don't know. I remember hearing a lot of quotes in that where I was just like, nice. I love it's I talked about this recently, but and I'm totally guilty of it. Like when I first word what I was saying basically in short that when I first watched Donnie Darko, I basically wrote a script that was like very similar in tone to Donnie Darko, which is basically like rate your music review pretty accurately described Donnie Darko as quote unquote tween Lynch. But I still love that movie. And like I really do. And that movie has horror elements in it too. What do you guys think about Donnie Darko? Anyway, um my point being that I think I saw that movie for the first time when I was like 13 or something. And so I just feel like if I literally had like the access that Todd Phillips did when I was like I mean, look, I'm not trying to real fucking compare myself to someone who's like a, professional script writer or whatever, but I just feel like if you gave if I was 13 and 20 and when Joker was being written and they were like, "Do you want to write this movie?" I could have basically have watched Donnie Darko and made that movie, you know what I mean? Like come up with at least the dialogue, some of the stuff that he says. Can I just find some Joker quotes? I'm really not trying to pat myself on the back. I don't think whatever, but come on. I can't even find proper ones because they're all memes and they're not real. Like what the fuck? No, Joker 2019 quotes. There's like one or two things that he says that are pretty good, but like there was a few things towards the end where I was like, ugh, really? Yeah, this made me cringe. I just hope my death makes more sense than my life, but it's CENTS. I feel like if I wrote that when I was 13, I'd be pretty proud of myself. You know what I mean? Night of the Living Dead is good. The thing that makes it good is probably why you couldn't get through it because it's mostly about a house full of different characters and how they deal with like a sort of apocalyptic situation. There really isn't that much zombie action, at least until the end. But that's why it's so awesome. That fucking guy, that like bald guy, dude, he's probably like an Enneagram 6, you know? And then you got the other guy, the main guy. He's like the main black guy who's like I don't know what he'd be, but he takes he's pretty much faces the situation head on. All different ways of coping. That one girl, right? She goes basically crazy. Then you get the mom and the kid. It's oh yeah, well that's the dad too. The mom, dad, and kid. It's just like it's so good. It's so archetypal. That's why it's good. It's basically just a movie about a bunch of people boarding themselves up in a house. And dealing with some kind of outside threat. Whether it would doesn't matter what it is. It could be about Russia and Ukraine. You know what I mean? I'm boarding up my house because of there's gonna be a nuclear war or whatever. That's why it works. That's why it's real horror. You know what I mean? But it's real horror in the way that like a movie like Night of the Living Dead is, not like something like Eraserhead because it's so fucking niche and weird. It's like, no, Night of the Living Dead is effective because it's like fucking just archetypal horror. You know what I mean? Hold on. There's a lot of good stuff going on in the chat. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm probably just gonna ignore all the stuff about Ukraine and Russia. Um, Jonathan Basanti says, "Look, you're always on about this feel bad for evil thing with films. Does it feel bad for evil or understand the root causes of evil? Watch the movie Man Bites Dog. Watch the movie. Watch either version of Funny Games. These are movies that I like that are pretty evil, but they don't try to make you feel bad for them. Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer is a little more debatable, but it's pretty evil. Joker. Look, it was just that when Joker came out, it hadn't really occurred to me about that. Even having seen things like A Clockwork Orange or whatever, American Psycho or Fight Club or whatever with like these these like appealing psychopaths or whatever. It I don't know, maybe it's just that I got older. I'm open to conversation about it. It's just that it suddenly occurred to me with like the commentary that was trying to be achieved with it felt less savory, it felt less potent or something than it used to, like, again, just kind of like part and parcel with like a more conservative mentality or something that I've adopted over the years. It's like suddenly I'm looking at Joker and I'm thinking this just seems like an ugly attempt at making me feel bad for psychopaths, you know what I mean? It's like everything else these days, it just feels so dunderheaded, like just on the nose, like. I mean, it's not horrible. I wouldn't even say the movie's evil. I would say the movie Hereditary is way more evil than Joker. But even then, at least the evil is framed properly. Um, I will say that in Joker, it's like you as an audience member, are very well aware that it's about a man, becoming evil. But it's it puts the blame on everyone else though. You know what I mean? It's like it's 100% not Arthur Fleck's fault for becoming Joker. I didn't even know his name was Arthur Fleck until now. Do you see what I'm saying here? Do you see what I'm saying here? Arthur Fleck. Oh, Arthur Fleck. Oh. How about he's the Joker, a chaotic, destructive force of evil, and Heath Ledger, God bless him, killed himself to play to play it as good as he did? Maybe it's a little overrated. We can have that conversation. We can definitely have that conversation. You know what I mean? Especially because he fucking died. It's kind of like how people like with Kurt, like Nirvana or like Kurt Cobain or something. It's like, oh my god, it's good because he died. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We can have that conversation. But there's nothing there where you're like, well, anyway, I get your point. It's not invalid at all. I just feel like the best ways of getting a proper understanding of evil aren't by having the writers and directors suddenly like subtly nudging you in the direction of sympathy and empathy. Although what's a good example of that is like Tony Soprano and The Sopranos. But what's interesting about that is that we know very much in by the way, in the lineage of A Clockwork Orange, right? See, what is A Clockwork Orange all about? It's about choice and free will. Tony Soprano in The Sopranos makes has there are times over and over again where he chooses evil, and we as the audience witness that. It still is willing to give. By the way, why is the Many Saints of Newark coming out? Why are we getting a Tony Soprano villain backstory? Again, probably trying to just humanize the evil further. However, what's fascinating is that they actually don't focus on Tony that much in the prequel. That was my suspicion. I thought it was going to be like Joker. Turns out it's not, and it's actually just boring. I will tell you this: Joker's not boring. The Many Saints of Newark is pretty boring and mm, uneventful. I will say, I will say, the Joker has some memorable fucking shit there. See, yo, I'm gonna point you guys to what Quentin Tarantino said about Joker, but give me a second. I'm gonna spoil something from Joker though, if you guys don't mind, because I have to. Oh, the Evil Dead movies are great though, dude. Honestly though, I finally watched Army of Darkness like a year ago, and it might be my favorite of the three. So that just goes to show like it's not necessarily an art film thing or an indie film thing. It's just more like, well, Army of Darkness is fun. I mean, they all have their fun elements. They're all crazy. But everyone is always like, the Army of Darkness sucks because it's too funny and it's too fun. And it's like that's why it's good. They also completely take out all the like satanic shit. You know what I mean? I mean, they basically do. Good stuff though. Just like good conversations, you guys. Hold on one sec. Yeah, Taxi Driver is way better than Joker, but I'm not gonna get into that right now. It's just too much to get into right now. I mean, I can if you guys really, if like, I just don't know. I don't want to bore anyone. Like, filmmaker stuff. I mean, basically, I don't know. I guess like that's I like that though. It's funny. Is it true you go bald after getting Enneagram 6? Probably. But yeah, am I right? I don't know. I like the idea of it. I do think. I mean, if I'm gonna sound as pretentious as possible about it, it's like I do. I don't know. I do think about things in terms of like from a from the point of view of like I don't know the people making it. So like with a film, I guess I can think of it in like a film. I think about them in very filmmakery ways, you know. But it doesn't make me an expert. It's just I don't know. It's actually a little bit annoying. Sometimes I wish I could just be like whatever, you know. But I do try. I figure, well, okay, if I'm gonna be like that, then I might as well like get good at it. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like anime. The end of Evangelion has some fucking horror elements to it. It's really good. Akira is pretty good. A little bit overrated, but still great. I really like the soundtrack. And it's a lot of audio visual stuff. That's why I was so taken by like Evangelion, you know? The fucking like final 20 minutes of Evangelion. Like, I'm just a sucker for that shit, dude. But hold on one sec. What are some other good anime? I know I need to watch Ghost in the Shell. I mean, obviously, I've seen some Geely movies. I still need to watch. It's different, not horror really, but you know, I still need to watch like Howl's Moving Castle, for example. But you know, what are some real good animes that I should watch? Yeah, I mean, Jonathan, let me know what you think when you see them. You know what I mean? I mean, when you see Joker. Uh, Keith Ledger is a bit over the top at some points. He's incredible during the rest. Yeah, I mean, it's like that's what I mean. It's like I'm not saying it's like the most amazing performance of all time. It's just I, I don't know. I just prefer his execution of the character to Joaquin Phoenix's execution of the character, and it's the same with. And I just prefer Christopher Nolan's execution of a Joker's. I mean, it's a Batman movie. It's not really a Joker movie, but let's be real. Let's be real. It kind of is the Joker movie. But like, but it's like, yeah, of course Christopher Nolan did a better job than Todd Phillips. Like who gave us such gems as Road Trip and The Hangover. I'm not saying no. Look, don't get me wrong. Nolan is basically overrated. He's just basically just high tier blockbuster cinema, right? But he kind of fucking nailed it with The Dark Knight. Like, yeah, it's like that's how it's done. I mean, I remember seeing that. I'm biased because it's nostalgic and like I remember seeing it in the theaters and being like, whoa, fuck yeah, that's what movies are. You know what I mean? But of course, this was 12, almost 12 or almost 13, 12, almost 13 years ago now. Or even more. Didn't it come out in like 2008? I guess I was probably 12. It was like 12 or 13 seeing that movie. So yeah, like, 13 or 14 years ago seeing that in theaters. It's like, so, it's been a long time. And I didn't see Joker in theaters. Maybe if I saw it in theaters, I would have been a little more taken with it. But I just watched it with my friends and I just felt like, and I had already seen so much stuff where it was just like, oh my God, I feel so bad for Joker and like all of that. And I think part of it, to be honest, I'm just in the honesty of full disclosure, I think I was a little tired of seeing that. And I was just thinking, okay, well, this is how everyone's responding to it. And it's like, no, fuck you. I don't feel bad. And then also, um, the general theater surrounding its release, um, was very off-putting to me. I thought I was gonna like it though. It's not that I, and it's not that I didn't. It's not that I don't like elements of it. It's just I thought I was gonna really like it, but even I was a little surprised by how much I didn't really like it. You know what I mean, and I think a lot of it did come down to just what I thought was a little less than nuanced approach to um how people respond to trauma, I guess you could say, and how it turns them evil, but how nowadays we're supposed to feel bad all the time for that, even though they choose evil, you know? And that's what things like the original Halloween, the original The Dark Knight, they don't. You could say, well, they're just giving you their perspective, which is fine. But you'll notice that it's always the stuff earlier. Like, why is that? Why? You could say, okay, well, we're getting deeper into it and we want to understand evil. It's like, well, we've been doing that forever. If you want to feel bad for them, you go ahead. But I'm not gonna go in any I could go in some pretty controversial directions now, but I'm just saying it's like just because you feel bad for someone doesn't justify it. That doesn't, I just think from a, like, a creator's point of view, it just comes down to, like, the responsibility of a creator to, like, have at least some sort of undercurrent of, like, objective morality, and, like, it's usually the ones I'm not saying there isn't its place for it, I mean, there are lots of, like, very interesting, like, kind of subjective morality type takes in movies and stuff. But I think Joker is one of them, and it is a very popular one, and it's modern, and it's pretty flattering to the villain. It's It's the first time we've ever had a villain origin story. When in any other time in history, even my dad said the same thing. It's like there's been no other time in history other than now that we get origin stories about villains. Why is it that now suddenly we're getting them, you know? Could it be that it has to do with society and not in the way that people want to make you think? We all know the stuff about Joker and the incels and everything. Todd Phillips himself said he was pretty anti woke culture. Joker did seem to piss off both sides in some regards. But in my opinion, it's because it's the very same thing that Joker represents in the movie. Full-fledged, you know, chaotic evil. When you try to make a modern picture that makes you try to sympathize with the worst kind of evil, chaotic evil, you have to kind of wonder what's going on in the world. You know, I need to watch more James Bond movies though. And it's true that there was a theater shot up for with The Dark Knight Rises and a guy dressed up as the Joker. So that's why everyone was so. That's another thing too. Everyone was so worried that the theaters were going to get shot up because of Joker. I don't know. Maybe there's some kid out there that feels really like understood by Joker, and like maybe it stopped them from like shooting up a school or something. I mean, these are the things that I'm willing to consider. But in so many words, I kind of just have to wonder if it's just an attempt to make us feel bad for the people that shoot up schools. I'm gonna get arrested now. I'm gonna get pulled down and arrested. But it's like it's kind of why I haven't watched all of Gus Van Sant's Elephant. But of course, horribly enough, I've seen the ending on YouTube where he shoots up the school, where they shoot up the school. But the whole point of Elephant is basically they're like gay lovers together and they're outcasts. And so let's shoot up our school. Fuck everyone. And you spend 90 minutes getting to know them and then you watch the school shooting in the final 15 minutes. That's the movie. And it's clearly based on Columbine. Now, wrong to is that movie wrong? Well, in my opinion, kinda. Yeah. Probably I haven't seen it yet, but that's kind of why. I have a funny feeling that I'm not gonna like it that much because of that. You know what I mean? I mean, you could say it gives us insight, but I'm open to it. It's just like I have an inkling that a lot of people that are interested in true crime nowadays are mostly just interested in it for the grisly details. Do you think they really care about it, about the justice, all the justice that gets handed out, how the good guys win and the bad guys lose? No, I don't see it. Do you? It kind of sometimes seems like they just have morbid fascinations. It's not a fascination with justice. It's a fascination with literally the gory details. I knew a girl like that growing up. She was a girl I talked to for a long time. And she was always like, "Yeah, I love that shit because it's fucking edgy." Well, that's not a good reason. Now, if you're interested in that shit because you want to know the psychology behind it, that's cool. But I mean, are you gonna be a psychologist? You gonna go help these people? Probably not. So then what's the interest? What's the fascination? That's why it's like, go watch Man Bites Dog. Go watch both versions of Funny Games. Quentin Tarantino said about the Joker remake, I'm gonna spoil something, so mute this if you don't want to hear the spoiler in Joker. Arthur Fleck, aka Joker, is a failed stand-up comedian who is laughed at by a talk show host played by Robert De Niro, who also plays Travis Bicker in Taxi Driver. Huh, I wonder why that is. And Bob De Niro. I'm just kidding, but yeah, Robert De Niro basically plays. Tarantino talks about how it's like it's exactly how I felt about watching it. He just goes the full 9 yards because we know Tarantino and he loves violence. I mean, I love Tarantino. In fact, we actually have the same birth date. So same with my friend. Me and my friend both have Quentin Tarantino's the same birth date as Quentin Tarantino, which is March 27th. And but he goes the full 9 yards with it when he talks about Joker. He says he has his problems with it, but that in the moment when so basically this is what happens, okay? So Joker is a failed stand-up comedian who's being laughed at by like a David Letterman-esque character, and it's it's Robert De Niro, right? And there's some footage of him that gets out of him bombing at a club, and De Niro has some not so nice words to say about it. He's making fun of him in any way that a talk show host would. Oh, this guy, blah, 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 making a bunch of jokes at his expense, but they're actually funny jokes. And you know what happens? First of all, I need to mention Joker has this like idyllic fantasy in his head that he's going to be a famous comedian, also echoing Robert De Niro in, again, another Martin Scorsese movie, The King of Comedy, which I still need to watch, where Robert De Niro plays basically a delusional guy in his basement, like me, who thinks who thinks he's a stand-up comedian like me. No, but all he does is he basically like tapes himself and he doesn't go anywhere. I don't know what happens in the rest of it, but it's called The King of Comedy. Look it up, right? And so essentially it's a callback to that. It's like Arthur Fleck has this image of him in his head. He's like, I'm gonna go on stage, I'm gonna knock everyone dead, and it's gonna be dope. And I'm gonna impress Robert De Niro, the talk show host. He's gonna have me on. Is this whole fantasy that he has, right? Early on in the movie, like Robert De Niro meeting him, and I think he like gives him a hug. It's like it's almost like some father figure, like weird, like he wants the approval, and we feel bad, and it's like, yeah, I get it. It's like, of course, you kind of feel bad. It's like, to me, the thing that really got me in it, I think, was the stand up stuff, because it's like it's because it is pretty sad, but you do realize that they're the writers and directors, they're manipulating you to just feel bad for him. But anyway, so it's a major arc in the story, right? He he finally gets on Robert De Niro's talk show, but not because he's so good, but because his shitty stand-up went viral. So Joker gets the brilliant idea to use this to use this opportunity. I combine interview and opportunity. Joker uses this opportunity to get to be interviewed by this talk show host, like in his dreams. And, wait, what? Sorry. Yeah, Joker uses this opportunity to get to be interviewed by, this talk show host, you know, the situation of his dreams, and he to literally kill the guy. So the big, no pun intended, blowout scene towards the end of the movie is when Joker says something like, This is what happens when you fuck with the little guy. And then he pulls out a gun and he shoots Robert De Niro, the talk show host, in a big fucking moment. And then they cut the feed and everything. And it's fucking chaos, dude. Evil wins. But you know what, though? This is what's interesting and what Tarantino said. He says that the magic of that movie, and what I would say is basically the black magic of that movie, is that in that moment, you want him to kill the talk show host. So Tarantino is saying exactly what I'm saying, but in two different ways. He's saying, "That's good. That's good cinema because it makes you want him to murder him." And I'm saying, "No. It's it's irresponsible cinema because it makes you want him to murder him." You know? Personally, when I saw that, I thought the same thing Tarantino did too, which was he's just a David Letterman guy. Why is he gonna kill him? It's fucking stupid. It's victim porn, you know? And then the movie ends with everyone's rioting and he's standing on cop cars and shit. You don't think that's telling of our fucking tragic times where it's like more important to feel bad for evil people than to do what's good and right? I mean, it's not like I'm not saying like I know, for example, that you like Jonathan Basanti and like people in here aren't going to be that stupid to walk away from it being like, I should be Joker or whatever. But clearly, and I just don't know if in this day and age that's a very, like a responsible move to make. This bully embarrassed me, and so I'm going to shoot him in the chest. That's Joker. This bully embarrassed me, so I'm going to shoot him in the chest. It's kind of like Lilith, actually. We were talking about Lilith. It's kind of like Lilith. It's like, yeah, it's understandable that your life sucks, but it's not understandable for you to overreact and become literally chaotic evil. And I don't know if the movie is exactly saying it's okay to be chaotic evil, but it's kind of saying like, well, here it is, and I'm not going to tell you exactly how to feel about it, but we feel bad for Joker. Sympathy for the devil, dude. We feel bad for the devil. It's the exact same thing. Next thing you know, there's going to be a movie called Satan, and it's going to be all about how the devil was kicked out of hell and how we as the audience we're supposed to feel bad for him, right? Aw, you know why? Because God's mean. It's like that movie Mother, right? Darren Aronofsky's Mother, his worst movie. God, aka God is a mean man. God is a bully. Feel bad for evil. It just gets worse and worse. That's why I don't know, I take issue with Joker. Might be a little less heinous than the final 20 minutes of Mother. Mother's pretty impactful and harrowing, though. I definitely feel bad for Jennifer Lawrence's character in that, but guess what? They give her a Razzie and they give fucking Joker Joker. They give Joaquin Phoenix all the fucking accolades in the world. Why? Because of fucking bullshit. I don't know why. Because for one, people hate women. How about that? For one, because Joaquin Phoenix is just another typical patriarchal male basically doing what dude, why doesn't Jared Leto get the fucking props for his Joker in Suicide Squad? I thought it was brilliant. I'm just kidding. I haven't watched Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad is just a way of getting the word suicide to be something mainstream that people Am I mentally ill for thinking that? That that's possible? Trying to normalize it? It's funny though because there's a Joker quote right here. Arthur Fleck, written in notebook. The worst part of having a mental illness is people expect you to behave as if you don't. Again, I swear, could have written that when I was 13 easily. The worst and like and so anyway, it makes it less edgy. Don't use the words mental illness. Ugh. Again, only now. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm being a little bit, you know, haha, quote joke, quote unquote jokey. No pun intended. But it's like, you know, it's just part and parcel with the times. You know what I'm saying? Right. If we want to, how about where's the movie? You know what I'm wondering, guys? Where's the movie where the guy rises above mental illness and trauma and becomes a good hero? Can someone point me to that movie? That's right, you can't because it doesn't exist. They won't let it exist. I do have a sort of suspicion that that could be true to some extent. Put it this way. People always say, you know how people always say that fucking weird low-key psychopathic shit like it's like a car accident, it's like a car wreck. You don't want to look, but you can't help but not look away. Me, I've never had that problem. I'm actually afraid of seeing that. I'm afraid of seeing a car wreck on the highway. I will look away. I don't think that makes me better than anyone else. I don't know, maybe it makes me better than some people who maybe if they're really happy, I think I'm better than the person who looks oh, it's because it's like, look, I understand what a morbid fascination is, okay? You know, I had plenty of, morbid fascination when I was a teenager. It's like I saw plenty of shit online that I shouldn't have seen, but it's like I don't think it's good for you at all. I remember my dad told me that when I was very young. I told him about stuff like that. I was like, because I was troubled by it. That's what's at the root of this, honestly. I mean, take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. I'm sensitive, I guess, about these things. I don't know why. But I think at least now that I'm older too, it's doubled itself because not only has the culture gotten so much worse, but also I can see it from the perspective of a creator. And I can't help but think, what makes you so fucking special that you get to make fucking Joker and just, make the public mentally ill? Put your fucking mental illness out there for everyone else to absorb. It feels selfish to me. You know what I mean? It's like just splattering blood on the canvas and saying, "Here, you deal with it." It's like, "No, you deal with it before you put out some fucking art, you lunatic." And I'm not saying that doesn't there is a place for, like, I guess, like, dangerous art and stuff. I mean, you could even use what I'm saying, you could use it as fuel to be like, "That's why Joker's awesome, because it's fucking dangerous." And, you know, it's like people thought A Clockwork Orange was dangerous when it first came out, you know? It's like people thought Taxi Driver, I mean, I don't know how much there's that whole thing about, that guy who tried to the guy who tried to kill fucking who was the assassination attempt, and he said he was trying to said he was trying to impress Jodie Foster. I'm sorry to laugh, but I laugh at evil. No, I'm just kidding, but that's some part of me actually thinks though that could be a proper reaction, you know? Don't fucking feel bad for evil, laugh at evil. Or if you're not gonna just fully rebuke it, at least laugh at it. I mean, Alex in A Clockwork Orange is funny even in spite of himself. Like, Joker is just cringe. Of course, you might say that's a proper. I mean, this is a very interesting conversation, right? People have different, takes on that too. But yeah, we should, Jonathan. I know it's pretty good. I mean, it's not like I don't understand the validity to it, you know? I guess I've just gotten more. It just seems like nowadays people are more interested in quote unquote pushing the envelope than doing what's right and good. Mark my words. Guarantee you. Keep letting this shit go any further. I mean, I guess all I'm saying at the very least is that it shouldn't just be like some mainstream sensibility, that like that you sympathize with evil, you know what I mean? That should stay as it's always been, which is like a fringe niche thing for like edge lords to feel edgy and maybe even get like an outlet for their own problems or something, but not something you turn on the TV and see constantly, you know? Not something that is propagated in mainstream film. You know what I mean? It's ironic and interesting though, because if it's popular, does that make it cease to be dangerous? But at the same time, I'm kind of saying it makes it more dangerous. You know what I mean? But anyway, that was I just went on a rant there. There are some good movies coming through in the chat right now. I just want to address some amazing content. So amazing. I have an I joke that basically no pun intended. I have an autistic fixation on Joker for some reason. Joker like triggered my autism. Maybe because it spoke to me. It's like, no, try again. I don't know though. It's like to some extent like I know this sounds corny, but like I read this thing once from my like astrology chart because I'm like a Cancer moon, and it said something like I can be critical of like victimhood mentality because like I have like seen myself as the victim at times and I see it as weakness and stuff like that. And I thought that was really I've talked about this before, but I thought that was really interesting. I felt kind of called out by that. I was like, "Oh, that might explain what my disdain for Joker." It's not even a disdain though. I still admit that I still think it's like an okay movie, but it's just like I just feel very icky about the way it's portrayed and the how and in the modern the unflattering It was just unflat. It feels ugly to me. The film feels ugly in all ways. You ever notice that? Why does A Clockwork Orange look beautiful? Unbelievable. Why does Taxi Driver look amazing? Joker looks like fucking green shit with him looking like this, splattering blood everywhere with makeup on and killing the bull and shooting the mean man. Victimhood porn. You could totally call me out though for inconsistencies because it's like, yeah, I do watch like Taxi Driver and feel bad for Travis Bickle. I don't know why though. It's not like I think that like my life is so I relate so much to Travis Bickle. It's just like, I just feel like you get this sense of like, man, yeah, I get it. You go out on the road, you see too much of this shit. Remember that scene where he's like autistically rambling to the politician and he's just like, yeah, man, like there's just like it's just scum out here. And like sometimes I just want a big rain to come and just wash everything out, just fucking clean up the filth. And it's just way too much. He's probably an Enneagram 6, dude. And then the politician is just like, he literally goes, I think I know what you mean. No, he goes, I think I know what you mean, Travis. It's so funny and good. He's trying to like relate to the common man. Meanwhile, this guy's fucking crazy, right? He's definitely fucking crazy, right? But see, you know what he does in that film? You know what happens? You know what happens? He channels that energy towards something good. But even the creators themselves have acknowledged that, you know, Travis is not really a hero. And I'm not trying to I hate to spoil this for anybody, but it's like this isn't too big of a spoiler, I guess. No, I don't want to spoil it. I already kind of spoiled it too by saying he does a good thing. But it's like still the idea is like he could still snap at any time. You know what I mean? It's like this time, it's like he's good this time, but next time, who knows? This guy's a fucking crazy Enneagram 6. He might fucking snap. So you're not meant to be like, Scorsese and Schrader were pretty open about that. I don't think they were at first, but I think later they were. They were kind of just like, yeah, no, it's because there's been confusion to this day about whether or not you should root for him. In my opinion, though, they make it pretty fucking convincing that it's like he's really not evil. But there's this channel called like analyzing evil. By the way, don't you love that? How when it's never analyzing good. It's never about you know what's interesting about that though? Do you guys wonder if maybe it could be a good thing because it's like evil is so foreign to us, or at least most of us, that we're curious how it works, you know? It's like, yeah, I understand being good and like helping an old lady across the street, but I don't understand killing someone with no second thoughts about it. Let me watch this thing and try to understand why. I mean, that I can get. It's actually probably the most optimistic interpretation I've come up with so far, right now. That evil is so foreign to us that we look to things to try to understand how it works. That's a pretty optimistic view of humanity right there. But I wish that I could fully commit to that without having some doubt and feeling like, nah, people just want to look at the car wreck. Something I will never understand. Or at least I understand in a way, but I don't think is good. So good though, this conversation. Y'all got me popping off tonight. Fly Guys just had me. There's been a juicy stream. I was gonna say something else, but I forget. Suicide Girls. Well, Suicide Girls are just hot. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. I'm just kidding, but it's funny, man. That's so funny. Girl Interrupted. Yo, get this though. Okay, I recently watched. I just a few months ago, I watched The Virgin Suicides and Girl Interrupted. Okay, and I actually kind of liked Girl Interrupted more. And you want to know why? By all means, I should like The Virgin Suicides more, but I actually like them both about the same because I think The Virgin Suicides is fucking morally wayward. But Girl Interrupted is kind of based. It's like, fuck yeah, own your shit. I got fucking so happy when she well, I didn't want to spoil anything, but it's like I really like how they handled that movie. Angelina Jolie though, I love it. She gives her the whole the old what for. I don't want to spoil it, but it's kind of just like, fuck you. You're evil. You just want to drag me down to your level. And she's right. You know? Very relevant, you know? That's why I like it. And I really like Winona Ryder's character. It's like it's a little corny at points, but like I totally get it and feel it, the vibe. She's like a writer. And they're literally just like, don't they tell her like multiple times? They're like, nah, like you're not insane. You're just a writer and probably gay. Or whatever, right? It's like, no, Angelina Jolie though is fucking crazy. You know what I mean? That other poor girl, good lord. She was just tragic. But oh my god. They play the Skeeter Davis song. I'm like, fuck, that song's ruined for me now. But still, for all of the stylistic flourishes of the Virgin Suicides, I was like, what the fuck is this bullshit by the end of it, you know? Honestly, the whole time I was just like, what? What? Come on. James Woods though? I wish James Woods got to shine a little more in that. James Woods, star of one of my favorite horror, like I already said, Videodrome. Amazing horror movie. Amazing movie. Pretty negative, but amazing. And real. What is Videodrome basically about? A man stumbling upon a snuff channel and being brainwashed, essentially being brainwashed by it. So relevant, you know? It's like no, this shit has real. I mean, I guess it is in the movie, in the universe of the movie, it is real snuff. Whereas a movie that we're talking about here is not a real movie. But again, Man Bites Dog and in both versions of Funny Games, they touch on this too. It's like, no, you're responsible as a filmmaker. Like you're responsible as an audience member. I just feel like that point of view is like sorely neglected in the modern conversation. So many people, they'll be like, I don't know, whatever. That's yeah. Carrot says Virgin Suicides kind of seems like it was glamorizing. Yeah, I don't know what it's trying to do. decent style, decent, soundtrack. Uh, totally pointless movie. Oh, guess what? Too, of course. Hey, isn't it awesome and hilarious how the parents are like religious, how they're Christian? I bet that's just a coincidence, though, right? The evil parents, evil Christian parents who, you know, how and the only logical response to that, right, is to kill yourself. The only logical response to that is to kill people and or yourself, right? Even though the parents aren't even that bad. Like, what the hell? There's that one scene where they burn their records, but it's kind of funny. Kirsten Dunst is like crying about the record being burned. Oh my god. So horrible. The oppression. And then the movie, it's like it tries to like explain it away by just being like, we'll never really know what they were like and what it was really like. Fuck you. Lost in Translation is really good though. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Sofia Coppola got lucky with Lost in Translation because she knocked it out of the fucking park with that one. That's a great movie. Actually, I would say that's an amazing movie. The visuals, the soundtrack, the story, and the characters are all amazing. The Virgin Suicides kind of sucks. I would actually put it on the same level as like Joker and all these other kind of like mixed bag type movies that I'm talking about. Personally, I just don't even really understand what, at least with Joker, I can be like, okay, sympathy for the devil, gotcha. But like with the Virgin Suicides, I'm just like, sympathy for who? What is this? And like the boys, just like, what? I might have to watch it again though, to be honest. But something tells me that there isn't that much there. It's just kind of like sometimes people kill themselves. Okay. Is that a movie or just or a statement? Like a just it's like, yeah, I know. What am I meant to take from this? You know? I'm depressed. Everyone's depressed. Boy howdy. No though, Joker isn't boring. But yeah, you freaking Cancer Moon. But yeah, but no, Joker isn't boring. That's mostly what saves it from not from being horrible. But yeah, it was Hinckley shot Reagan to gain Jodie Foster's attention. John Warnock Hinckley Jr. Nice name. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest rocks. Fucking rocks my socks. I love One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I need to read the book. So much stuff that should be mainstream. Indeed. Freaking Cancer Moon. I already said that. I know I should make that face my avatar. So fun though, popping off right now. Just fucking popping off. Thanks for being here, you guys. I'm feeling rowdy. I'm feeling fired up. It's something that movies do in particular for me, I think. It's like it's just so much more obvious in movies than like with music or something. You know what I mean? Like it's very easy for me to see, even from just like hearing the title or like watching like the first 5 minutes of a movie, like what kind of like the agenda is, so to speak. You know what I mean? There's always an agenda. I'm not saying this, I don't mean that in any way. I just mean there's always like a message. There's always something trying to be conveyed. What makes a movie to me good, or the best movies don't like spoon feed you that. It's not, it shouldn't be like obvious, you know? That's another reason to kind of just, take issue with Joker. It's just kind of like, even from like a just a an artistic point of view, it doesn't leave anything to the imagination, you know what I mean? But yeah, you should check out Videodrome. Smoking out of fruit gives you instant bronchitis? I've smoked out of apples plenty of times. Yeah, Lady Lou just said that too. Jonathan says instant bronchitis is the most annoying kind of bronchitis. Well, what's funny is, if who would understand, who really understands when I talk about shit like that? You know who really understands? Uh Whatever his name is now. Fucking Bobby Brown, the man of many names. He knows what I'm talking about. You guys can say what you want, but there's truth and merit in this stuff. It's like, he told me, he said he realized one day, he said he was that guy who, sequestered himself off and watched a bunch of movies and stuff. And one day he watched the movie Seven, and he was underwhelmed by its lack of gruesomeness. And it was on that day that he realized how far his desensitization had come. And I understand. I really do. This is what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? It wasn't gruesome enough. It wasn't gory enough. These are critiques that people will genuinely make. You might say, "Oh, well, they're not good critiques," or maybe even they're not genuine critiques. But the fact that they're quote unquote critiques that people make at all should, in my opinion, maybe troublesome. Maybe should trouble people a little bit more. More. What's the art in that? I didn't like that there weren't enough intestines on the ground. I didn't like. I thought that was lame. Boring. You could say, well, that person's just not looking at art properly. Well, there's a lot of people like that. And how do you explain that? Japanese movies are a lot like that. Yeah. Lady Lou says, "Oof, the implications of that are troubling." Yeah, I know, but I mean, I don't know. There's there's always room for debate, of course, on this. I mean, it's always like, well, I tend to find, well, I just don't like this depiction more. Like, it's all about, like, for me, it's like framing. I always say it's like about framing and discernment, and also like generally, whatever I just said. Sorry, I said, ugh, well, yeah, well, look at me. I just goes to show how much you should take from me, because I can't even remember what I just fucking said. Um, I don't know. That happens, but it's only been one time this night, I guess, that I've forgotten. Is it? I mean, I guess I don't know. Fly Guy says, "Why not deal with the real thing?" Um, it's like there's validity in if you're talking about like movies versus real life. Yeah, I mean, I think when stuff that really is where it gets super interesting. Is like a lot. There are a lot of people who won't watch films and scenes in films involving rape, and it's because they were raped. And I don't blame them. I had a friend of mine who, insisted on A Clockwork Orange being bad because of the rape. And he basically had the same problem with it, thinking that or he was like, I haven't seen it, but I guarantee it tries to make you feel bad for the protagonist. And I was like, well, I mean, it's like yes and no. I mean, it's from his perspective, but it's definitely objective evil. You know, it's like the movie's more about choice, free will, and free will. And you know, he was just like, "Yeah, well, it's about the depiction," you know? And I'll be honest, that stuck with me. And I don't of course, now when they show it in the movie, it's fucking harrowing, and the music tells you that, and the way that it's filmed tells you that, the music tells you that, fucking all the context and the content is telling you this shit going down right now is fucking evil. But, regardless, it involves rape, and so, there are just gonna be people who are like, "I don't like that." And I'm saying that's fine. But to this day, I sort of still feel the same way about it, which is like, okay, but that doesn't make the movie bad just because it involves rape. It's it's an evil act being carried out by evil people in that film. Um, so I would just say if your problem is simply with there being rape in the movie in the first place, then don't watch it. But something like Joker is a lot um like trickier, right? No pun intended. Because it's like it's the journey to the evil, you know? In depicting the journey to the evil, it's trying to make you sympathize with it. Now, there are moments. There is one moment in particular in Joker that I will say most people will draw the line at and say, "Okay, he's evil now." And it's actually not what I already said, right? But it's still part of the same narrative though. How fucked over he is. How he's just fucked over by literally everyone, and so he becomes evil. I like how in A Clockwork Orange, his parents are actually pretty good, you know? He's got nice parents. It's like he's pretty smart. Like he et cetera, et cetera. You know why? Because people choose to be evil. It's not like you get my point, you know? It's like, yes, thank you, Joker, for pointing out the obvious. People don't just wake up one day and be like, you know what? Fucking blow up a classroom full of kids. I'm just kidding, but you know, sorry, that's horrible, but you know what I mean. It's like, um, that doesn't just happen, and it is like, I mean, I guess maybe very rarely, right? But like, but no, most of the time it's a slow build to something. There's a journey to it, and just because a movie depicts that journey, or maybe not to something that, like as horrible as that, but you know, the journey to something towards that. I'm just saying though, who knows what we're gonna get next? I'm telling you, Satan next. You know, Lucifer, the journey, the journey, the villain origin, the ultimate villain origin story, guys. Do you know how much fucking money I would make making that movie? How many people would fucking see it and feel bad for the Prince of Darkness himself? Oh my god. Oh! Sorry, I just came thinking about how much money I'd make from that. But don't worry, I'm sure there's some Disney executive already hard at work on making that. How could we make this work, but in a children what the fuck? What an alarm going off? 2 AM. Excuse me. They didn't set that fucking alarm. It kinda scared me too. I thought it was the Illuminati slash CIA slash, you know, insert group, nefarious group here, exploding me. MK Ultra, what else? What's the other one? Oh, yeah, the Freemasons. I'm sorry, I thought the Freemasons were just targeting me. Wonder what that noise. But, bruh, bruh, what was I saying? I was going on some self-righteous rant. Some nonsense. I was soapboxing. Jonathan said, "No, CJ. I woke up the other day and said exactly that aloud to myself." What did he say? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go blow up a school full of kids. Just out of nowhere, right? Didn't come from nothing. No, the thing about demon Luciferianism. No, the thing about tomorrow, I'm gonna make $1 million because I'm gonna make the Satan movie. But I was like, I'm sure that there's a Disney executive hard at work at that. How can we make it for Pixar? How can we make it a Pixar movie? Satan, he's like a cute, he's a cute little goblin, you know. God is a mean old grumpy man, and he comes in and he's like, Satan, you get out of here right now. He smiles after, and then Satan's like, okay, fine. I'll just go be the ruler of the underworld. The end. And then I feel bad. And then the audience cries. There's a moment, maybe an hour and a half in, where someone says, you know what, Satan? You're mean. You know what? You're pretty mean. And then he has a moment actually calling back to John Candy in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. There's a John Candy-esque moment with Satan, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I might be pretty mean, but at least I'm me, and that's what makes me me. Okay, so feel bad for me. You know what? I'm just a victim. Okay. Sometimes think sometimes bad things happen. I had no choice." Look, I'm sorry. I had no choice. I had to become Satan because I didn't feel like cleaning my damn room. This is where Jordan Peterson comes back, guys. It's all related. It all comes back to Jordan Peterson somehow. Somehow. Yeah, but anyway, that's my autistic rant. It's gonna happen though. Disney Pixar, Satan, voiced by Dwayne the Rock Johnson. I'm already imagining like the cute design that they'd have for it. Ah, it'd be great. That's what the 4-year-olds need to see. Is that there's not enough pro demon representation going on. Pro Satan representation going on. Oh my god. No. That's really funny though. Evil man. Drum roll. The Satan movie. Or yeah, it could be Satan, the movie. Yeah, whatever, right? ENFP mode. I was channeling a spirit. It was an ENFP mode. I'm just getting on my soapbox about the devil. The devil's coming. Oh Lord. No, I'm just kidding. But it's more like it's just kind of like, bruh. I mean, I could just see it a mile away. It's like get craftier, you know? I think there's a meme like that, where it's like it's like the simulation, I mean, I hate that bullshit, but it's like the simulation theory bullshit, but it's like, oh, like the simulation, it's like try harder. You know what I mean? You guys are gonna have to try harder. You know what I mean? People are waking up. I need my boy Bobby Brown in here to fuel my to get we gotta get some Enneagram 6 vibes going here. You know what I mean? That noise, that chord. What is that? Not even a real chord. That's what I'm saying about how I play. But I can make it work. Oh God. It's out of tune. I'm gonna have to watch that movie, Winston's Mom. Fly guy though. Yeah, that's why I go to the theater to see a good rape. Ugh, good lord. I know. I still need to watch like Gaspar Noé's Irreversible, but I'm like, whew, oh boy, can't wait for that one scene. Not, not. I love it. So good, and it's like it's to show that rape is bad. I'm like, no, it's not. No, I don't know what it is. What do you guys think that is? When you show a 15-minute rape scene or whatever with no like movement of the camera and like no uh and then the story is told in reverse so that the justice is not even real, and then the what does it say at the end? It says like time destroys everything. What? Who? What? What? Vincent Castle and Monica Bellucci? I mean, it's probably trying to say something like vengeance is useless or something like that. Maybe. That's not entirely wrong. It's just interesting how they do it in reverse so so that the justice is backwards. Symbolic, isn't it? No, but I don't know. It's just crazy though, because they do that whole thing. They show like a really long rape scene and it's fucking, you know, like 10 minutes or whatever, and the camera doesn't move. It's just like, oh God. Oh jeez. It's like, what's that for? You know? It's to show how bad it is. It's to show how bad it is. I need a movie to tell me that rape is bad. That's how stupid I am. By showing it to me with no moral underpinning. Yes. Helpful. An example of art as helpful. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's like it's not like art always has to be helpful like that. Yeah, I've totally seen Requiem for a Dream. I want to see a movie where they make you sympathize with the rapist. Dude, I actually no, that won't be allowed, but they will. It's soon. That'll happen soon. I'm sure. Ass to ass. Requiem for a Dream makes me fucking cry, dude. Ma, you want uppers? You want uppers, Ma? Oh, Harry, your father. I'm gonna be walking in that dress. I'm over here like, fuck. It's so effective though. The way that they fucking film, the way that just the writing and the directing. Jennifer Connelly, we love Jennifer Connelly here. It's one of our favorites. She's like that whole scene where she's like, "You fucked everything up." To Jared Leto. Hold on. I just want to watch this part from Requiem for a Dream where she yells at him because it makes me horny. No, I'm just kidding, but you guys will know what I mean when I play it. Requiem for a Dream, Jennifer Connelly yelling. She's what is it? It's pretty epic though. It's pretty good. They're all really good performances. To be honest, it's another thing that like actually makes the movie work. Like, my god, my god. Wouldn't have to be freezing my ass out here on the streets. For real. I feel you, Jared Leto. Fucking bitches be crazy. Ugh, girls are so annoying. They just want to do all your heroin while you go out and get it all. Ugh, annoying. Talk about annoying. Top 10 most annoying things. When your girlfriend uses you for heroin, probably like number 4. Hold on. Cannot find the scene. She just goes off on him. She's like, because you're a fucking loser. And I'm like, oh shit. Well, now it's just stupid because it's just, I can't find it. Chills. Badass movie. Chill inducing movie.
I always thought you were the one.
Mm. Nice.
That visit from Joan Abbott, not only but life at the Abbotts,
I think
well,
it's here.
without her.
Where the hell do you think I've been, huh?
Where's the score?
Well, we had a little bit of a problem, see? I mean, everything was going good. And then some dumbass junkie.
Did what? Some dumbass junkie did what? You mean you fucked it up?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You promised me that everything was gonna be okay, remember? I fucked that sleaze bag for you, and I put myself in fucking hell for you.
There's nothing out there.
I don't give a shit! You fucking loser!
Are you sure we have some extra stuff? I told him about a guy who's holding some weight. But he ain't selling it!
No.
Yeah. You Ty, give me that guy's number. What guy? Yeah, the guy who likes broads.
This movie's
Give me
just
the
so
fucking
fucking
number,
sad.
For Christ's sake. 934-8777. You worry so goddamn much. Here, go fix yourself up with him. You won't have to fucking wait around so much, and I won't have to freeze my ass off in the fucking streets.
Sarah Wilson, Congressman, how are you? How are you? I'm very
Man, she looks so fucked up in that movie, but wow, this movie that came out in the same year. It's like she's beautiful. Though.
Reprehensible, disgusting bullshit.
It's just
You
a
have the
whole video
balls
of
to-
her popping up. It's just all scenes. Jennifer Connelly dramatic scenes, 1997 and 2003. Oh, she plays John Nash's wife in A Beautiful Mind. I forgot about that. It's a pretty good movie. Oh shit, she freaks out. Fuck yeah. Nice. Oh wow. Fuck yeah. Why does she even do that? It's just because John Nash having a schizophrenic husband must suck. Even if he's one of the most like brilliant people that ever lived. Oh, remember that one scene where he's like has the kid in the tub and it's like it gets so high up and oh that shit fucking scares me. Cause it's like, oh the water's getting too high. Because he's too busy being schizophrenic outside. Oh, Jonathan Basanti. You ever watch Raging Bull? Dude, I just watched it like less than a year ago. And I was like, oh my god. Oh fuck. I felt like Jake LaMotta is like the shadow personified. You know what I mean? I watched that movie and I kind of felt like discomfited by elements. I mean, of course, right? But still, like, I was like, this is like exhibit A of the kind of person you don't want to be. You know what I mean? Just, I don't know. Especially like as a man. I mean, it doesn't matter who it is, but that movie is basically about like paranoia and sexual jealousy. It's about a boxer. It's Robert De Niro being a boxer, but it's literally a movie about paranoia and sexual jealousy. That fucking one scene where he flips out, fucking chills. And then when he's in jail, like fucking like punching the wall, fucking chills, dude. I call it dark chills when something is like so like a lot of the movies we're talking about will do that for me, you know. Clockwork Orange, Requiem for a Dream, like it's like dark chills. There's so it's like, oh, like, and Raging Bull kind of did that for me with just like his whole character. He's just so thoroughly detestable. It's so good. It's so good. I'm like, yo, this is the shadow right here. You know what I mean? We got a winner. I said we have we got a winner. We got a winner. Do we have a winner? I don't know. Whatever. Same difference. No, we got a winner. And ENFP. Yo, aloe juice. I have some of that. Aloe vera juice is actually really good. An ENFP friend who liked Donnie Darko, so you must be ENFP. Yeah, it's like that's funny. Um, I like. I still have a fondness for it to this day, even though I feel like it's pretty negative. I mean, but it's just so fucking unique and I don't know. Jacques Gyllenhaal. No, it's like some teen angst vibes, but like the best of the best. You know what I mean? And the soundtrack is so fucking good. All those 80s like goth songs. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. But there is some like cringy type stuff in it. Just like Drew Barrymore, like dropping all the books and stuff as the teacher going outside. If she gets fired, no spoiler alert, but it's like she gets fired. She's like, ah, at the sky. People just be like, people just be like mad emotional. But I respect the vision. You know what I mean? It's crazy too. Richard Kelly, he just had like basically that, and that's it. He kind of did it all though with that. It's not like most people never make a Donnie Darko. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of a one hit wonder, but like most people don't like ever make a movie as good as that. So it's like I'll take it. I still rank it pretty highly. What's your opinion on the film Mean Girls? I mean, I like it. It's fun. It's pretty funny. It's pretty nostalgic and funny. I do think it's a little overrated though, and overexposed. Like, and I've just seen it so many times. It's just played on TV all the time. Like, it doesn't do that much for me, but I do like it, and it's pretty funny. Good characters, good story. It's not surprising why it's so popular. It's like it's very quotable and like just very entertaining. It's fun, it's entertaining, it's like, and it's kind of smart, like low key. It's like that Tina Fey vibe, I guess. I love like when they cut to like they're like interviewing like different ones from people from the school, and it's just like not even part of the. It's like I'm realizing as I'm talking about it, it's like they break from the format of the movie to just like ask what people think about Rachel McAdams or whatever, fucking you know Regina. They're just like, you know, she's like, I started wearing one time she wore flip flops and I wore flip flops or whatever, you know. It's like, and then they go to like Tim Meadows' principal character, and he's just like, the two were seen canoodling at blah 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 blah. Everyone knows about the gossip, even the principal. It's pretty funny. Lindsay Lohan is good in it, you know. Um, do you have a favorite romantic comedy? Mm, I don't really have any like standard romantic comedy favorites that I can think of off the top of my head, but I do really like. I love Before Sunrise and I love Punch Drunk Love. But like just like breezy, fun romantic comedies. Like I don't know. I don't really watch that many like, at least I can't think of any where I'm like, that's it right there. Like that's what I need right now. It's like do City Lights and Modern Times count? Like Charlie Chaplin? I mean, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, it's not really a comedy. Lost in Translation, not really, not even necessarily romantic nor comedic per se. The whole time that is. Romantic comedy. Hmm. I need to watch The Notebook. It's not really a comedy though. Oh, I guess I actually like There's Something About Mary, the Farrelly brothers. It's kind of a good. I don't know. It stretches it again, but romantic comedy. I can't even like think of that many. Well, yeah, I kind of remember that movie. Definitely, maybe. I thought that movie was okay. Ryan Reynolds. Funny enough, I even kind of liked that movie, Just Friends, when I was younger. But these aren't. They're not really movies I like return to or anything. Jeez, fucking. Trying to find. What's like. Yeah, City Lights. Yeah, nice. Shit. I mean, Wes Anderson has romantic elements that can be pretty good, I guess. Ben Stiller vibes. Anything Ben Stiller? I watched Flirting with Disaster recently. That was okay. That wasn't that great, but it was all right. Yeah, I probably will die not seeing Human Centipede. Hey, at least I'm consistent. High School Musical, the High School Musical movies. I mean, when I was younger, I thought they were terrible. I still think they're pretty terrible, but um for some reason, like 3 years ago, I watched them in with two of my friends, and at least they're positive. At least they're pretty positive, but they're still pretty bad. They make me think of my little sister and sort of annoying theater people that I knew growing up. So no, I'm just kidding. I like it because it's cute. The sister thing is cute. The other stuff, it's just some of the songs are decent, I guess. But I think I like that that the series is actually kind of positive. I never saw Pitch Perfect though. Which movie's better, Goodfellas or Human Centipede? The Grudge of the Ring. Oh man, yo, I need to watch the original Ringu, but I'd say The Ring. Die a not see. No, I said I will die not seeing um not seeing. Now I see what you mean. I will die not seeing the Human Centipede. Annoying theater people who say, yeah, I don't know, just like High School Musical, Rent, Wicked, uh, you know, Disney stuff. What's other like annoying theater people stuff type movies from when I was a kid? That's all I can really think of right now. I don't really have a problem with that many other like the greats. I guess I'm just not huge on musicals to begin with, but I feel like there are a bunch of those choice ones where people like really base their personalities off of them, and it was just like, okay, it's like I'm sorry, but no. Is Singing in the Rain good? I kind of want to watch that. No Game, No Life. Looks kind of cool. Cool cover. Oh yeah, that's what annoying theater people type stuff like Sweeney Todd, Tim Burton's Sweeney Todd. No, not really for me. Have you seen Life is Beautiful? That's my favorite propaganda. I actually need to watch it. Roberto Benigni. Is it theater or musical theater and people? I really don't enjoy musical theater. I feel I'd enjoy opera though. Yeah, I'm just thinking of people who did like chorus and show choir when I was in school. Like they're just all a lot of them were very predictable and they liked all the same kinds of like modern like, the High School Musical series, Rent, uh Wicked. Oh, Cats. Cats is the worst. You can completely miss me with that. Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat, though, that might be good. Oh, right, but yeah, Sweeney Todd too. It's just like garish, you know. I mean the Tim Burton adaptation, just like Hot Topic. I don't know. It's just like people I knew, you know. You know, Rocky Horror Picture Show. Ugh. Phantom of the Opera is probably good. I need to check out West Side Story for real. But Rocky Horror has Tim Curry. Exactly why it's bad. No, I'm just kidding. What has Tim Curry done that's good? Oh, nice. He was the concierge in Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. That must be that's his best role, right? Yeah, he was the original Pennywise. Yeah, thanks to him, fucking I hated that shit when I was younger. That shit scared me, to be honest. Tim Curry's It, like, opening his mouth with the fangs and everything. That was probably one of the original things that scared me from a piece of media. I've still never even seen the full movie. It was the same was true of, Freddy Krueger and his face, his grotesque face. Can't say the same about too many other things. The thing about the It thing, though, is that it was a mini series, and I also heard it. I always hear that it's just not very good, so I just never watched it. It's not because I'm like so scared to watch it. It's just, it's just because I don't know. There just hasn't been a time where I'm like, you know what, I really need to watch right now, the It mini series starring Tim Curry. It's like, no, thank you. But I actually saw both of the new It's with friends in theaters, and meh. Not that good, honestly. Way overrated and overhyped. Some decent elements, though. I'm not gonna lie. I really like the characters, to be honest. But I don't know. I mean, that's probably just the Stephen King vibe, you know? I'll take Stand By Me any day. Stand By Me is an amazing movie. Amazing film. Even its hokier elements are amazing. They poke the body, it's whatever. I don't know, it's honestly like not a big deal. Much ado about nothing. Goonies is where it's at. I like the character. I again, it's like I like the characters in Goonies, but I don't. I honestly think it's pretty overrated. I'm not really much of a Spielberg guy, though, to be honest. So I don't know. I watched Jaws recently. Wasn't that impressed, to be honest. I was thinking, well, okay, I'm at least probably gonna like Jaws, right? I mean, it's Jaws. And I watched it, and I was just like, eh. You know what I like though from Spielberg? Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That's a damn good movie. A damn good movie. There are others. E.T. is pretty good. Wow. Maybe you're melancholic. Is that the type? Is that the temperament with that has good taste? I don't know. I might need to rewatch Jaws. I think it looks pretty good, nice, and I mean, it's like I like the vibes. It's 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 in New England. I'm in New England. Very violent. Also very anti-shark. It's a pretentious piece of shit temperament. There are too sharp. Yeah. No, that is my criticism of it though. So much sharp teeth violence. And then there's like that one scene where they just have like the body of the I just don't know. It's like, and then there's like scenes where there's like crosstalk between the guys, and it's just like, they Spielberg does that a lot. I noticed. So there's a lot of like crosstalk going on. It's like a bunch of like men talking over each other. Blah 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 blah. Politics. The politics of the situation. I mean, I thought that the movie was more. I thought it would get like deep, like when they were on the boat and stuff, and like I don't know. It's like that one guy who was super annoying, but then he does. Oh well, I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, it's like, well, it makes sense, but still, Richard Dreyfuss is pretty good. You know, I don't know. I was just kind of underwhelmed. I might need to watch it again. Very tooth oriented, a lot of teeth. Jaw film, literal sharkman, shark movie. I guess it's exactly what I thought it was. You know, and actually it's actually a little. It was a little less than what I already thought it was because I thought it was gonna at least give me like some dope character vibes, but honestly, it didn't even really do that for me. So I'm kind of just at a loss for words about Jaws. I think it's kind of overrated. I mean, it's like it's like original in a sense, I guess. I would rather watch I like Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is pretty good. I don't know. I might need to give Jaws another watch. I was just kind of underrated. Lady Lisa's laws. Your awareness of not giving spoilers for movies decades all it's endearing. Yeah, true. Well, it's just yeah. Spoiler alert! It's like the annoying guy gets eaten by the shark. Pretty funny. It's also pretty brutal. I was like, damn, shit. Okay, okay. It's pretty crazy. But again, it's back to my conversation of like, just because it's like a pretty graphic scene of an annoying guy getting eaten by a shark, it's like, what is this? What is this? No, it's actually not anti-shark. It's pro-shark propaganda, you guys. It's because sharks when they eat annoying people and it's helpful, you know? Good. Good. Quentin Tarantino's like the crazy thing about Jaws is that in that scene you actually want the shark to eat the man. Literally though. Literally though. Do you guys see what I mean now? No, I'm just kidding, but it's like where is the vibes? I didn't feel like I got a single sense of motivation from like any of those guys in on the boat. They're just like, "Yeah, let's go find a shark." All right, we're gonna do it. It's gonna be pretty hard, and it is. You know, it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to try to find. It's very difficult. You know, Steven Spielberg, he was onto something with Jaws. You know, it's actually you know, it's very hard to track and locate a shark, let alone kill it. And you know, the thing about you know, the thing about sharks is that I mean, their teeth, I mean, they're sharp. And I mean, it's like sharks are no joke. You know, Jaws gets that perfectly right. It's like there are malevolent threats out there in the water, the unknown, right? And there are predators. There's a dominance hierarchy in the underwater world, the aquatic world. And the shark is the apex predator. Jaw movie. Amazing Jaw film. Honestly, my favorite part of Shark, honestly, my favorite part of Jaws was when the shark opened its jaws. and then closed them. I was pretty fucking impressed. Oh yeah, true. Oh yeah, true. Honestly, the best thing about Jaws is that it invented this. Do no, 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 do no. So like for that, it's pretty good. You know what I mean? That's pretty archetypal. That aspect and Richard Dreyfuss are pretty good. But I don't know. I'm just kind of like, damn. How long is this shit? It's fucking like over 2 hours. I'm like, boy, get to the part where you get the shark. I'm just kidding. All this nonsense about all, and again, it's just much ado about nothing. It's like, my goodness. A lot of hubbub. Whole lot of hubbub about a shark. One measly shark. Jaws is an attention whore, you know? It's like there's so many other killer sharks around. That movie is too Jaws centric. It's too shark phobic. It also is exclusivist, to the other sharks. Worst of all, and it's shark phobic in that way. It's a great white. Oh shit, guys! It's a great white supremacist. That's a pretty good one. Great white, great white shark supremacist film. Amazing shark. Amazingly job movie. Too many teeth. Anyone here seen the movie Teeth though? Not a bad horror comedy. For some reason, I kind of like that movie. Although, you know, luckily though, it's not like I don't know. It's not great either, but it's a decent horror comedy. Amazingly pussy teeth. That awkward moment. I think I just have a crush on the main girl. I wouldn't mind her pussy biting off my dick. No, I'm just kidding. No, but the people are so weird about that movie because of the content. It is fascinating, right? Like every man's worst nightmare. Honestly, the movie could be a lot worse. It's not even that graphic. It's kind of it's like slightly graphic at points, but not really. You'd be surprised. I'm telling you, it's like part of why I don't hate it. It's like I actually kind of like it. It's like it's not graphic and it tells an interesting and unique story. Amazing feminist film. In recent years, though, teeth has been derided actually as faux feminism. It's kind of funny though, because I can see both sides. It's like it's an interesting concept, you know. I'm gonna make a male remake about a guy's dick who has teeth. Who has teeth? Ugh, sounds awful. No, what would it be instead? Because you know, it doesn't make sense. Vagina makes sense. It's kind of like a mouth, so it's like it has teeth. But a dick, what does it have? Someone come up with some ideas. What does a dick do in the teeth remake? The male teeth remake. It sticks out. So instead of teeth, it has blank. I don't know. It has fingers. A dick with fingers? How about that? How about that's a movie? Okay? Fuck you. Fuck you. I wrote a movie about a guy, guy with a dick with fingers. Netflix is like, we can make this work. You'd be surprised. We can make this work. This honestly not bad. This is better than most things we get, actually. True, that's pretty good. A venomous snake, spitting cobra. Viper is. Yeah. Nice. Like a poisonous dick? Fuck yeah. Something like that. It's just totally tasteless. Just like a guy running around with his dick shooting fucking venom all over everybody. What the fuck? Epic. Hashtag based. Have you guys ever heard of the movie Ebola Syndrome, where it's just a guy giving people Ebola? Fuck yeah. It'd be like that, but for dick films. Dick-centric films. Oh my god. The dick snakes its way into the lady's brain and creates parasites. No pun intended. That's thinking with your noggin. That sound. I think David Cronenberg could like genuinely make that. Mind control dick? Fuck yeah. Wow. This is what I like. I like some nice brainstorming, you know, real intellectual stuff here. Highbrow film development course 101. Oh, nice. I love how one of the top comments is still a better love story than Twilight. That joke just never gets old. Just like when it's like still better than Justin Bieber. Still better than Justin Bieber. I say that shit to this day and I'm like, fuck yeah. Stick it to him. Badass hot take. Still a better love story than Twilight. You know what needs to be fucking taken down a peg? Justin Bieber. Nickelback. Any Nickelback fans in the audience tonight? In the audience tonight? I'm drunk. I'm fucking drunk. 2 people. What's going on? Losing viewers left and right. I guess the dick stuff wasn't taken off very well, you know? Genital humor. Lowbrow. It's getting lowbrow. It starts to turn people off. People come here for the highbrow, amazing truth and reality. And it's disappointing when the quality drops like that. I understand. Jonathan has a track record of harsh Nickelback criticism. Oh god, yeah, I mean, well, have you seen the recent revisionism of it? Like, it's like Nickelback actually aren't that bad. It's funny because it's true, but everyone knows that they're one of the most like bland, like not, like just like boring type of rock music, you know? Yo, that song "How You Remind Me" though, not bad. Way overplayed though. Nostalgic, but way overplayed. Good night, Lady Lou. Thank you for being here. Have a good night. It's not like you to say sorry. Was it not a different honey? Tonight. Oh, and in you a heart worth breaking. And in you a heart and in you a heart worth breaking. I've been down. I've been down. Out of every bottle. In my head. And are we having fun? Wait, I want to do the harmony to it, you know? It's like, having fun yet? Yeah. Is it me or is that kind of badass? That's kind of a metal, that's like a metal song. It's not like you to say sorry. Ooh, no, 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 no. Dope song. You know what it is 1 second in too with that intro, bro? Fuck yeah. Never made it as a wise man. Couldn't got it as a poor man stealing. Oh god, this is how it's, you know, it's how you this is how you reminded me. It's so rude. Singing Nickelback vocals too pleasantly. You need to put more suck into those vocals to really capture the vibe. That's true. Well, it's like that post Eddie Vedder thing. Like, I don't know. I was never really that big of a fan of Pearl Jam myself. What do you think about Pearl Jam? I feel like Nickelback is pretty like post Pearl Jam, post Eddie Vedder, post Jam, post Vedder. More like Eddie Shitter, right? Back me up on this. Back me up on this, guys. Creed. Well, Creed is actually good because they're Christian. No, I'm just kidding. But it's funny because they're not good. But I kind of feel bad for Scott Stapp. He fell off mad hard. Honestly, they tried their best. Aren't they Christian? It's all religious. They're not put as Christian though. They're it's more, I guess it's more like themes and motifs. I mean the name is like vaguely religious. Human clay. That's kind of a. I support Creed. You know, good morals. Not a single thing here though about the. Oh shit! It's me censoring it. According to a 1990 piece in the Washington Post, the biblical imagery of singer Scott Stapp's lyrics got Creed typed as Christian rock by early listeners. The band's denial of any religious objective has unsettled some of its more fervent fans. We are not a Christian band, Stapp insists on the band's website. A Christian band has an agenda to lead others to believe in their specific religious beliefs. We have no agenda. It's like, what? Okay. Just it doesn't mean you have to like, right? What? Okay, whatever, you know. Bassist Brian Marshall, who named the band, has noted that Stapp uses spiritual imagery as a metaphor in his lyrics. However, Creed has been negatively received by some professional critics, such as Robert Christgau. I never know how to pronounce his name, but he's pretty big. Jonah Weiner of Slate has tried to make the case that the band was seriously underrated. Joe Coscarelli of Mediaite countered that most people hate Creed's combination of overwrought power balladry and Christian-infused testosterone. Yeah, but that song, I mean, I don't know. Their music's definitely, I don't know. With Arms Wide Open and My Sacrifice, I remember those from when I was a kid. His vocals are not very good. With the arms wide open. It's just that style, you know. Pearl Jam is the weakest of the big successful Seattle grunge bands. Yeah, definitely. Thank you. I'm sort of like, I don't know why. I just never got into Pearl Jam. They seem kind of lame. I guess Even Flow is okay. Even Flow. Do, do, do. Right? Pearl Jam is grunge. Creed is post grunge. Meh. Oh, yeah. I wonder if Leaf likes Creed. That'd be dope. That'd be based. Alice in Chains is very good. Soundgarden and Nirvana are somewhere in the messy middle. Pearl Jam is the weakest. Really a big Alice in Chains fan, huh? I'm a Nirvana guy. I mean, but I will say it's not. I'm not. I don't reach for Nirvana like first. I'm not like, oh, you need to listen to Nirvana. They're a band that like I grew up on, and then I feel like nowadays I'm just kind of like, well, yeah, no, it's like legendary, but there's a lot. There's too much like nonsense, you know, a lot of nonsense. They're very depressing. They don't have like a single happy song. Kind of like Radiohead, but Radiohead at least like have a few. I mean, pretty much every Nirvana song is like some combination of like angry and sad. And then there are times where Kurt Cobain's voice like actually just doesn't sound very good, even though I really like a lot of their stuff. I mean, like fucking like Nevermind and In Utero are amazing, and so is Nirvana Unplugged. But it's like you know, their debut Bleach is really not that great, and fucking, you know, their B-sides, singles, compilations, you know, Incesticide and like all of that. I mean, there's some good stuff in there though, but it's just like there's a lot of misses though. Like they're more hit or miss than people like to act like. I notice, you know, but they're pretty badass. I'm a negative creep. I'm a negative creep. I'm a negative creep, and I'm stoned. Amazing. Daddy's little girl ain't a girl no more. Daddy's little girl ain't a girl no more. That says it all right there, doesn't it? It's like a few songs from Nevermind are like obviously very accessible though. But even like their biggest hit, Smells Like Teen Spirit, is like just again very nostalgic. It's good, but it's like haunting, ominous. Lent weight by the specter of Kurt Cobain, you know, his ghosts. It's always I always compare to like Joy Division and Ian Curtis, you know, but fucking with Nirvana, you had this like everyone knows Nirvana. And I just feel like people don't actually listen to them. Like they're like similarly, it's kind of like, did you actually listen to their stuff though? Like there are so many people be like, oh, like yes, Nirvana. When did you right. I bet you really love you know, um Scentless Apprentice. You know what I mean? Like oh yeah, dude. Milk It is so good. Well, there you go. Yeah, they've got a lot of great stuff in my opinion. But yeah, you're right. Their less popular songs are their stronger ones. Like it's crazy people don't even know about some of the lesser known ones. Like even some of their stuff is like almost like pop. They're like pop. They're just like like fucking um I mean, people know about a girl and like Sliver and stuff, but damn, they had singles, man, you know? People are just like, Smells Like Teen Spirit. Nirvana's actually a good example. Funny enough, just like Radiohead, where everyone knows Smells Like Teen Spirit, just like Creep. That's probably the best like comparison I can make so far. I know Smells Like Teen Spirit. Well, the thing is, yeah, it's like Kurt Cobain had awesome influences. Like I was just talking about Daniel Johnston. He loved Daniel Johnston. He loved Beat Happening. I love Beat Happening. He loved stuff like the Vaselines and like the pastels. Like funny enough, a lot of like kind of sunshiny pop and stuff. I don't care. Is I for me, it's like I don't mind if it's doom and gloom or sunshine and rainbows as long as it's good. You know what I mean? Bleach is still pretty good though, but I still find myself like there's still a few songs off of it that I don't even think I've heard. Like I still haven't even heard the full album, which is kind of crazy. I need to just finish that album, but I'm always just like, oh geez, oh geez. And then yeah, it's like there are some times where like Kurt, I'm just like not feeling the Kurt grunts. No, 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 no. I'm a waste. That's the face. Love all the days going away. I do like lyrics like that. Though. It's like I'm making fun of it, but like I don't care. Like it's like Nirvana and Kurt Cobain are rightfully legendary. I just and literally like I love a lot of their stuff. But there is always this element to me where I'm like, you walk around, you see like I hate to be like this, but you'll see like teenage girls and stuff like wearing. I mean, you could say this about anything, but you just have to wonder like, did you really listen to them? Like, really, you like the like most of In Utero, like with fucking Steve Albini producing. I mean, it's like you like I don't know, man, though it's like All Apologies though, so good. Even my mom likes that song. I think that might be like the only song my mom really likes from Nirvana. That's a great song, though. Honestly, they have many great songs. I've never gotten into Slayer. I need to. Should I finally bite the bullet and check out some Slayer? I mean, I know obviously I know the song "Raining Blood." What else should I be? That's the thing though about Nirvana though is like Kurt Cobain is literally just like a good pop songwriter in disguise. That's actually why I like their stuff. Hit like again, who has ever? I mean, I think he unironically liked the Shags and like Jandek, all sorts of like outsider music. I'm sure he liked. I don't know, maybe Joy Division, but he had some pretty dope taste. He really liked the movie Over the Edge. I watched that movie because of him mentioning it and like a montage of Heck, which funny enough is really not a very sympathetic portrayal of him. There's like scenes of him. He's like nodding off on heroin, like holding his kid. I'm like, oh shit, this is kind of fucked up. He was definitely a very troubled guy. And then just everything just went so downhill with him and Courtney Love. It's like, fuck me. Tragic. Yeah, my God, though. Very legendary. Slayer is fast and loud and chaotic. It's heavy. Yeah, I like that stuff when it's done well. Like, have you ever listened to Lightning Bolt? Or have you ever listened to speaking of Steve Albini, his band Big Black? Or Black Dice, especially Death Grips. Um, Pig Destroyer, Converge. Oh, you know who's really good? A really good metal band that I've been into lately, especially, is Death Heaven. You guys should listen to Death Heaven. But some people love to debate, oh, it's not real metal because it's got like quote unquote shoegaze elements and whatever. It's like fuck you. It's amazing metal. Like it's epic. Epic and amazing metal. I mean, everyone loves Sunbather. Sunbather is amazing, but I think New Bermuda is pretty amazing too. I'm pretty impressed by their discography so far. Yeah, Lightning Bolt's an awesome kind of like noise rock band. Brian Chippendale is just an insane drummer. Same is true of Death Grips and Zach Hill. And you know, as someone who is kind of is almost a drummer first and foremost, to some extent, I mean, just it was the first instrument that I loved and got into. Um, I like how they approach the drums. I mean, they're noisy. Both of them are noisy as fuck, and you might say they lack you know, well, for one thing, they lack nuance, but they also lack a certain, I don't know, technical skill. But I like the what's being achieved there. Merciful Fate, Dimmu Borgir. I need to listen to Dimmu Borgir. I've only heard of Merciful Fate like in a cursory way or something. What are some other types of metal stuff they like? I was talking about Van Halen earlier. I do like some Van Halen. I kind of want to. I gotta get more coffee though. One sec. Yo. Ooh. Cracks going there. I was just thinking of Fly Guy talking about like pretentious taste. And it's just like, what does pretentious even mean, you know? It's like, are you really going to tell me that Child's Play is as interesting or as engaging as movies like A Clockwork Orange or Eraserhead? I invented Reddit top 10 lists. You know what I mean? I don't even go on Reddit. Burzum, though, I need to listen to more from them. Dunkelheit is an amazing song. He's like, well, Google it firstly. Secondly, don't get worked up by Fly Guy. He's sticking around. No, yeah, I know I'm not. It's just like, I hate to be that guy, but like, I have a friend who, I mean, he has his own unique kind of taste, but he loves like shitty horror movies and like a lot of like mainstream shit. And he'll just say that I'm pretentious for liking the stuff that I like. And it's just like, that's not an argument. You know what I mean? Like, explain to me like how this thing here that seems to be it like by all objective metrics better than this other thing is actually better than the other thing. You know, I don't know. No, but I get it though. It's just like, you know, you know, not everything can be, you know, like highbrow all the time and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I know, you know. But it's like, why would I choose fast food when there's this delicious home cooked meal right here? You know what I mean? I guess that makes me a pretentious, picky snob. But nah, I mean, I always compare art to food, but I mean, it's not like obviously art is a lot more subjective than food. So I get it. Different strokes for different folks. That's what I always say. And I really do always say that. Word. Peace out, Jonathan. Have a good night. I don't know. I guess it's just what happens when you get opinionated about stuff. There definitely was a time in my life where, you know, I did often look at, Rotten Tomatoes and Wikipedia and I don't know, to a lesser extent. Like when I was young, like I said, I would read like my dad's like Rolling Stones and stuff like that. And to this day I go on rateyourmusic.com. Oh yeah, I would read Pitchfork. But as I've gotten older, it's like less and less have I done that. And yet my sensibilities have more or less remained the same. It's like I do think that I've gotten like a little less snobby about things, but even when I'm like being like a so-called populist about something, or like I know that that's what I'm doing, and I know that like that's what like I'm like giving in some way. But it's not just like trying to be contrarian or like or elitist or anything like that. I think I just fell victim to a lot of the what they call auteur theory, which is like, basically it's almost like the idea that when a singular person has like control over all elements of the movie, for example, like especially with movies, like there's this idea that it makes it somehow better. That it's because it's like they're the author of the movie. But it's like to this day, I always find that the stuff that strikes me most is by people that are like auteurs. It's not like so and so random movie by like one-off guy who did whatever. It's like no, there are people who have like distinct sensibilities and like seem to put a lot of like love and care into really crafting a movie into something artistic. Like I don't know. It's just like I don't look at something like a Steven Spielberg movie and like feel the same way as a lot of other things, you know? I don't look at like mainstream horror movies and feel the same way as other things. You know what I mean? Like, anyway, I don't know. I tend to have a pretty quote unquote it depends mindset about all of it, you know? That's what's so interesting about all of it. I can admit to having kind of a selective nature about it, but I try to just go by what really grabs me. You know what I mean? It's pretty simple. Sometimes it aligns with popular opinion, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it aligns with the the quote unquote alternative opinion, sometimes it doesn't. You know what I mean? But it's a fun game to play. To be like, I do like this. And then to also be like, I don't like this. You know? But man, people get riled up though. Like it's like if I say I don't like certain movies and I like these movies, automatically it's like you're pretentious. Why? Because I have better taste than you? No, I'm just kidding. But you know what I mean? Like it's like I didn't say you have garbage taste. Like my friend who likes a lot of, you know, like mainstream stuff and horror stuff. Like I said, he actually does have his own sensibilities. I mean, they're not always ones that I agree with, but it's like um for instance, he thinks Jaws is boring too, you know? You should be able to say that about all the everything, even people. What does that even mean? SPL people even? What does that mean? I don't know. It's not just I and even like Fly Guy obviously has like some good taste, but too like it's just I've just like heard it before, you know? Like what are you pretentious? It's like no, I'm just discerning and I have my own tastes. maybe I'm a little bit picky, maybe I'm a little bit selective, but I'm definitely not pretentious. Maybe not even elitist. That's for sure. Maybe a bit contrarian at times. Definitely. But it's like not pretentious. You know what I mean? I always feel like pretentious is associated with pretending pretending to like things. You know what I mean? And I get that. A lot of people do that. But it's annoying when it's like, I mean, everyone has their own ways though of like I'm in an interesting position now where okay, so it's like when I was younger, I was like fuck the mainstream. And now I'm almost more like fuck the alternative. Or now sadly I'm actually thinking fuck both, you know? But it's kind of like fuck the alternative, but then now I'm thinking like, well, they're fucking to me now, I think it doesn't really matter what's what. But I don't think that I ever really disliked something because it was popular, like necessarily, like it's like the High School Musical examples are a good example. Someone's brought I think Fly Guy or someone brought up the High School Musical series. Like when I was younger, I didn't like the High School Musical movies. Not just because they were popular, but because they were vapid and they didn't appeal to me. But now that I'm older, I can see that it being popular had nothing to do with the quality necessarily, but I still find it pretty vapid and pretty what was the other thing I said? Like just not my sensibilities, you know what I mean? Um However, I can now recognize as an adult, well, at least it's more positive though, and it's like and it's harmless fun, you know what I mean? So in that sense, it's not what I would say when I was 12 years old. Even then I would have been like, "What? Positive? Well, who gives a fuck? It's terrible. It's corny and whatever." Like, I mean, I think I've definitely gotten a lot less pretentious in that way, you know? But like I'm saying, I guess some things never change, right? Like, but it's not out of pretentiousness, it's just out of personal taste. And they're all legit. Well, like I say, it really all depends. It's not like I have some like checklist in my head or something, but it's like usually if there's something I always think of it as being like there are many different ways to cut a cake, you know? So like in my opinion, like Joker, right? It's not a horrible movie because it is interesting and provides a lot of conversation. Um, but for me to actually call it good, it would have to be less sympathetic to Arthur Fleck, and it would have to be more engaging to me on like a stylistic level, you know, or and even a substantial level. Frankly, I I don't know. I can't exactly elaborate. Like, I would need to think about it, but it's like, um, the sorry, I forget what I was gonna say. I had a point there. It was just kind of like it would have to be less objectionable in that way. It would have to be less objectionable to me morally and stylistically. Like sometimes there are movies that I like that I know aren't maybe morally the best, but they're so stylistically good that I can't help but like them. But I don't like Joker morally or stylistically. So even though I can see that it's more interesting than a lot of other movies and to some extent, I guess, kind of more entertaining in a weird way, it's still not quite good to me. You know what I mean? Um, it's an interesting conversation. Like, Red Baron reboot, lol.
Getting married really soon, and
I guess it's just the best movies to me, at least with just with movies. It's usually like not always, but I think a lot of the best are like both morally and stylistically admirable. But there are definitely just like there are all sorts of different reasons to like, you know, all sorts of different things. Like I said, it's like I get it. People don't like Child's Play for the same reason that people like a, a Clockwork Orange. But I just feel like to say that it's that they're equal and that they're both saying like as much about life, that they're both saying as much about life as the other is just ridiculous, you know? I hate to sound fucking pretentious or whatever, but it's like the best art ought to be saying something about life, you know? At least Joker even like it tries and fails, or you know. So I would rate Child's Play and Joker similarly. But similar for different reasons. Child's Play is just kind of basic. But Joker has this kind of ugly modern element about it that I dislike. You know what I mean? So they wind up being about even for me. But in my mind, they still fall short of being what I would consider to be truly good movies. You know what I mean? I'm saying they wind up being just about average at the end of the day. You know, average is still better than bad. It's just not quite good either. You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, basically. Fam, you gotta head out too, Boba Fett? No problem. Thanks, fam. Yeah, I will. I guess I don't know, man. I'll look up some stuff now and see what's up. Have a good night, dude. Oh yeah, and I appreciate that too. Some nice streamers, CJ. But yeah, keep an eye on the Ukraine thing. Indeed, it's crazy, man. I'm gonna read more about it now, but yeah, have a good night, dude. Peace, fam. Oh, a lot of good conversation tonight. Boy. Going on 8 hours here. It might be time to wrap it up soon, at least. This was a pretty good stream, though. Fucking mad. Got a bunch of tabs open now. Oh yeah. Ooh. Ow. My neck. That was weird. Love it. It's fucking neck and shoulders problems. I actually saw a chiropractor for the first time in a long time today. It was pretty good. Got my neck adjusted. Ooh, my neck and shoulders adjusted. Um I don't understand. People keep bringing up the Russia Ukraine thing, and every time I look it up, it's there's nothing new. I do see here though that Russian artillery kills 70 Ukrainian soldiers at military base, official says. US expels Russian diplomats, recaps, great. See, this is what I am worried though that that America is going to get too involved here. I'm not I mean, I'm not saying it's right that they invaded Ukraine, but it's just if people want to worry about it, really, I don't know. If people want to worry about World War III, like this is how it happens. We get involved, everyone gets involved, and then we're all doomed. I have no solution. I don't know enough. But other than that, I mean, scary though. 70 Ukrainian soldiers killed. I mean, it's like I guess that's war for you. I'm not trying to be rude about it, but is that unusual for when war happens? Genuine question. You know what I mean? It does seem a bit unfair, right? I mean, from what little I know, it's like it seems very clear that Russia has the obvious upper hand here. So whether it's they say all's fair in love and war, right? But it's like, you know, whether or not it's actually fair is seems very up for debate here. I mean, it doesn't appear that Ukraine was attacked justly. That's for sure. And Russia is pretty much a global superpower, at least to some extent. So I understand it being frightening. And I also understand any kind of like trepidation about American involvement. Um, I mean, I think we should be involved, probably, you know, be involved to some extent, to the extent that we discourage war. But I have the takes of like a 5-year-old child, so don't mind me. Because literally, it's like I wanted to say this, and I almost didn't to not sound embarrassing, but I'll say it for the sake of honesty. I don't even understand why they're fighting in the first place. Again, it's like I'm like a 5-year-old child walking in on like my parents fighting or two people fighting at the very least, right? And where it's like I'm just like, why? I don't even understand why. What's you know? Is it about territory? Is it about values? No one seems to talk about why they're at war. It marked it says on February 24th, 2022, Russia launched a large-scale invasion of Ukraine, one of its neighbors to the southwest. Early reports declared it the largest conventional warfare operation in Europe since World War II. Okay, that's pretty major. It marked, and it does say here also, it marked a major escalation between the countries, which had been in a state of conflict since 2014. Still though, it's why. Am I really about to Google? Yeah, dude, check it out. See, everyone's as dumb as me. The top thing I type in YR on Google, and it goes. The first result is why are Russia and Ukraine fighting? For real. Everyone wants to act like they're so smart. Right? Top Google search. Why are Russia, when you type in YR, why are Russia and Ukraine fighting? First, it was the Russian annexation of Crimea, or Crimea, sorry. Again, excuse my, straight white male American. I'm just kidding, but my American ignorance. Um, if I pronounce it wrong, but okay, so it's like the war, and then the war in Donbass, or something like that. Ugh, I'm probably butchering these names, but bear with me. 2014 to present, naval incidents, cyber warfare, and political tensions. Russia gave well, first there was the Revolution of Dignity, but that was that was status of Crimea and Donbass. So it is all about territory, isn't it? It's always the same. Russia gave military backing to the separatists in Donbass, but attempted to hide its involvement. Of course, right? Classic Russia. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, but for real, right? Like, what the fuck? That is weird. After Russian military buildups near Ukraine's borders in 2021, Russia launched a large-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Right, and everyone's considering it unjust, which it probably is, and it does, like it says, marks a major escalation in the warfare. Whether or not that warfare is just, I mean, this still doesn't exactly, explain things. The Russo-Ukrainian War. Wow. It's pretty crazy, though. Hmm. BBC says it is now. How far will Russia go? It is now clear that Russia is seeking to overthrow Ukraine's democratically elected government. Its aims is that Ukraine be freed from oppression and "quote unquote" cleansed of the Nazis. The fuck? I saw Boba Fett, or someone sent something earlier about some Nazi stuff. But I don't know who. The president of Ukraine is Jewish? What the fuck? And he's saying they're Nazis? Wow. How dangerous is this invasion for Europe? These are terrifying times for the people of Ukraine and horrifying for the rest of the continent, witnessing a major power invading a European neighbor for the first time since World War II. Hundreds have died already in what Germany has dubbed "quote unquote" Putin's war, both civilians and soldiers. And for Europe's leaders, this invasion has brought some of the darkest hours since the 1940s. And people are thinking that I guess that it's Russia extending its power or something like that. You know what I mean? They're like they're gonna take over. It's the Russian takeover or something like that. And like this is the beginning or something like that. But it kind of seems like no one is on Russia's side right now, so I guess I guess I would knock on wood, but I'd like to be kind of hopeful and optimistic about it. I mean, speaking of Germany, right? It's like you guys keep, you guys can't be a country no more on account of you keep going to war with the world. Something like that. I don't know which because if he's talking about World War II, I don't know if he's talking about one or two, but I guess because did something else happen with Germany? Or did two things happen with Germany? I don't know. But it's just like, and then I guess it comes down to the big thing, right? Which is like it's like Russia and the nuclear power and stuff. I mean, I don't really know about that. The end of the end of this article says the U.S. had offered to start talks on limiting short and medium range missiles, as well as on a new treaty on intercontinental missiles. What Russia wanted all U.S. nuclear arms barred from beyond their national territories. Russia had been positive towards the proposed transparency mechanisms and mutual checks on missile bases, two in Russia and two in Romania and Poland. Kiev. Well, I guess we'll have to see how it plays out. Is Boba Fett still here? I mean, on what grounds does Russia have the right to take over Ukraine, let alone the world? It's not like I've seen a single pro-Russia thing on my feed. No one agrees. It just comes down to negotiations, you know. But it's very unfortunate. It's like, what can you say about it? You know what I mean? Gonna want a creeping NATO next door, the alliance trade system. I mean, man, the North Atlantic Treaty, military alliance. NATO on Twitter, hashtag stand with Ukraine, Ukraine flags. Everyone sides with Ukraine. If everyone agrees that it was an unjust invasion, then unfortunately for Russia, they are outnumbered. So, what is the problem here? Is it like it's because it's Putin's call? I mean, Putin as a world leader, of course, being tyrannical. It seems like a major question right now is what exactly Putin and the invasion are trying to accomplish. There's just too much for me to that I don't. There's just too much that I don't know to really give any kind of satisfying commentary on this. All I can say is that I sincerely hope and pray that too many people don't die, especially not because of a literally pointless and or unfair war. And it seems pretty pointless and or unfair so far. That is on the end of Russia being, being the or Putin and his soldiers being tyrannical invaders in this instance. But it seems pretty unanimous that this is what's happening. So I guess I'm a little bit unclear on the fear mongering regarding it. You know what I mean? Has anyone seen the hashtag I stand with Russia hashtags? Does that exist? No? Well, then hopefully we can solve this thing as diplomatically as possible. But of course, this article here says that it's unlikely that we'll be able to diplomatically solve it. Oh, right. Everyone's going to be real scared, right? No, what's up with that? Lol. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I don't want to be overly like optimistic about it, let alone ignorant, but I just have a hunch that if everyone basically agrees that Russia is in the wrong here, then we as the world can and will do what we have to do to stop this tyranny from continuing, let alone extending. You know what I mean? I guess the question is whether or not the country of Russia can stand up to the rest of the world. The funny thing is, though, or the scary thing, though, is I guess in terms of sheer size of the continent, or in terms of sheer size of the country, like the Germany comparison, like Norm Macdonald said, it's pretty frightening if you consider what the joke of, well, it was actually pretty close in World War II, right? Germany going to war with the rest of the world, and you would think it would take about 2 seconds for the world to, you know, beat Germany, but it was actually close. Well, Germany's a pretty fucking small country, right? And Russia's huge. However, you have to remember that, like, isn't a lot of it just like fucking empty land. It's just like I think it's easy to look at Russia in terms of its literal sheer size and be like, okay, that's fucking scary. But I'm sure there are plenty of people, even in Russia itself, who disagree with the invasion, you know? I'm sure you can find tons of Russian citizens speaking out against the Russian invasion right now. So it's not like, oh my god, Russia as a country is going to war with the world. It's like Putin and his soldiers are going to war with the world. The question is if the world can beat them. You know what I mean? I mean, whether or not it's like, of course, right now it's just Ukraine, but it seems to me like, well, okay, what would be the obvious end game here? Yeah, perhaps an extension of the quote unquote Russian Empire and some kind of Russian takeover. But am I naive in thinking that that can only happen if we let it happen? You know what I mean? Like, but anyway, it's like for now, it's like let's focus on one thing at a time, right? You know, let's try to stop what's going on between Russia and Ukraine and deal with it as it comes, unfortunately. I mean, it's just, but it's like, the Russian government, right? I just read the Russian government, right? When I was going to say this, it's not like the Russian government necessarily speaks for the Russian people. Just like the American government doesn't necessarily speak for the American people. So what do you guys think? I mean, I'm still learning about it. I can't say much more than that as of now. You know, as of what I've just, I mean, like everything I've just said. Like, there's no, if the concern is that Russia is going to take over the world, to that I say, let's see how the rest of the world can do in teaming up against Russia. And especially right now when it's just Russia against Ukraine, let's see how well the world can team up in stopping this unjust war from happening, let alone extending, into war with other countries. Boba Fett says, all I want is more combat footage. Okay, thanks, bye. This is the human condition, is what it is. No point to get all outraged or passionate about it. Fuck them all. Yeah. It's hard for me to tell at this point what exactly is the quote unquote right take on this right now. Because it just seems like if people want war, they'll have war. If people want peace, they'll have peace. But I mean, it's like right now, Russia wants war with Ukraine. They're giving hell to Ukraine. It's like doesn't seem like they should be. Especially not with citizens, you know. I mean civilians. But if the question is, can we stop Russia from an unjust invasion? As of now, I say, yes, sure, why not? When it comes to the idea of Russia taking over the world, and the question being of whether or not we can stop Russia from taking over the world, I say, yes, sure, why not? But knock on wood, I hope to not jinx it. I might be being too optimistic about it. I might be being too positive about it. But that's all I have to say about it right now. This one peaked in 2014 when the Ruskies were still a behind-the-scenes hand/power, etc. So what do you think that means for now? Oh, you said fascinating to watch, but this one peaked in 2014. I don't know if that was related necessarily, but yeah. Fascinating to watch, but this one peaked in 2014 when the Ruskies were still behind the scenes hand/power, etc. I have no idea where this is going. Or where or how far Biden's handlers will take it. Yeah, exactly. Pray for peace. Indeed, brother. Seriously. I mean, that's literally the only solution here. Like as like trite as it sounds, it's like I said, I don't know. It just seems like we definitely need to put a stop to it before it gets out of hand. Boba Fett says all we can do. Well, I do think people need to speak up against it. But yeah. That too won't help, but rage on social media, good luck. I mean, it depends on how far when people are willing to go, I guess, to stop it. But you can't solve war with more war, you know? Well, that is where it gets interesting, right? We have to it's like having to go to war with Russia because they're going to war with the world. Then maybe you actually do have to choose war over peace. Short-term war for long-term peace. Let's just hope the situation doesn't escalate to that, you know? I mean, I guess what's a little alarming to me is that it doesn't seem really clear why Russia is doing this to Ukraine, like other than what I guessed without even reading it, which is like seeming territory disputes and stuff like that. Like just some nonsense. And then now just like this major escalation in conflict, one that basically no one agrees with. So, right, it's like, where's this going? We're overdue for a big one. This might be it. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know. Well, if it says, let's hope not. Indeed. But it's just like, honestly, what else is new? You know, there's always something. It doesn't really seem like anyone's talking about COVID anymore. Now it's about war. It never ends. True. I'm definitely not trying to be black pilled about it, but it's just kind of like, okay, cool. Well, whatever then. I guess it's the end of the world. I guess let's all just lay down and die. Guess let's all just lie down and die. It's just like, fuck it. But that just seems like a negative mindset. You know what I mean? I have this funny kind of naive feeling that if the world wants war, then it will happen. But if the world wants peace, then it will happen. You know, again, it's like, will we choose evil or will we choose good? War is evil, peace is good. When it comes to that, very hippie, also very true. Yeah. It's very vague. It's very broad. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's just I have this feeling of when people are like, this is what's gonna happen now, this is it. It's like it somehow seems to manifest itself, you know what I mean? That's it. Lock and load. We might as well be at war already. Everyone right now is like mentally uh has already, prophesized this. It's only a matter of time that it becomes true. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like I hate to sound like that, but like positive mindset. It's like, could Russia launch the nukes and destroy the world? Maybe, but we shouldn't live in fear of that. Ooh, I'm really scared of Russia. Fuck you. I'm just kidding, but 4:44 a.m. Make a wish. Make a wish. Pray for peace, for real. Pray for peace and love. Seriously. Gog and Magog. Hmm. Oh wow. I didn't know about this. Oh well, it's okay. Allies of Satan against God at the end of the millennium, as described in the book of Revelation. That's right, everybody. Get your Bibles out. But it's Christianity. It's like That's the Christian interpretation. Gog and Magog are said to engage in human cannibalism and the romances and derived literature. Not surprised. Two songs for you. I don't eat human beings. John Mouse's I don't eat human beings and John Mouse's don't worship the devil. And John Mouse's don't worship the devil. His lol, it's all happening. Is it though? I'm really asking. Is it all really happening now? Yeah, John Mouse. Apparently. What is all happening? Gog and Magog? Or the end of days or the apocalypse or the book of Revelation? I'm feeling in my bones, bad juju in the air. War is well, why? I mean, it's like war is all happening. But as of now, knock on wood, it's just between Russia and Ukraine. I mean, it's like yes, Russia is a global superpower. Ukraine is a much smaller neighboring country. It's definitely unjust and unfair. You know, but as far as it being a sign of things to come, I mean, that's up for debate, you know? So far, dot. Boba Fett says, yes, so far, dot. What do you think China is going to think about all this? You think China's just going to lie down and let this happen too? Boba Fett says, wait, hold on one sec. Boba Fett says they're too clever to get involved in a hot war. Nice, thanks for hiding that spam bot. Boba Fett was trying to delete that stuff too, and like, you have to hide that too, but you did that, so thank you. Mm, true. Well, not to treat this like a game or anything, but who else? It's like, you know, if there's, it's basically U.S., the U.S., China, and Russia are probably the big three, right? Who else can we get to like stop Russia? We're gonna figure it out right now. We're gonna solve this fucking shit once and for all. Can we get Japan to come through? I really don't know a lot about war and the army and stuff like that. No, shit. What's Germany? Can we finally get Germany to come through? France? Everyone always shits on France though, about in war. Because they were pussies that one time. Thank you. About that. Probably not. No. Hmm. Nice. U.S., China, and Russia are the top three. Russia's number 3 though, and Germany's number 4. So I'm hoping that we don't get involved. I'm hoping that no one else has to get involved. But funny enough, I just nailed it. If the US, China, and Germany can team up, UK is number 5, Japan's number 6, France is number 7, and South Korea is number 8. Let's all just team up and take Russia down. Fuck you. Legion is fascinating, but all sorts of bad guys there. They have more nukes than anyone and the best delivery systems. In Russia, you mean? See, the thing that on a sheer like this might sound like naive or something, but I was thinking how, it could definitely be problematic when you've got just the sheer size of Russia, and if they're just like setting up posts like everywhere, that could get pretty fucking bad. Just because they're so huge. Honestly, they're way huger than they have any right to be. But again, like, yeah. It's like, yeah, if they were setting up like outposts and stuff, like all over the border, that could get pretty fucked up. That's why we're gonna have to move delicately with this situation. You have to tread lightly. And then English sub is prowling everywhere, same as US does. Hmm. We best advance with the. It's gonna be like, yo, hey, yo, hi, hey, what's up, Russia? Try to handle it in like a really FE way. Yo, what's good, Russia? Yo, dude. Honestly, a lot of people aren't gonna say this, but like, I feel you, you know? But it's just like, honestly, you're going way too hard right now. Stop. No offense. But coming from a friend, you're overreacting and you should probably calm down. None of us want to get hurt. We all want to see you do your best, Russia, but not at the expense of everyone else. You know what I mean, dude? Okay, cool. Thank you, Russia. Have a good night. I feel like if it was approached that way, that it would all be fixed. Honestly, just send me in there. I'll talk to Putin. We'll have a beer or two, might get a little crazy, might have 2 beers, and we'll hash this thing out. Mano y mano. Just kidding. Oh my god. Boba Fett says lol. I imagine Putin chuckling and being like, it's not that simple, my friend. Dude's literally like a supervillain from a movie. Literally a Bond villain, right? Yeah, true. Boba Fett's his vodka comrade. If Russia wants to expand their territory, why don't they do what we do and just have some islands and stuff? You know what I mean? It's like, yes, Russia, you can have some islands. Totally. Yo, dude, don't even worry about it. Here's some islands you can have for free. It's just like, no, I'm sorry, Russia. You can't have the whole world. Diego Garcia. Well, no, Russia, because it's not fair. You have to share with the others. See, sharing is caring. Didn't any but that doesn't mean sharing your land. It just means you have to give us our land. Let us have our land. See, this is how the world works, okay? You get one part of it. That one over there gets one part of it. This one over here gets one part of it. And then we get a part of it. You know? We gotta work together that way. Sorry, Russia. Much nugage there. B-52s, B-2s, secret planes also drove the natives out. Oh. Russia's being an unhealthy ENTJ right now. Fur. An unhealthy ENTJ 8. So however you talk an ENTJ 8 down from destroying the world, that's how we have to approach Russia. Just delicately talking down an ENTJ 8. What are these? Wait. What are these pictures you're showing me here? U.S. territory on islands and stuff like that? Yeah, I was saying I guess you'd call it imperialism. I just looked it up. I always forget almost exactly what it means, but it's like, yeah, a policy of extending a country's power and influence through diplomacy or military force. And also rule by an emperor. But yeah. I remember this super secret thing going there. Lol. M. Ah, I see. Yeah, I didn't even know that was a place. British Indian Ocean territory. Why are you lolling the imperialism thing? I'm saying I basically knew what it meant, but I just feel like I always forget exactly what it means. But that's basically what's going on here. It's just the whole thing is ridiculous. Yeah. Oh God. See, this is what I'm talking about. New York Post says Democratic Socialists blame U.S. imperialism for Russian invasion of Ukraine. Fucking mental illness, dude. And then another article from New York Post. No, Democratic Socialists. America is not to blame for Putin's imperialism. Well, it's just weird because I was just thinking how, well, they'll teach us now, okay, the U.S. is an imperial country, so it's like you grow up being an American who hates your own country, right? And I mean, and I don't think that's right. And it's, of course, the very same people who are somehow finding a way to blame U.S. imperial. I mean, I know it's New York Post, which I'm pretty sure is a pretty conservative tabloid, but, you know. It does say some blame. But yeah, for real. It is what it is, but lol socialist Alexandria girl is DSA. Right. Crazy eyes. For real. It's like AOC, you're not helping. It's like, what good does that do? Nice. Let's just blame everyone for everything. Just my fucking connection is unstable. It's probably Russia fucking hacking me. Fuck you. This literally still says it's not the disables. The fucking connection is unstable. fucking bullshit. My bad. I put down the computer to try and I was trying to fix the connection, and because it just says it's unstable, and then now it's just not changing. But it's okay, man. I'm out for real this time. Take care of you. Thanks, man. You too. Have a good night. Peace, fam. Crazy though. No one's here now. Might just stop streaming now. Oh wow. The TV went off. I said that. I mean, it says the connection's unstable too, so now might be the time. No one else is here. If I can get the connection, if I can get this thing to disappear, maybe I'll keep going. But wow, is that a planet? There's like a planet outside or something. Like in the sky there. I can't see it, of course. It says the connection's still unstable and no one else is here, so I guess I'm gonna head out. Ugh, it's all good though. I was getting pretty tired anyway, and I don't really have anything else to talk about right now. Well, this is a pretty good stream tonight, at least in terms of content. I guess I'm gonna just go chill for a while, and maybe I'll stream later. Thank you guys for being here. Peace, fam.